Wrong move.
Fell for it, didn't you, fool? Thunder Cross Split Attack!
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a manga series created and illustrated by Hirohiko Araki, and people online will not shut up about it. I should know, I'm one of those people. I mean, you're probably already familiar with it too. You clicked on this video, or maybe you misclicked or YouTube autoplayed. Gee, if that's the case, then this is awkward. I'm just gonna pretend that you're a JoJo fan like me anyway. And if you're not and you still want to watch this video, then oh boy, are you in for a journey. Hey, you like trivia? Fun facts? JoJo has a lot of that, and I don't really see many people talking about it online. It's a series that's been running since the late 80s. You would think that cool information about it would be covered in droves on YouTube, but that really hasn't been the case. And when I say this, I'm talking about videos dedicated to tidbits and fun facts, not just bringing it up in passing. The closest thing I can think of with any sort of notoriety at all is that one Did You Know Gaming video, and that's only like 7 minutes. I can't discuss the intricacies of stuff like Kakyoin laying an egg in the span of 7 minutes. For the longest time, I've been trying to give myself an excuse to talk about this sort of stuff in a video, but I didn't have one for so long. That was until this iceberg stuff became a thing. You know, these things, like the one that sunk the Titanic. Except instead of killing people, it gives you cool fun facts. I'm a big fan of this topic. Being a turn on the phrase tip of the iceberg, these images are meant to showcase information about a subject in a descending order, from the most well-known details to the more mysterious and relatively unknown ones. Basically, the top of the iceberg is the super simple baby stuff, and the bottom of the iceberg is the much more obscure and interesting section with deep lore that only the most hardcore of fans will be familiar with. These iceberg memes have been popping up more and more as of late, with many focusing on games like Super Mario 64 and Minecrafta, though in actuality, this format has been used for a lot of different subject matter, and not just games. And while at first it was used as a form of creepypasta in its own way, it's also led to some great collections of cool facts and trivia that I've never heard before. Every time I see a YouTuber cover one of these, I end up learning some cool stuff about content that I'm a huge fan of. So today, I will play the role of one of those YouTubers as we take a look at the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure iceberg. I discovered the original image I was planning on dissecting via Twitter. Created by a user named Morgan, this image catalogs a lot of cool stuff that I was super excited to sit down and talk about. Though over time, my ambitions grew much larger in scale. I like JoJo, and I like JoJo. I enjoy JoJo. Instead of just focusing on Morgan's work, I decided to create a sort of ultimate iceberg by fusing Morgan's with various others I had found online. Notably taking a lot of extra subject matter from this iceberg that was posted to Reddit by user Cream Fortress 2. Excellent name, my guy. In addition, I even went ahead and added some of my own subjects to the list that I've never heard talked about on YouTube before. Basically, I have a lot of ground to cover, and I physically cannot stop myself from adding even more content to this iceberg on top of what I already need to talk about. So yeah, I'm leaving no stones unturned. I love talking about the Funny Man Posing show, and you cannot stop me. I want to give a massive shout out to the awesome people moderating the JoJo Wiki for helping make this video possible. Without JoJo's Bizarre Encyclopedia, a lot of research for this project would be non-existent, so thanks a lot, guys. If you want to check out the wiki after watching this video, I'll have a link to it in the description below to check it out. I highly suggest it. There's a lot of really cool documentation on there if you're interested. Just be sure that if you're Googling the website, you don't accidentally go on the wrong one tied to the hosting service Fandom. That's their older version, and a lot of the info on that is missing or out of date. Also, another huge shout out to NezumiVA, aka Marcy. Writing this script was exhausting, and I never would have completed any of this without her help. Marcy and I practically double teamed this massive list of trivia together, and I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished. If you like this video whatsoever, you need to check out her channel. I'll have it linked in the description along with everything else. She's incredibly talented and makes banger video essays, so watch them or perish. Anyway, with introductions over with, let's jam. My name is Salty, otherwise known as Derek. You can call me either, it doesn't really matter. And this is the ultimate JoJo iceberg. Hey everyone, this is Salty from 3 years in the fucking future. I'm here to let you know that you are watching the ultimate version of the ultimate JoJo Iceberg video. Because the video you're watching right now is a massive re-edit and retooling of my JoJo Iceberg series. And due to this, I will be dropping in occasionally from the future to let you guys know if there are any corrections, addendums, or updates that would be useful to know for the purposes of this video. I really want to make this the best that it can be. It's one of the longest things I've ever made ever. So I really appreciate you guys watching and listening, and I hope that you enjoy the video. Quick warning, spoilers for all of JoJo ahead. And I mean all of JoJo. I'll try to label anything not covered in the anime yet with timestamps to skip, but just try to be careful, or go and read the manga and come back. Might take you a bit, but you can do it. I believe in you. Reddit user. Starting off at the first level, we have Reddit user. This section of the iceberg is by far the shortest, containing the bare basics of JoJo knowledge. These are less kind of fun facts and more just like basic meme knowledge. Regardless, I'm going to try to explain these to the best of my ability anyway, because this is the life that I've apparently made for myself. Kono Dioda. Okay, so this is the sort of thing I was just talking about. Literally, all you have to do to get this is watch the first episode of the anime. Although something interesting here is its impact on internet meme culture, which would then go on to affect the viewer base of the show. Kono Dioda is a line that was popularized on the internet after the initial airing of the current JoJo's anime by David Production in 2012. This phrase is exclaimed by the character Dio in the first episode of the show after stealing Arena's first kiss, which she had been saving for Jonathan Joestar. Many English speakers translate this line as, "It was me, Dio," or as, "It was with me, Dio," in reference to the kiss. But interestingly, a more literal translation of the dialogue would actually be, "It is this, Dio." Translations aside, the phrase "it was me, Dio" is what stuck with most Western viewers. While in-universe this is intended to be a very serious moment, many have found it to be more comedic due to how outrageous it is, which I guess can be applied to a lot of JoJo if you think about it. This led to the quote being spread through 4chan's anime and manga board before eventually mutating into a source used for image and video edits all across the web. Reminder, this was around when the current JoJo's anime had first started airing. The absurdity and prominence of the meme had a far-reaching effect and led more people to check out the show out of curiosity to its context. Jojo Pose. Throughout JoJo as a series, characters frequently pose in strange and often contorted fashions. Many have labeled these sorts of complex positions as JoJo poses. There isn't anything super complex in determining what is or isn't considered a JoJo pose. More often than not, any one position that looks awkward or bombastic in a sense can be claimed as one. It's really cool to see cosplayers pulling off some of these in pictures, as some of them look like they would never be able to be replicated in real life. Many seem to wonder why poses in JoJo are so unique in comparison to other anime and manga, and I actually have an interesting reason as to why this is the case. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure creator Hirohiko Araki has a particular interest in the world of fashion and models, with him often even directly referencing poses from fashion models in his work. Here are some cool examples of this and his illustrations. It's really cool to see a shonen-heavy series like this take inspiration from such an interesting place. The world of fashion even has a distinct influence on JoJo's character designs, which is most heavily evident in Part 4 onward. To be continued. In the original JoJo manga, many chapters and storylines would end with the ominous message of "To be continued" transcribed on an arrow. This was a signature play for the series, so when the anime adaptation came around, they ended every episode with the same "To be continued" arrow. This would then transition into the show's ending theme, which at the time of the first season was Roundabout by the band Yes. For one reason or another, people had latched onto this trend during its initial airing, much like the Dio meme I had talked about earlier. And thus, during the anime's first season, the "To be continued" arrow became its own meme. While the arrow was primarily used for just ending a given episode, it became more and more associated for its use in the show's cliffhangers, enticing viewers to come back next week to find out what happens. Memes involving the arrow mirrored this tactic, presenting a clip that gets interrupted with the arrow right as something of interest is about to take place, enticing the viewer into wondering what happens next. A lot of this meme seems to be tied to videos of people getting injured, and I approve. I love videos of people getting injured. weird. Much like the Dio stuff, this further helped JoJo break into the mainstream, and was one of the many driving forces in getting more people to check out the series. Family Guy to be continued reference. I told you guys, I'm not leaving any stone unturned. Family Guy is an animated sitcom created by Seth MacFarlane. It focuses primarily on the wacky hijinks of the Griffin family, as well as various inconsequential cutaway gags. If you're wondering why this is relevant, and I'm sure you are, it's because JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is indirectly referenced during the show's 20th season. During the ending scene of Season 20, Episode 5, Brief Encounter, Stewie and Brian reenact the then popular To Be Continued meme trend. The same one I discussed in the previous entry. They don't even mention JoJo by name whatsoever, which gives me the impression that the crew that worked on this episode may not have even been aware of the origin behind it, and just did the gag because they thought it was relevant at the time. This very much shows in the execution of the scene, since you can argue that they didn't even do it right. The main joke prevalent in most edits is that the moment of excitement or disaster is cut off right before it happens on screen. However, Family Guy instead cuts it off right after that moment happens. At the very least, they were able to get the right music for it, so I'll give them that. Is this a JoJo reference? This is a fairly unassuming question turned viral meme, and is most often pointed towards as to why Western JoJo fans can be so insufferable at times. Look, this series has been around for a while. The manga has been running for a little over 30 years at this point, and has a very large fan base. So large, in fact, that it includes the likes of other creators. Authors, artists, game developers, plenty of creative people are fans of this series just like anybody else. And normally, when you're a fan of something, it tends to influence your work in small or even large ways. JoJo is definitely no exception to this, as over the years, it's shared its DNA with plenty of different media. A famous example that I see used a lot to showcase this fact is actually Street Fighter of all things. Guile and Rose, for example, are both characters that have their design inspiration rooted in JJBA via the characters of Polnareff and Lisa Lisa, respectively. More specifically, Guile has a bit of Polnareff as well as Stroheim from Part 2. You can even see it in his style of very unique hair. Since the series hadn't had a huge presence in English-speaking countries, many of these references and inspirations would go over Western people's heads for a long while. This all changed when the anime adaptation became popular. All of a sudden, everyone was pointing out how some of their favorite media was influenced by JoJo, either by one-shot gags or full-blown mechanics on how a series works. At first, this was pretty cool. I see a lot of these sorts of initial realizations as sort of like when you finally get an adult joke in a cartoon you watched when you were younger. That feeling of having an information click in your mind for the first time, it's super satisfying. Though it didn't take long for this to get super fucking annoying. After a while, it seemed like JoJo fans had started asking, is this a JoJo reference? In regards to everything imaginable. If it used colors in a wacky way, had weird characters, or anything remotely similar, annoying fans would just spam it with that repetitive question. Thankfully, this eventually mutated into something a bit more ironic, resulting in the creation of this image, a collection of stock photos with vague similarities to pre-existing JoJo content meant to make fun of people who spam the question. This image in and of itself became a meme, and then a bunch of people made a version of this image with other series. Shit do be crazy. At least the question now is less annoying than it used to be. Giorno's theme. Okay, so this one is another sort of meme-y one, so bear with me here. Upon the release of the Part 5 Golden Wind anime adaptation, viewers were treated to some brand new music created for the season's original soundtrack. One notable song amongst the new catalog was entitled Il Vento d'Oro. This track is the main character Giorno's fighting song, or beatdown theme as many fans would call it. As of the writing of this video, each JoJo protagonist has gotten their own individual battle music along with their respective JoJo part adaptation. And Giorno is no different, though particularly Giorno's theme plays the most frequently as he is about to gain an advantage or win a given fight. This has led to a slew of jokes and memes revolving around the song. Much like Guile's theme from Street Fighter and You Say Run from My Hero Academia, the song has been paired with plenty of scenes from other anime, video games, and movies. Actually, a fun tidbit about this entry I want to share real quick. Il Vento d'Oro contains the lyrics JoJo Golden Wind, which which is a direct reference to the name of Part 5. Though my friend Mikey has constantly made the joke that this lyric kinda sounds like Jojo Gonna Win, hilariously coinciding with the fact that this music always seems to play as Giorno is about to win a huge fight. I'll play it again so you can hear what he means. I legit cannot unhear that now, and honestly, my brain has just accepted that those are the lyrics from now on, but it's definitely a lot more accurate now, I can say that. Some commenters let me know that El Vento d'Oro isn't necessarily Giorno's theme, but more so the theme of Golden Wind as a whole, which makes a lot more sense, but I still do think of it internally as Giorno's own theme because, you know, every other JoJo gets their own song, so why not Giorno? Also, while I'm here, I may as well apologize in advance. I am going to mispronounce a couple of things throughout this iceberg, and I am so sorry about that. I also sometimes use the wrong names for things. I sometimes switch to the English dub names of certain characters, and for that I am super duper sorry, but you know, 6 hours worth of JoJo trivia kind of melts your brain a little bit. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about it. Casual viewer. Alright, now we're finally getting to the iceberg part of the iceberg image. Some of these entries are still pretty basic, but if you know these, odds are you probably have some familiarity with the series or fan culture online. Araki Doesn't Age. The creator of JoJo, Hirohiko Araki, is a very strange fellow. I'm not the first one to point this out, and I definitely won't be the last by any means. Many of the interviews conducted with him have yielded some very strange dialogue and insight into his character, none of which has any sort of coherent explanation. One of my favorite instances of this is from a public talk done by Araki's wife, Chami, back in 2009. In this talk, Chami discusses her husband's weird habits, and even recounts one instance where she walked in on him yelling incoherently, acting as if he was possessed while he illustrated his work. Though one of his strangest qualities doesn't necessarily have to do with how he acts, but instead, how he looks. Let me explain. Over the years, numerous fans have pointed out that for some unidentified reason, Araki doesn't look like he's aged at all. Sure, his hairstyle might be a little bit different, but in some cases, he sometimes even looks like he's gotten a little younger. Believe it or not, he's actually in his 60s as of the making of this video. That's right, I'm not joking, the dude you're looking at right now is 62 years old. Many people have theorized about why this could be the case for years, swapping around jokes online about him potentially being a Hamon user or even a vampire of all things. Turns out, it actually might be way simpler than that. A little too simple, if you ask me. According to one interview, when questioned about his youthful appearance, Araki said that he washes his face every morning with Tokyo's tap water. No moisturizer, no plastic surgery, just slapping some Tokyo tap on his face. I am extremely envious of this man's life. Oh? You're approaching me? This quote refers to an iconic scene from Part 3 Stardust Crusaders. Its most well-known incarnation is the one portrayed in the colored version of the manga released by Shueisha exclusively in Japan, September of 2012. The scene in question depicting a moment leading up to Jotaro and Dio's final battle in Egypt, where they can be seen walking towards each other from across the sidewalk. This is a legendary panel, and in a way, is hard for me to describe. I guess I feel like it encapsulates everything that makes JoJo JoJo. It's wacky, intense, and really hypes me up to turn the page in a way that not a lot of manga does. It's so iconic and even recognizable, in fact, that tons upon tons of artists and media have referenced this particular scene. This is either done in a sort of jokey recreation using pre-existing characters, or in the case of Sonic, of all things, blatantly referenced in the official IDW comic series. This panel comes from issue number 32 if you want to find it for yourself. Yeah, no, this is not a joke. Sonic did this. Warudo. This is an often misconstrued line originating from various adaptations of Part 3, from animation to even video games. In the series, Dio is revealed to be able to stop time during the final battle in Egypt using his stand called the World, and he seemingly activates this ability through saying its name out loud in a dramatic fashion. Though due to Dio's original voice actors across various adaptations being Japanese, he instead sounds like he's mistakenly saying Warudo instead of just the world. Interestingly enough though, the pronunciation of this line in Japanese is in fact correct. Unlike what most English speakers would assume, in Japanese, Warudo is actually how the world is written in katakana. So it may sound kinda odd to us due to the language barrier, but in Japanese, this is just how it's normally said. Despite all this, however, the phrase would go on to become an inside joke within the non-Japanese speaking community, with many people referring to his stand as Warudo as a sort of gag. Read the manga! This phrase refers to a commonly accepted mindset amongst many hardcore fans of the series. As of the writing of this video, the anime has only adapted the first 6 or so arcs of the series, capping off its Stone Ocean. The manga, on the other hand, has been being written since 1987, and now is currently starting on Part 9. This leaves a pretty sizable gap of story untold between adaptations. The mantra is then simple. Fans believe that if you enjoy the anime, you should take some time to read the manga. I personally agree with this, as upon my first watch through back in high school, I did that exact thing and loved my time with it. If you're a fan of the show, I highly suggest taking the plunge. There is so much content that exists beyond the anime right now if you're craving more. No pressure though, of course. If you'd rather just watch the anime, then that's fine too. That's totally valid. The anime has been great. Just try to be wary of spoilers. They're definitely out there. 7-page Muda. This is a personal favorite of mine and many other fans. In the Part 5 manga, Giorno has a fight that ends with the series' signature move, an enormous wave of rapid punches known as a stand rush. In that sense, it isn't super remarkable, there are many others like it. But what does make it special is that it's the single longest stand rush in the entire series, spanning a total of 7 entire pages. To give you some perspective, each JoJo chapter of parts 1 through 6 is around 20 pages in length each. That means that this beatdown lasted for close to half of that length in total. That's why this is so well known. It is very long, but what if I told you that this wasn't always the case? I actually found out that originally, the beatdown was only 5 pages when it was first published in Weekly Shonen Jump. However, Araki drew 2 extra pages for the beatdown for the eventual final volume release. I'm fairly unclear on why he went back and added to it, but looking in retrospect, it really does serve to make the whole encounter just that much more satisfying. Like, yeah dude, beat Chocolata's ass! Absolutely decimate this man, this is like some Live Leak shit. Plenty of fans hoped that this scene would be given proper justice in the anime adaptation, and I'm happy to report that that is indeed the case. In the anime, the beatdown clocks in at around 30 whole seconds in length, with the voice actors for Giorno in both the sub and the dub giving an incredible vocal performance. People don't pass me the aux anymore because this is my favorite song. Don't skip parts. This is a pretty universally accepted rule amongst fans of the series. Never, ever skip parts. There seems to be a sort of common misconception amongst some fans that this alternate way of experiencing the series is valid, skipping around from part to part, arc to arc, only reading and watching what you prefer. Many hardcore purists, however, absolutely despise this mindset, believing that the only proper way to enjoy the series is in what they believe to be its intended order, how it was chronologically released. I will say though, and I realize how unholy this is for me to even utter out loud, I do think that this alternative viewing concept does have some merit, and I can totally understand why so many people think this way. Every part in JoJo is fairly disconnected from the previous, each having their own unique cast of characters and only sharing some loose connections to previous story arcs. Many people come into the series with this already in mind, so they come to think that jumping around is fine. I've already seen this talked about and discussed by other people online, but damn it, this is my video and I have my own 2 cents on the issue that I need to get off of my chest. First, I just want to say that something that a lot of people don't seem to think about is progression. Not of the story per se, but of the author's writing and their process. This is kind of a stupid point to begin with here, but the reason that JoJo is so engaging to me personally is that I see it as Araki trying to one-up himself with every story that he writes. The reason it's so bizarre in the first place is that it starts as a fairly straightforward plot about evil vampires, and somehow maneuvers its way to being about people that fight with invisible ghosts that can punch really fast and have insanely overpowered abilities. It's kind of hard to outright explain, but there's a linear growth to that. The series gets stranger and more out there with each oncoming part, and you can come to appreciate that simple progression. My second point is that even though the story doesn't carry over between arcs all that much, there still is some connection there that I find super interesting. I would honestly be baffled if somebody dove into part 3 without knowing who Dio is. His imposing presence in part 1 Phantom Blood helps contextualize how much of a brooding force he is in part 3, and with time having passed during part 2 Battle Tendency, it makes Dio's return all that more interesting and raises some pretty cool questions. How will characters that we know now, like Jorge Joestar, react to Dio? Joseph already knows the history of what happened in Phantom Blood, but he's never met the guy himself. It's a cool feeling because the isolation of the 2 previous parts almost makes part 3 Stardust Crusaders feel like a giant crossover in a sense. Finally, I think what's super important to note while talking about this is Araki's reluctance to bring back older characters and how that affects how we perceive characters that do get to return. Araki doesn't really do cool fan service as much as other writers, so whenever he brings back an older character, it's a real treat. Seeing someone like Koichi from part 4 show up to set the stage for the events of part 5 is really awesome and cool, and I don't think his appearance would have the proper context or impact if you hadn't really seen the previous arc. Overall, I just personally don't see the point in skipping parts. In a sense, it sort of feels like self-sabotage. It completely alters the way that you experience the story compared to others, and I don't think it's necessarily in a cool way either. But honestly, you know, my thoughts on this are just words. At the end of the day, I don't want to gatekeep here. If the only way you'll check out this series is by skipping around, then be my guest, have fun with it. I just wanted to let people know what they might be missing out on in a non-hostile way, because God knows there's a million people out there that'll probably rip you to shreds for even thinking about this. And hey, if you're one of those people, for the love of God, man, calm yourself. Let people do whatever they want. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. None of this matters. Listen, somebody watching part 4 first is not going to lead to the murder of your entire family. And who knows, maybe it might even inspire them to check out everything the series has to offer. I don't mean to be an asshole about it, but just like, I hate elitism over this shit. I just hate it so much. Giorno's true father is Jonathan. Given the context behind this statement, it's kind of true. Early on in part 5, we're told by the narrator that Giorno is Dio's son, which would have technically made him the first protagonist that isn't a part of the Joestar bloodline, but it isn't that simple. After stealing Jonathan's body at the end of part 1 and reawakening in part 3, it's canon that Dio got around. What I'm saying is that he's a massive slut. He went on to sleep around with a bunch of women during his time in Egypt before going on to kill all of them. In particular though, at least for this case, one person of interest was able to escape for unknown reasons. This person would then go on to give birth to Giorno. As I said, this happened after Dio attached his head to Jonathan's body, technically making the junk with the gunk Jonathan's junk. But what I think this technically means is that Giorno is more so Jonathan's son rather than Dio. But I don't know, this vampire shenanigans, I don't know how this works. Eyes of Heaven. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven is a video game based on the JoJo series that was originally released in Japan in 2015. As of this video, it's currently one of the more recent official game releases, and therefore is one of the more well-known ones, aided by the fact that it actually got localized in English-speaking territories. Though the game's gameplay is a mixed bag, what makes it compelling is its plot. Unlike other officially licensed JoJo games, Eyes of Heaven is unique in the sense that it doesn't adapt previous arcs of the series, instead opting to create a new original story featuring the characters from all pre-existing parts at the time. It's interesting to note that the story of this game was actually overseen by Hirohiko Araki himself, which normally doesn't happen that much on this sort of scale. And damn does he go off the shits here, oh my god! As said before, it's quite rare for Araki to bring back older characters, so this game was a special treat to be sure. Even if the game isn't canon to the main series, its plot functions as a sort of pseudo-alternate ending to the original run of the manga, and that's super cool. For context, many people were dissatisfied with Stone Ocean's ending for being fairly unfulfilling in their eyes, so I think this was a pretty great way to make up for it. The game even features a brand spanking new design for its main antagonist that was conceptualized by Araki himself. Here's a very vague picture of it so I don't spoil it for anyone who might be interested in checking it out. You may not be able to tell what it looks like due to this low-res concept art, but I can assure you it looks very cool and very evil. The game also has plenty of unique interactions between characters, fanfiction levels of crossovers, and fully voice-acted cutscenes by the Japanese voice cast. So if you finished reading and watching through parts 1 through 8, I highly suggest taking a look at the game, or even just watching the cutscenes online. If you're a fan of the series and craving more beyond the main stuff, you'll definitely enjoy yourself. I feel like I'm probably gonna tell people to check out a lot of the stuff on this list. I'm just excited. Rohan OVAs. Okay, so this section of the iceberg is gonna be a little bit long, but there's a lot of interesting stuff here, so please bear with me. First, we gotta establish what an OVA is. OVA is an acronym that stands for Original Video Animation. Fun fact, in the early 2000s, OVAs were sometimes referred to as OAV instead, switching the letters around. This was done since OVA was often grammatically corrected to Original Animation Video in the US, but most people just call it the former regardless, and honestly, it has a better ring to it anyway. These things are usually created with the intent of being included alongside certain home video releases of shows or movies. Some of my favorite examples of how cool these things are would be the One Punch Man OVAs. This series of original animation was essentially just extra episodes of the first season, containing content that wasn't found in the source material, but helped give more context to the world and characters. Of course, with that being said, not all OVAs have to function without source material, such as the case with Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan. This series is one of the few spin-offs to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure illustrated and written by Hirohiko Araki starting in 1997. It's a collection of one-shot stories revolving around everyone's favorite fictional manga artist, Rohan Kishibe. Or is it Rohan Kishibe? I don't care. I don't care. It's interesting to note that the release schedule is fairly sporadic in comparison to the consistent schedule of the main JoJo series, only rarely getting chapters every couple of months or even years. Although this doesn't stop it from being a great read. Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan is a fantasy horror series, with each release being around 50 to 60 pages in length. Each episode, as they're called, features the titular Rohan Kishibe, who either actively participates in some weird event happening or recounts it in some way. For the most part, there isn't much interconnective tissue between these stories whatsoever, besides one or two returning characters, so in that sense, I guess you could consider it an anthology. This aspect is reflected in the chapters themselves, being numbered in a seemingly randomized order, with its premiere chapter being episode 16. Being one of the more prominent JoJo spin-offs, many people wondered if these stories would ever get adapted into an animated format just like the core series, and it turns out that would eventually be confirmed to be the case. Being first announced on April 15th of 2016, Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan was set to be adapted into a series of OVAs by David Production amidst the creation of the main JoJo anime. Just like the manga, these OVAs started to release sporadically beginning in 2017 and were met with praise by fans. Not only were these faithful adaptations to the source material, but David Productions went out of their way to adapt them in Araki's most up-to-date art style, which was a first for the time. While some people were initially turned off by this, by how weird the characters looked animated, the studio eventually got their footing with it and produced some truly fantastic visuals. It even released with its own entirely new opening and ending sequences with some fantastic new music to accompany them. This new track was created by Koda, a fan-favorite musician who helped create various bits of the soundtrack for the series in the past, most notably performing as the vocalist for Bloody Stream in Part 2 and Fighting Gold in Part 5. Okay, so now with all that basic information out of the way, I want to tell you how batshit insane the release of some of these were. Like, genuinely, these were not easy to find and watch compared to the main series. They're way more accessible now, but at the time of their initial releases, they were infamous. In particular, the release of the first OVA was a fucking nightmare. The premiere entry of the series, Millionaire Village, was announced alongside the start of the Diamond is Unbreakable anime, and could only be watched by people who collected every subsequent Blu-ray of Part 4 as they were released. Basically, by putting all of the physical releases together, you could receive this extra episode. If that already sounds stupid, hold on, it gets worse. Given the length of Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable and the fact that most anime productions make their money through Blu-ray sales, getting this Rohan OVA initially was not a cheap task whatsoever. If you actually wanted to go through with this, the whole thing ended up being a total of 13 different Blu-ray discs at an overall cost of around $600. Just to get a smidge of extra content? That is insane! I'm a diehard fan of this series, and even I think that's a bit crazy. But wait, there's more to this. You would think that once they were brought together, you could simply just, go on a website and input a proof of purchase or something, but no! They decided to make it extremely archaic. Upon collecting all of them, you would have to mail in a proof of purchase that was included with each Blu-ray. That being a flimsy piece of paper that came with each set that could very easily be lost in the shuffle. Then, and only then, after a few weeks or so, you would receive your very own copy of the first OVA. Obviously, this was a weirdly complicated process that plenty of folks hated and actively struggled with, not to mention the fact that you could only receive the OVA on a DVD of all things, instead of a Blu-ray like all the other discs you had collected thus far. The whole thing, I swear to God, was just baffling. I think David Production must have realized this because they went on to do a much better job with their second release, Mutsakabe Hill. This OVA was simply just bundled with the release of the second volume of the Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan manga. It was pretty simple and easy to nab for collectors, and not a huge time and money sink. The last two, and currently the most recent OVA releases, At the Confessional and The Run, originally premiered in cinemas instead of a standard home release. This was also very cool. Thankfully later on, all 4 of these animations would be bundled together in a Blu-ray collector's edition set only available in Japan. Sadly, up to this point, these releases were never officially made available internationally, so if you're like me and you lived in America, there was no way to watch this series officially in any capacity. However, that all changed when Netflix, of all people, picked up the exclusive streaming rights to the entire catalog in June of 2021. This acquisition would also end up including dubs of the episodes recorded in multiple languages, which I think is pretty cool. Here's hoping that any further additions to this series find their way onto Netflix as well. And maybe we could get a cool physical release? Maybe? Nah, we all know they're never gonna do that. Okay, update to this, they actually did end up releasing an English version of the Blu-ray in America. I picked it up pretty instantaneously when it first came out, and for a Blu-ray, it's pretty okay, but it does come with a little booklet that has some cool behind-the-scenes information, interviews, and key art that you can look through, and that in and of itself for me is pretty much worth the purchase alone. So for the first time in a while, I can actually tell Netflix that it did a pretty good job. That all being said though, let's talk about those batch releases, huh? Hello and welcome to Araki's Quote Corner, a disturbing look into the insane life of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure creator, Hirohiko Araki. The following quote and story is 100% real. I couldn't make this up even if I tried. I have a younger sister, in her 50s, and apparently she fell and broke her leg. Was it minor? Was she severely hurt? I had no idea. And then my sister said she wouldn't be attending an Araki family celebration. So I called her and asked, "Is your leg okay?" And my sister responded, "Ufu. Just that." What in the world? Why couldn't she give me an answer? This sister has a daughter in her 20s, so I asked her, "How's your mom's leg doing?" And she responded, "Ufu. Just that." Are they telling me to use my imagination to discern the hidden meaning behind Ufu? What is Ufu?
When he says he doesn't want a relationship, and then during sex he says, "Whose pussy is that?" It ain't yours.
Average fan. Welcome to Tier 3. This section is going to start covering stuff that your average fan may already know about, but I'll be covering them in much more detail. Some entries on here I had a base familiarity with, but there's some cool tidbits I hadn't known about that I thought would be cool to include. Speedwagon is best waifu. This is a loaded statement. As you may already know, Speedwagon is a fan favorite character most prominent in the first two parts of JoJo. Even in death, his contributions to the Joestars manifest in the Speedwagon Foundation, with their only goal being to just seemingly help the family in any way that they can. The term waifu is slang used by the anime community to refer to a female fictional character from a given anime or manga that a viewer or fanbase particularly likes. The word is obviously derived from the English phrase wife, which insinuates the label as feminine in the first place. While many basic anime fans argue who the best waifu is in any given show, almost 100% of the time, the JoJo fanbase mutually agrees that Speedwagon is, in fact, the best girl. Despite not identifying as a woman and there being plenty of actual female characters in the cast, Speedwagon's undying passion and charm has allowed for him to ascend the limiting nature of gender to allow him to become a top-tier waifu. Speedwagon loves Jonathan Joestar, and we love Speedwagon. Though despite the fanbase's obvious love for the man and his pure heart of gold, Araki doesn't seem to feel the same way. Ever since his last appearance in Part 2 Battle Tendency, Araki has yet to feature him in any of his artwork since. I'm not joking when I say this. Try to find Speedwagon drawn in Araki's modern-day art style. You just won't. It seems like he's just not that interested in everyone's unproblematic fave. I hope he gets something by the time Araki retires. I just want to see my boy thriving like everyone else. Just draw a little sketch, please? Joseph reading Superman. Early on in Part 2 Battle Tendency, we're treated to a brief flashback scene where Joseph showcases his Hamon abilities for the first time. This whole ordeal, of course, first taking place in the midst of a hostage situation aboard a plane. Joseph, not giving much of a shit, initially does nothing, silently sitting in the back seat and reading a book. In the manga, despite being cut off, we can clearly see that Joseph is reading a Superman comic book, which is a really cool and fairly direct reference. But funnily enough, timeline-wise, this is seemingly impossible. This is because that although the story of Part 2 does take place in 1938, the same year the first Superman comic was published, the scene where Joseph is reading it, like I said, is a flashback sequence which is shown taking place at least a year prior. However, it seems that Araki merely included this just to reference the fact that Part 2's main story takes place the same year it was published, and thought it would be a cool Easter egg even if it didn't make sense contextually. Also, if you're wondering, the scene is different in the anime adaptation. Instead of Superman, Joseph is reading a comic entitled Baoh, which is a reference to one of Araki's past works, Baoh the Visitor. It just works! This is a joke phrase and a commonly repeated meme in relation to JoJo Part 5 Golden Wind. Before the days of the anime release, and to some extent, even now, many people are confused as to how exactly Diavolo's stand, King Crimson, actually works. A lot of people attribute this to various poor translations of the original manga making their rounds online, but many actually refute this, saying that it's instead more of a sink or swim sort of thing. Either you understand it, or you don't. It's not the scale fans necessarily, it's the person reading them and the many ways they can interpret the information being represented, or reading too deep into what some believe to be a fairly simple concept. It didn't help that multiple internet posts that attempted to properly explain the ability to those confused had all featured differing explanations amongst themselves. One of the most accepted of these explanations, though, was a YouTube video entitled "This is How King Crimson Works." Being around only 40 seconds in length, it uses footage of a waffle falling over as a setup for explaining how the ability functions. But even this was eventually disputed. The anime made things a bit easier to understand. Since it's an ability that has to do with time manipulation, having a real-time showcase helped more people actually realize how it functioned. Even so, today, people are still divided on the specifics. As more and more questions online were still asking how the ability worked with still no concrete answers available, many fans took to replying to them with the simple statement, "It just works." This statement encompassed the passive annoyance that so many people were having amidst the debates, and made for some great jokes. So the next time you see a JoJo fan asking any sort of question, shut them down with a meme, because fuck them. Also, just before anybody asks, please don't expect me to explain how King Crimson works. I think I have a pretty good understanding of how it functions, but explaining it is a whole different beast. Also, I just don't want to do it wrong and then get corrected later. I don't feel like it. All-Star Battle. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle is a video game for the PS3 released in Japan on August 29, 2013. The game would later make its way to English-speaking territories in 2014. All-Star Battle is a 3D fighting game in which players can take control of various JoJo characters for one-on-one matches. Similar to Eyes of Heaven, which came later, this game also features a cast of characters from all throughout JoJo's history, spanning from Part 1 all the way up to Part 8. Although, in comparison to its later follow-up, the game didn't feature a brand new plot, but rather a retelling of each arc individually as its main story mode. Kind of like an early 2000s Dragon Ball game where they just kinda recapped all the story. It's like that. Although, what it didn't have in new content, it definitely made up for in presentation. Chock full of references and other cool stuff, it was a beloved game despite any flaws it had, and would serve as an introduction to JoJo for many Western fans. It was so well regarded that it would even receive a new coat of paint in 2022, with an official remaster of the game entitled All-Star Battle R. This re-release would feature new gameplay mechanics, characters, and voice actors reprising their roles from the anime. Speaking of, the original release of the game would mark the first time that many JoJo characters got proper voice actors or any sort of animated representation. This is the case for characters introduced way later on in the manga especially, like Johnny and Gyro. It was because of this that the game had a heavy focus on fan service for manga readers in particular. But interestingly, this wouldn't be the first time that characters from Part 4 in particular would get representation like this. Ultra Jump commercials. Okay, so these are super interesting. Over the years, the magazine Ultra Jump has had a series of commercials in Japan that included various JoJo characters. These advertisements were produced by Kamikaze Doga, who might sound familiar as they were the same group who created the opening sequences for the anime adaptation. You know, those really cool 3D ones that start every episode. The casts of characters that were used for these promotions span from parts 4, 5, 6, and even 8, with all of them first airing from 2012 to 2016. This means that a lot of these were released years before their anime adaptation counterparts, making these commercials some of the first animated versions of a lot of fan favorite characters. Some of these ads are animated in the standard anime style, while some are presented more like motion comics. In specific, commercials that include characters from parts 4 and 5 are fully 2D animated. The reason I think that this is super cool beyond, just existing, is that these were created and stylized in a way that's way different than what we got with the current day anime series. These commercials have also been frequently reused and re-edited for several different occasions. These remixed versions of the same advertisement usually come with a couple of script and visual changes. In one example, the Part 4 commercial gets a winter makeover by placing snow everywhere, including on top of Josuke's pompadour. Also, depending on which commercial you watch, Koichi's design will be different. In the first draft of the series, his design resembles one of the hairstyles he gains after the Yukako fight early on in Diamond is Unbreakable. Later, his design changes to reflect his look after having fought Kira for the first time. Along with all this, there are various other smaller additions to the scene in each iteration, like the inclusion of all of the characters' stands, and Yukako even looking through the window on the side. Being the first time that a lot of these elements made it to the small screen, I'm sure that these ads were a real treat for fans at the time clamoring for a proper anime. It also kind of lets us peer into this alternate universe where maybe part 4 could have looked like this on TV instead of what we got. I don't know, I just think that's cool. I like seeing alternate takes of animation, it's just cool. Also, as a fun little extra piece of trivia, one of the various versions of the part 4 commercial includes a stand cameo from Harvest. Strangely, just like the modern anime adaptation, Harvest was animated via 3D CGI animation. So even back nearly 8 years ago, they were still using the same method of animation that would later be used by David Production. I just think that's interesting, you know, it's just a little tidbit, I just like it. I just wanted to share it, you know. Dead Man's Questions. Speaking of part 4, Dead Man's Questions. It's a thing that exists and is related to JoJo. My script writing skills fucking suck. Dead Man's Questions is a short story manga written and illustrated by Hirohiko Araki that seemingly takes place within the original JoJo's canon. I say seemingly because the series never really received any sort of follow-up, nor was it ever referenced in the main manga continuity. I'll give a brief synopsis of what the one-shot is about before diving into spoilers so you can decide if you want to read it for yourself if you haven't already. I think that conceptually it's a very interesting idea. The story follows a mysterious wandering spirit who suffers from amnesia, not being able to remember who he was or any of his past when he was alive. Being a ghost trapped in the living world, most of his existence is spent being miserable, longing for true happiness. That is, until one day he's able to meet and converse with a strange female monk who is still alive. It's unclear how this communication is made possible, but the monk convinces the spirit to work for her and clean up some dirty work in exchange for money. Before you ask what a ghost would do with money, I have no idea. I don't think it's ever specified. What is specified though is that the dirty work involves killing people. The spirit seems totally indifferent to all this and instead believes that by making this job his purpose, he might eventually find true happiness. So yeah, that's your setup. Rebellious ghost bounty hunter goes on wacky adventures, hijinks ensue. If it interests you, I would highly suggest checking it out and reading it for yourself. And if you don't want to be spoiled on its connections to JoJo and any twists it may have in store, skip to this timestamp here. Alright, let's talk spoilers. In isolation, Dead Man's Questions is a fairly decent series of short stories with a cool concept, but its importance grows when connected back to Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable, as I implied earlier. While this story initially has little to do with JoJo and seems to be entirely its own thing, it's revealed by its end that the main character that we've been following is actually the wandering spirit of Kira Yoshikage. This isn't just a fan theory either, it's directly confirmed at the end of the story, clear as day. Presumably, after being dragged away by the ghostly hands at the end of Part 4, Kira became an amnesiac ghost with no idea as to his true identity. With no knowledge of his past, he's effectively made the protagonist of the story. While I would have liked for it to have gone on longer and maybe have been expanded into its own larger scale series, Dead Man's Questions stayed a one-shot story with no clear information relating to its canonicity to the core JoJo series. Regardless though, Kira would later receive an alternate costume in reference to the manga in the Eyes of Heaven video game, so, you know, that's pretty cool. Interestingly, Araki had actually wanted to write something similar to Dead Man's Questions with themes about the afterlife later on during the development of Part 5, but apparently he didn't feel like it was the right time. So in the future, he may revisit the idea or expand it into something entirely new. Who knows? Not me. Heritage for the Future. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Heritage for the Future is probably one of the most iconic JoJo video games to ever exist. Even if you haven't heard of it by name, you may know it by its sound design, voice work, or even its beautifully crafted sprite animation. That last bit even being reused online a lot, like many places. The game is notable for being one of the first times that Capcom got their hands on the JoJo license, and man, what a way to showcase what this studio could do with it. Released in arcades in 1998 before being ported to home consoles in 1999, Heritage for the Future is a 2D fighting game based on the story and cast of Part 3, Stardust Crusaders. Reception-wise, the game did quite well. It had this unique stand-based fighting system that set it apart from other fighters at the time, leading to some unique and interesting tactics in gameplay. And of course, the art style. Absolutely no one can argue with how incredible its visuals were and still are today. The sprite work and backgrounds especially are so vibrant and animated. You can tell that the people working on it really cared about adapting the source material in a fresh, creative way. And this isn't just a case of me assuming things either. The people who were on staff at Capcom at the time were massive JoJo heads and were dying to work on the game. I mentioned it before, but some character designs for Capcom Street Fighter were directly inspired by Araki's work on JoJo, so it was pretty clear for a while that Capcom was perfect for a project like this. Let me just take you aside for a moment and give you a little fun fact. Midler, the stand user for High Priestess, was actually redesigned by Hirohiko Araki himself, specifically for this game. I guess that Capcom wanted to adapt Midler into a fully playable fighter to help fill out the roster for the game, but found it difficult to work with how she appeared in the manga at that point. And when I say how she appeared, I of course mean as a generic corpse that is only shown on screen for about a page or two. Yeah, not really that much to work with. Heritage for the Future was one of the first times that a JoJo game would receive a localization outside of Japan, and with that in mind, it was bound to make some sort of impact overseas. Obviously, this was before the manga was more widely localized, and before the serialized anime that we have now was even a blip on the radar. Much of the Western exposure to JoJo at the time was out of context to the greater series. And in the case of Heritage for the Future, many players were unaware of the story that existed beyond it. Now, all of this, at least to me, along with the game's polish and quality, made it stick out to many who had the chance to play it. Now, look, JoJo, we all know, it's a strange series, but out of context, it can be construed as even stranger than it actually is. This sort of thing makes an impact, and nothing can reflect that impact more than the absolute cavalcade of videos, animations, and images that use the game's aforementioned assets. Like I said, you may not have known about this game before, but you were probably exposed to its contents in one way or another via memes or animations that used its sound files and sprite work. I still see this sprite of Dio just making the rounds in like memes and shit. The game's data was even recycled into other official Capcom properties, with some of its unique sound effects finding their way into games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and even the Street Fighter series. Yes, Street Fighter, the thing I just said, had aspects of it that were inspired by JoJo. See right there? It's a big full circle thing. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that. Also, you know, because it's just, you know, a little bit relevant to the conversation, but I happen to own an original unopened Japanese copy of the game. And if you think that I purposely built up this subject on the iceberg just so that I could make this purchase seem way more impressive for clout, you'd be right. Follow my Twitter. Duwang. Okay, so to get into this, I need to give you some context. In the early to mid 2000s, the JoJo fanbase in the West would be a far ways away from what it would become in recent years. It was relatively tiny at the time, and cute, and you know, less annoying. And the reasoning behind this was that there was a large lack of any official JoJo content making its way over to English-speaking territories. At the time, the only officially licensed content available to potential fans was the Part 3 OVA and the Heritage for the Future fighting game. Now, before you type anything in the comments or say anything, these were both great in their own way. But what was remarkably absent was the source material itself, the original manga. Spin-off material and adaptations are awesome, but without the original manga, much of it was viewed out of its original context, or lacking in any sort of clear overall story. Viz Media would eventually pick up the license for translating Stardust Crusaders in 2005, but even this came with some issues. For whatever reason, not only did it skip over the first two parts of the story, but Viz Media also took over 5 years to officially translate and and release the entire thing. For reference, Stardust Crusader's original manga run in Japan only took 3 years. That's like if a college student handed in their project 3 weeks overdue and only completed the second half of the assignment. With its recent surge in popularity, Viz Media is now much better with the property overall, but before the anime adaptation, things were much different than they are now. Despite this, from the various scraps of content people had seen at the time, they were positively received. A sizable number of people were in fact interested in this strange world of punching ghosts and magical artifacts, and upon learning that there was much more to discover, they started to take it upon themselves to seek it out. Alright, so this is kind of a new territory here. The art of fan translations and fan-made scans of manga is nothing new at all. While many newer fans of the medium can enjoy their favorite series posted weekly and on official platforms, this was not always the case. Before the anime boom of recent years with stuff like Crunchyroll and Funimation, a lot of Japanese media was never officially published all that much in Western territories, and for the most part was largely inaccessible. The way that a lot of this stuff made it over to the West in the first place was because of the people. Die-hard fans would end up being the people burdened with the responsibility of translating and circulating stuff around their community. Everything from bootleg DVDs being sold at local conventions to bulk downloads of manga amateurly translated online. It wasn't the most optimal thing in the world, but hey, it worked. This was the sort of territory that the JoJo fanbase had found itself in during the 2000s. Without that much officially published media, fans just kinda did it themselves. Many people began to form small communities online, scanning the manga and circulating it around the internet. Now, many of these scans remained untranslated for some time. Obviously, with the community still being in its infancy, getting a bilingual person to help translate it, as well as someone to work on the lettering for that translation, it was a lot to ask. However, because of a strange turn of events, one person was actually able to hit that jackpot. At some point during this period, an anonymous internet user was hard at work trying to find and scan the entirety of Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable. This was a fairly large task, and it wasn't helped by the fact that they were personally unable to translate said scans themselves. Now, take the following with a grain of salt, but it was rumored that the scanner got in contact with the translator that was interested in working on the scans, and of course, translating them all to English. But many people have tossed around ideas that they may have wanted to help out so that they could further develop their foreign language skills, and thus a fruitful partnership between the two began. Over the next few weeks, the two would send scans back and forth between one another. Interestingly, the translator worked at an incredible pace, being able to send over 3 to 4 volumes of edited scans every few days. If they wanted to practice their foreign language skills like many people assume that they were, that would have given the impression that they were relatively new to work like this, and would have taken longer to complete each batch of scans, but that clearly wasn't the case. So if this were indeed true, why would so many people assume that this person was in fact an amateur? Well, turns out they seemingly were new to this, because despite their work ethic being insanely productive, the results, they were less than desirable. Not only was the text formatting extremely poor and hard to read, but the quality of the translation itself was bad, dude. I'm talking borderline incomprehensible. Most of the scans were riddled with spelling mistakes, and the bulk of the translations weren't even remotely similar to the content of the original. I'm not joking when I say that a majority of this was borderline unreadable, especially at the time. As a reminder, when these were first released onto the internet, they were the only way for English readers to experience Part 4. I'm insanely lucky that I joined the fandom after better scans were made available. Diamond is Unbreakable is my favorite JoJo part of all time. I cannot imagine reading it like this would have allowed it to become the arc of my choice. These infamous translations would go on to be dubbed by fans as the Duwang scans. The reason for the name was based on the fact that various characters referred to the town of Morio, where the story takes place, as Duwang. This iconic panel of Kira being a standout example of this. You know, funny enough, there's actually a reason why this error is consistent throughout the entire translation. You see, the original scans of Part 4 that they were using as a base were the Taiwanese translations of Part 4 by Tong Li Publishing. Interestingly, the word Duwang is just the town name of Morio, just in Chinese. Its inclusion is the result of a literal translation between the two. So in some senses, although it's weird and funny sounding to us, it's also sort of correct within the parameters of the translation itself. Like, we might make fun of this translation, but technically they were kind of correct on calling it Duwang. There just wasn't a translation for that name. Still, hard to read, but kinda correct. While at the time, using these to read the story was a pain in the ass, as fans got access to better and better translations over the coming years, many found themselves having a soft spot for these older, wackier scans. Many people even went on to regard Duwang as a sort of rite of passage for being a true JoJo fanatic. A lot of these translations are, in fact, so bad that they're hilarious. Especially now that we have proper context as to what the fuck they were originally trying to say, a lot of these are just really fucking funny. To this day, Duwang remains an interesting footnote in not only the history of the JoJo fan community, but the English-speaking manga community in general. Over the next few years, the translation would bounce back and forth between relevance and obscurity, but interestingly enough, Joel from Vinesauce, of all people, would be one of the few to help further popularize it online. In 2015, Joel would upload a video dubbing over various dialogue from the original scans with his unique comedic sensibilities.
What a beautiful Duwang. True.
Due to the popularity of the original video, he would later upload a sequel 3 years later to a similar response. Also, just as a quick thing, because it's gonna bother the shit out of me if I don't bring it up, this panel right here that depicts Killer Queen with the phrase, "I am the fucking strong," this is often associated with the Duwang scans by many fans. But actually, it doesn't come from Duwang at all. That's right, kids, wrap it up. The Fun Police is here. I'm a member of the Fun Police. No fun here. In Duwang, the panel actually just says, "You can't escape." "I am the fucking strong" is just a normal meme edit of the manga. Just thought I would point that out because I see a lot of other people mistakenly using it alongside other Duwang panels online. So yeah, sorry to burst anyone's bubbles, but you can still find the meme edit funny. You're allowed, it's okay. If for some reason you're interested in reading Duwang scans for yourself, they're actually easy to find online with a quick Google search. However, as a brief trigger warning, the mistranslations do include quite a few instances of the characters dropping the R slur. If you're comfortable with reading stuff like that, go on ahead, whatever. But if you're like me and you're really not comfortable with it, I would just personally stick to the highlights that you can find scattered across Google Images. No shame here whatsoever, I totally understand. Shoko Nakagawa interview. Shoko Nakagawa is an interesting person. Although you may not know her by name, you may be familiar with her if you've ever watched the show Gurren Lagann, as she performed as the vocalist for both of the anime's opening themes. This is how many Westerners have been exposed to her work, but besides that though, she is well known for being a popular TV personality, as well as an actress, cosplayer, writer, illustrator, and for the purposes of this entry on the iceberg, a huge JoJo fan. And when I say huge fan, that is no understatement. She loves this series to her dying breath, and over the years has dedicated a significant portion of her cosplay career specifically to dress as JoJo characters and recreate JoJo poses. At one point, she even broke her tailbone trying to emulate a pose from Narancia in Part 5 during a live concert. Regardless of this, however, she went on to finish her performance before going to the hospital. Calling her committed would be massively underplaying it. The reason that she's listed here is due to a now infamous interview that she had with Hirohiko Araki back in 2007. For a brief 3-year period, Shoko had become a regular host on a Japanese television program called Tamaiki Now. Really hope I'm pronouncing that right, but if I'm not, then fucking whatever. I'm still not even halfway done with the entire script at this point, and my patience is waning. Through this, she was given the opportunity to conduct an interview with Araki for an episode aptly titled, I Want to Receive the World's Best JoJo's Bizarre Lessons. And I guess who better to get them from than the series creator? This segment is very well known for being fairly cringy, but in kind of a funny way. While the main interview itself is pretty standard and gives some great insight into how Araki works, Shoko is fangirling on the side the entire time. Which, you know, to be fair, I probably would too. She arrives at Araki's office cosplaying as Jotaro Kujo and goes on multiple rants about wanting to marry him. She even interjects this into the segment itself, asking Araki himself what he would think her and Jotaro's child would look like and what powers they would have. What I think is hilarious about this whole thing is that later, both her and Araki try their hands at drawing what they think this hypothetical child would look like, and Shoko's art is insanely detailed and well thought out, while Araki's version just kinda looks like this. Truly, Araki was always ahead of his time. Also, I didn't know how to naturally include this information from earlier, so I just figured I'd weasel it in at the end here. In 2014, Shoko released her own music cover of the anime's first opening, Sono Chino Sadame, and unsurprisingly, it's an absolute bop. I really hope that Shoko gets the chance to make an official song for the anime in the future. She has an amazing vocal range. And no worries, just like usual, I'll link the interview and the song cover in the description below, so check them out if you're interested. Alright, now for something completely different. Boingo predicted 9/11. Yeah, we're going there. Now look, I know this might sound like a joke subject on the iceberg, but there is some merit to this. Allow me to elucidate ya. That's British for, let me tell you. Many fans have theorized that Araki, or more specifically, his character Boingo from Part 3, successfully predicted the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers. During the events of Stardust Crusaders, in chapter 189 of the manga, we are first introduced to the character of Boingo reading what appears to be just a random book. It's not too long until we discover that this seemingly normal object that is in Boingo's hand is actually just his stand, Toth, which takes the form of an average everyday manga. It's shown to be titled The Oingo Boingo Brothers Adventure, and its ability is that it can predict the future via artistic depictions that materialize from within it. Boingo audibly notes that he has no control over what is shown in the manga, nor that he can stop it from happening whatsoever. Once it's present within the pages of the comic, it is destined to happen, no matter what. The reason that any of this is relevant at all is that during his introduction, Boingo encounters an up-and-coming manga artist wearing a shirt that has the numbers 911 printed on the front. This man then swipes Toth away from Boingo out of curiosity, only to find his own death depicted in the pages within. The panel showing the event even includes a plane flying in the background as well. This original story was first published all the way back in October 1st of 1990, a total of 11 years before the attacks on the World Trade Center. Numerous people have pointed to this seemingly random pairing of numbers and imagery with death as a sort of premonition of the future. And I can kind of see where they're coming from here. I mean, it definitely is a very strange coincidence that Araki chose that specific combination of numbers to put on a random character design. This subject was actually brought up in the interview that Shoko had with Araki, which I talked about earlier on the iceberg. During the interview, Shoko directly asks him about the coincidence and if it could be something maybe more. This is what he had to say. Quite recently, I was told that there was a predictive scene in JoJo. It was surprising then. I don't really get why I drew such a thing, but I think it was just a coincidence. In the interview, Shoko had asked if he had drawn the scene intentionally or if it had meant anything specific at the time. He responded by saying, "Well, I don't know. I don't remember. I drew that scene as a part of the story, but I don't know what it means." Very strange way of putting that, Araki. Something I want to further note on this before moving on is that when it came for the anime to adapt this scene in particular, the design of the artist was changed to remove the numbers from his shirt. The panel shown in the manga was also altered. Araki Forgot. This was once a common phrase repeated throughout the JoJo fan community in direct response to the many strange inconsistencies present throughout the series, or at least what people gleamed as inconsistencies. There's a lot of back and forth on if various aspects of JoJo are the result of Araki forgetting information about his own story or readers misinterpreting his work. For example, Kakyoin's supposed painting-based ability. Early on in Part 3, Kakyoin is introduced with what appears to be a stand ability based around art and painting. However, after his introduction, this theming is never used again. Because of this, many consider it a dropped idea, or one that was straight up forgotten by Araki over time. However, others argue that it was simply used as a sort of disguise to make him look less conspicuous, or a blatant narrative misdirect to generate more intrigue by readers. Likewise, I've seen many argue that Araki forgot about Joseph's Hermit Purple abilities in Diamond is Unbreakable in relation to Kira. Much of the series' Western readers and viewers believed that Hermit Purple could use its divination abilities to locate Kira's location after fleeing and changing his identity. While the logic behind this seems sound, Joseph never actually does this in the story at all, leading to a lot of fan outcry as to why this was never even attempted. Still though, I've seen plenty of clear evidence against this argument, much like the Kakyoin one. You see, Joseph was originally brought into the plot of Part 4 to locate the stand user of Akira Otoishi. And unlike what you might assume based on what we've just talked about, he wasn't brought to Japan to use his spirit photography to aid in the search. He was actually brought there to just use his Hermit Purple to search the power lines throughout Morio. This much is stated by Jotaro outright, since Akira's stand, Red Hot Chili Peppers, had been using the lines to travel throughout the town. There's even other evidence that suggests that Hermit Purple's spirit photography and divination isn't exactly as accurate or explicit as we might think either. In Part 3, its use was very limited due to this inaccuracy. The only reason that they could even locate Dio in Egypt wasn't because of Hermit Purple specifically, but due to a set of very extremely specific circumstances. All that Hermit Purple could do with its base set of abilities was capture a vague photo of Dio in very poor lighting. It was Jotaro who was able to trace the photo's origins with Star Platinum, pointing out and sketching a very minor detail that no one else was able to notice: a small fly present within the photo. This same limitation is present later on as well. Joseph notes that himself, Jotaro, and Dio are all connected by the same bloodline, through the fact that Dio is connected to Jonathan's body. This is why Dio is aware of their whereabouts just like they are, and is able to send enemy stand users after them so consistently. In an attempt to use this connection against him, Joseph connects Hermit Purple to a television to possibly get more information about Dio and their upcoming journey. Hermit Purple then divines the information that there is a traitor among the group. However, this isn't exactly the case. The traitor that the TV is talking about is actually the enemy stand user Rubber Soul, who is using his stand Yellow Temperance to disguise himself as Kakyoin. So it's less of a traitor among them and more of an imposter. The information that's given from Hermit Purple is, again, slightly vague and inaccurate. This trend actually continues into the beginning of Part 4, where Joseph tries to get a spirit photo of Josuke to assist in Jotaro finding him, and instead gets a photo of the infamous serial killer Angelo and his stand Aqua Necklace. These two tidbits about Kakyoin and Joseph aren't the only of their kind, just popular examples of Araki Forgot that have been deconfirmed over time. And to this day, both sides of these situations in the fanbase have their explanations for and against why Araki forgot information about JoJo's, which in turn eventually culminated in the simple phrase of Araki Forgot being echoed throughout the English-speaking community whenever a possible inconsistency is then discovered. One thing that I don't see many people comment on, however, is that Araki himself has talked about this before. In one interesting interview, he stated how upon going back and rereading his older parts, he barely remembered any of the plot details or characters throughout. All of this is not to say that this sort of thing could ever make Araki a bad writer, far from it. I just found that an interesting detail. Being a good writer doesn't necessarily stem from memory. It stems from creativity. And even if Araki were to have poor memory, I feel like it wouldn't detract from his work as many people would make it seem. Now, I know that some people have probably gotten a bit pissed off at me for even including this subject in the video, but regardless of all of that, I think it deserves a bit of spotlight, given the phrase's significance in the community. There are plenty of videos online that go further into proving or disproving this point. So if you want to argue, go do it with them. Not me. You know me, I'm just a little baby. I don't know nothing. Don't get mad at a little baby. Okay, so warning, the next subject on the iceberg has massive spoilers for the latter half of Part 6, Stone Ocean. If you don't want to be spoiled, I'd suggest skipping to the timestamps shown on screen right now. Again, if you don't want to be spoiled on the ending of Part 6, Stone Ocean, skip forward right now. Okay, we good? Fantastic. Anyway, Jotaro dies in Part 6. Given that Jotaro is practically the face of the entire series, this has become one of the biggest spoilers in the entirety of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And because of this, a lot of assholes on the internet enjoy spamming this spoiler all over YouTube and social media. Odds are you've probably seen some dipshit post about this blatantly online whenever a new anime adaptation is announced or a new fan talks about getting into the series. I'm pretty sure that I was even spoiled on this before getting around to reading Part 6, but thankfully I have the memory of a walnut, so I forgot about it when I was reading. However, I don't want to just talk about the fact that it's a spoiler, I want to talk about the actual death scene in particular because it's really intriguing upon further analysis. In a last-ditch effort to save Jolyne from Made in Heaven during the climax of Part 6, Jotaro receives a fatal blow that seemingly splits open his head. But this isn't the first time we've seen this sucker bust open like this. And by sucker, I mean his head. I don't know why I wrote it in the script like that. Just his head. This isn't the first time that we've seen his head bust open. Several years earlier, during the storyline of Stardust Crusaders, the Oingo Boingo brothers were attempting to kill Jotaro. And from within the pages of Boingo Stan Toth, which I remind you can predict the future, we can clearly see Jotaro looking similarly to his final moments in Stone Ocean. Of course, in the original arc, this page is actually just a setup to a joke where Oingo disguises himself as Jotaro and gets his shit wrecked in a similar fashion. Several fans have pointed out that this could be a double red herring and that Araki had always planned on killing off Jotaro in this specific way. Now that is some big brain foreshadowing if that is the case. Obviously, you could always try to disprove this theory by pointing out that the split isn't in the exact same position on both separate occasions, but it's been shown that the events depicted in Toth's pages don't always match up exactly with what actually happens. They're more like a depiction of a given event rather than an exact showcase. If you want to go farther with this too, this same sort of head split occurs during the events of Diamond is Unbreakable, when Jotaro is originally killed by Bites the Dust. With that in mind, I feel like it's more than a coincidence that every time Jotaro's death is portrayed in the series, his head is torn in half. I don't know, man. It's just way too specific to me. And I actually really like the theory that this was always Araki's intention. A lot of people might joke that Araki can't remember things, but if this stuff was intended, this is some genius level commitment. Purple Haze feedback. This was a Japanese light novel written by Kohei Kodono, featuring various illustrations by the big banana himself, Hirohiko Araki. Its story takes place 6 months after the events of Part 5 Golden Wind, and follows a plot that primarily focuses on Panna Cotta Fugo. Yeah, you heard me right, the very same Fugo that got shafted midway through the main story insanely hard. Personally, I don't really know that much about this entry myself because I haven't devoted the time to read it on my own, but I do know how much of a big deal this book is to the fanbase overall. After Fugo had left the group in Part 5, many expected him to return in some way or make a surprise comeback near the end, but No, he never returns and is never given a satisfying ending to his character. And I think that pretty much every fan of this series can mutually agree that this was super disappointing. There's an entry later down in this iceberg that talks a bit more about this strangely unattended plot thread, so I'll talk more about specifics on this later, but the major thing that you need to know here is that people were kind of upset that Fugo never got a proper time to shine. He was really only featured in one major fight, and even then, he was in it in a very limited sense. So if you were a fan of Fugo for any reason, good luck, buddy. There's really not much to do there. Although, thankfully, that is where this book comes in. It's a full story that focuses on Fugo as the main character, and better fleshes him out in ways that the main series was never able to. And it's for that very reason that so many people are big fans of it. Not only does it help to better tie up loose ends from Part 5, but I've also heard that it's a genuinely great story with interesting fights and dynamics. But despite all of that, its canonicity to the main JoJo series is negligible at best. Its ties to the main series are difficult to kind of understand. Some aspects of the plot have been referenced in some of the video game material, like in All-Star Battle, though there's also been a lot of evidence to the contrary, that it's actually not connected at all. But to get into that, I have to specifically talk about the anime. You see, when it comes to the anime adaptation, the series has been known to add in or change existing scenes in an effort to fine-tune the older material and fix various plot details for consistency's sake. Like, for example, in the anime adaptation of Part 3, everybody gets together and poses for this picture. In the anime, it's built up as this big sentimental thing, and Jotaro even looks at it on the plane at the end of the part. But in the original manga of Part 3, this picture is never taken and doesn't exist. The first time that it was ever shown on the page in any sort of sense in the original manga was actually Part 5. It was a really small and innocuous addition, but it was really cool that they went back in the anime and actually made it a scene in the show. Seeing that picture in Part 5 is a lot more sentimental and awesome now that there's an actual story behind it. We got to actually sit there and see them take the picture. That was really cool. Overall, the fan response to these changes has been mostly positive, but with the airing of the Part 5 anime, longtime fans were treated with one change that threw Purple Haze Feedback's canonicity further into question. In episode 12 of the show, fans were exposed to an entirely new anime-only segment covering Fugo's backstory to give a better understanding of his character in the current arc. While this was a surprise to be sure and normally would be welcomed with open arms, it also contained some details that were a bit different than what some fans were expecting. This anime-exclusive origin was actually written by Hirohiko Araki himself, which is actually really interesting to note, given that most of the time his involvement with the anime's production up to that point had mostly just been surface level. He had never actively participated in producing story beats in such an in-depth way like this prior, and while the anime and manga are clearly separate entities, due to Araki's personal hand in it, many people have concluded that this origin could be canon to the manga as well. The sad part about this being that this scene not only conflicts with the information present about Fugo's character in feedback, but it also eradicated all fan speculation of David Productions potentially creating a Purple Haze Feedback OVA. What's even more peculiar about this is that David Productions actually asked Araki about including Fugo's backstory from the original novel to kind of tie things together. But for whatever reason, he actually decided to go against that idea, instead just opting for a wholly new original origin story. Despite that, however, an adaptation of Feedback could still be a possibility, though I've been told that they would have to make some really big changes to the novel's story in order to make it work. But I am going to be crossing my fingers on that though. Based on what I've seen about it, it seems like it would be a really cool epilogue to Part 5. Okay, so I am actually slightly incorrect here. Araki did not write Fugo's backstory for the Part 5 anime. However, Araki did give this backstory that was used for the anime his personal approval though, so there's that. Its canonicity is still up in the air, but I mean, when the author literally looks at it and says, yeah, no, that works, I have no other choice but to assume that it is also canon to the manga. Pizza Mozzarella. This is a song written and sung by Gyro Zeppeli during the events of Part 7 Steel Ball Run. The scene it originates from is a fan favorite, sparking the creation of various fan dubs, animations, and memes. One of my favorites of these is actually an anime-accurate recreation of the scene by YouTube user Rawa's FHK. At the time of this video, Part 7 has yet to receive an anime, but through the use of official audio from the Eyes of Heaven video game and top-notch art, Rawa's FHK delivers a great adaptation of what this scene could eventually look like in animated form. Deadly Queen. Okay, so to properly talk about this, I need to give some context. One of the biggest issues that JoJo has always had to face when being localized overseas is its use of musical references. I've talked about this a bit in a previous video, but I'll gladly go over it again for people who might not be aware. I'm sure it's fairly obvious to many fans at this point, but shocker, Hirohiko Araki loves music. In specific, Western music, and references it all the time in his work. Though, unlike many other artists and authors, his references are much more direct, I guess you could say. Many of the characters and stands throughout the series are given the exact same names of pre-existing songs, musical artists, and bands that Araki is a fan of. Some examples of these include Robert E.O. Speedwagon being named after the band Aureo Speedwagon, Akira Otoishi stand Red Hot Chili Peppers being named after the band, well, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and Giorno Giovanna's stand Gold Experience being named after the Prince album The Golden Experience. This naming scheme has become a popular staple in JoJo and one that I really enjoy. I know that it's kind of cringy, but I've actually found a lot of my favorite bands and songs through this series alone. Araki just has some really good taste in music, I gotta say. Though as fun as this all is, it does actually present a problem. Japan's copyright system is a little bit different than the one present in the United States. While these direct references may fly over there, they definitely do not in the so-called land of the free. Many people have speculated that it's due to this very reason that the series took so long to make its way to the West at all. And it's because of this that the current license holders of the property have altered many of the names in the series to avoid potential legal action. These new copyright-free names have been memed to death in the series fanbase, and with good reason. These new names are similar to the old ones, but just kind of off, or in some cases are just kind of batshit insane. While some of the name changes are pretty innocuous, like Black Sabbath changing to Shadow Sabbath, some names were completely butchered beyond repair, making them sound 1,000 times goofier than they ever did prior. This leads us all the way back to the entry on the iceberg that brought us here. One of my favorite characters in all of JoJo is Yoshikage Kira. Being the main antagonist of Part 4, Kira is terrifying, and his stand Killer Queen is a reflection of that terror. The stand is a direct reference to the song of the same name sung by Freddie Mercury, and I may be biased, but I think it has one of the coolest names in the entire series. Of course, given its origins, English translators had to change it overseas. And change it they did, as Killer Queen became Deadly Queen. This new name was coined all the way back when All-Star Battle the video game came over to the West, but its usage became much more well known in the official English dub of Part 4's anime by Viz Media. Prior to the dub, many of these name changes were pretty easily ignored by most of the fanbase. When watching the show subtitled, it was pretty easy to mentally bypass some of the names being different in the translation. Like, you could still hear the Japanese voice actors saying the original names, so for the most part, it was easy to ignore. Sadly, the English dub doesn't have the same luxury, as voice actors need to use the new names. So, when Part 4's anime dub was first being broadcast, many fans were introduced to Deadly Queen for the first time. While many viewers enjoyed Kira's English dub performance, myself included, the actor's use of the name Deadly Queen was hilarious to pretty much everybody. Much like a lot of the stuff on this iceberg, this led to many memes. Okay, so interesting update on this actually. It's not directly confirmed, but a lot of people are assuming now that Shueisha actually owns the specific copyrights to name the characters as they do in JoJo in Japan. According to one interview from a person that worked on one of the dubs, they said specifically that Shueisha does not allow them to use the actual names that they use in Japan in the dubs, irregardless of copyrights when it comes to the songs and the people that make the music themselves. And of course, this also applies to the manga names as well. If that's the case, it is very strange that all this time we were thinking that it was because, oh, there's copyright problems in the US and you don't want to get sued by all these publishers of music and stuff like that, when in reality, it was just Shueisha, the owners of the series in Japan, saying that the foreign markets could not do that with the names. The whole thing is really weird. Star Platinum is Jonathan. This is a fan theory that I've seen tossed around online for years now, even way back when I first got into JoJo during high school. The theory states that Star Platinum is actually the spirit of Jorge Joestar from Part 1, with people pointing out in a few different directions on why this could be the case. Some people have noticed some visual similarities that link the two together, while others have commented on how this would make sense story-wise, tying together parts 1 through 3 with a crossover of all of the JoJos so far, and allowing Jonathan to finally defeat Dio after losing back in Part 1. While I personally don't buy into it, I think it's a really cool concept, and would have been super dope if it was confirmed to be true. There's been some great fan content and comics that showcase this twist in action, and they're all really cool. I just don't think it was ever Araki's direct intention, and if it was, it would probably open up a whole can of worms when it comes to the origins of stands and how they work. At the very least, I feel like some aspects of Star Platinum's design are supposed to reference Jorge Joestar in some way. I just don't really think that there's a connection beyond that. Avdol is still alive. This entry could be in reference to two different things, so we're going to cover both of them real quick. First, it could be referring to the twist where Avdol is still alive in Part 3 after being shot in the head by Hol Horse. Out of the two options, this is the more obvious one that everybody already knows about, or, and this is the much more interesting option, this subject could be referring to the theory that Avdol is still alive after being disintegrated by the stand Cream. A few people have theorized that Cream might work the same way as Okuyasu's stand, the Hand. Early on in Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, Okuyasu admits that he doesn't know where things go that get erased by the Hand. Either they get eviscerated, deleted from existence, or maybe they just get teleported to someplace else throughout the universe. And if the latter is true and Cream and the Hand are the same type of stand, then it's theoretically possible that Avdol isn't dead and instead just transported somewhere throughout the universe or even on Earth. Although something that people don't seem to really think about when they bring up this theory is that, Avdol might be alive, but I don't think that he has his arms anymore. His arms were ripped off right before he died, so he's just somewhere in the universe with no arms. Again, this is just a theory, and it doesn't really make much sense because Polnareff saw Avdol's ghost after the Cream fight, but who cares about that, dude? Amputee Avdol is OP! Moderate fan. Alright, we're getting a bit deeper now. This segment of the iceberg contains entries of a similar caliber to the previous section. If you know about all of these, you'll only get a few weird looks from your friends and family. I'll try my best to keep explaining these in as much detail as I can. Vento Aureo PS2 game. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 Golden Wind is a fan favorite, especially amongst Japanese audiences, so I find it no surprise that this exists, the Vento Aureo PS2 game. For clarification, just in case you're unaware, Part 5 of the manga is called Vento Aureo in Japan. The name Golden Wind was more or less an anime-only change. I feel really stupid right now. Vento Aureo means golden wind in Italian. I I don't know how I didn't catch that. I'm gonna be so for real, dude. This is fucking embarrassing. Anyway, back to gaming. One of the reasons you may not have heard of this title in comparison to other JoJo console games on this iceberg is because this game was never given a release in the West. Launching exclusively in Japan on July 25th, 2002, GeoGeo's Bizarre Adventure would be the second and final time that Capcom would be given the opportunity to work on a JoJo video game adaptation. While Heritage was more of a 2D sprite-based fighting game, GeoGeo was more of a 3D action beat-em-up with a heavy focus on single-player boss battles. Being an adaptation of Golden Wind's main plot, the game features a total of 22 chapters, with nearly all of them consisting of boss fight-type encounters that pit the player against the vast rogues gallery of Passion. Though I should emphasize the word adaptation here, because while most of the game's plot is identical to the manga, there are a couple of key differences. Most interesting of which being the complete removal of Koichi Hirose from the story. Yeah, everybody's favorite short king was axed sometime during development. Footage taken from early builds of the game do feature him, as well as Echoes Act 3 with fully rendered 3D models, but they were later removed for unknown reasons, though of course we can speculate. What I personally think is that the developers removed Koichi to further streamline and isolate the game's story for new players. Contrary to what this game's existence might make you think, not every JoJo part was given a playable video game adaptation beforehand. The only video games that existed under the JoJo brand at this point were based solely on Part 3. Diamond is Unbreakable, which introduced Koichi, never got the same treatment, which I personally think fucking sucks, because as we all know, Part 4 of JoJo is indeed goated with the sauce. So without a Diamond is Unbreakable game existing, this means that Koichi's inclusion could have made for a higher barrier of entry. While GeoGeo was already meant to be a game for longtime fans to enjoy, Capcom obviously wanted it to be accessible to as many people as possible, even if they didn't have a familiarity with the series beforehand. This is gonna sound shocking, but appealing to new potential customers is a must to maximize profits. Koichi's removal was most likely intended to allow new players to hop in without any prior knowledge or fear of missing out. Now, with all that said, did Koichi's removal actually help the game appeal to more people? Not really. Critics agreed that the game was still a bit inaccessible for new people, with some noting that it seemed to be mostly targeted at those who were already fans of the series. At the very least, everyone seemed to unanimously agree that otherwise, it was a fairly faithful and impressive manga to video game rework. The Japanese video game magazine Famitsu even gave it a score of 31 out of 40. Pretty impressive for a licensed title. Now, of course, much like other older games, its visuals can seem a bit dated now, but the game's art style saves it from looking too bad. I will say though that the game's models can look a bit off at times when compared to the source material. In retrospect, they look even funnier when compared to the most recent adaptations of these characters. Like, take a look at these. The game's models look crunchy when put side by side like this. Speaking of comparison, Giorno's voice in this game is way younger when contrasted to his other incarnations, and even other JoJos in general. Like, take a listen to this.
なんてことだ。まずいぞ。まだ1時間しか経ってないのに炎が。なんてことだ。
These days, it feels like a weird choice for the character, though it makes sense when you remember that Giorno is supposed to be canonically 15 years old. Yeah, that's something we seem to forget about these characters a lot. They may not look it, but they are young. During the events of Part 3, Jotaro is supposed to be a 17-year-old high schooler. Like, what? Normally, I'd just say suspension of disbelief, or, you know, it's just his art style, but there's gotta be a limit to that, right? I know that puberty can sometimes hit kids like a truck, but it hit Jotaro like a minivan. No, not a minivan, like a bus or a train. But I digress. I'm getting a bit off topic. Back to Blonde Boy. This interpretation of Giorno was actually voiced by a rather well-known Japanese voice actress, Romy Park. And in a strange twist of fate, she would go on to voice another blonde-haired 15-year-old protagonist, Edward freaking Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. Imagine being typecast as the coolest fucking characters imaginable. What the hell? Now, I personally haven't played the game myself as of the making of this video, I just haven't had the time, but I've heard from some friends that it can get fairly difficult, especially later on. You may wonder how exactly my friends could have played this game properly at all, especially when they don't know Japanese and the game wasn't released outside of Japan, and well, the explanation is actually something pretty exciting. As I said before, this game was never officially translated into English. It had a planned release in Western territories for quite a while, but nothing ended up coming from it for whatever reason. But, just like other things in this community, that didn't stop fans from doing it themselves. This is super cool. Back in 2018, the fan translation group JoJo's Colored Adventure released a full English translation patch for the original game. This was done in collaboration with Joey JoJo's Wacky Trip and fully retranslates the entirety of the game's content into English for Western fans to enjoy. It's fairly rare for fan projects of this high a quality to exist, nevertheless be finished at all, so this is really cool. If what I've talked about the game so far was striking to you in any way, you can find the English patch floating around online to try it for yourself. I freaking love stuff like this. It just goes to show that fans are capable of so much. I just love it. I love it. Unzips Dick. Unzips Dick is a meme image showcasing Bruno Bucciolati from Part 5 making a suggestive face, more often than not used as a reaction post to something else. Bruno is well known for his stand Sticky Fingers, which has the ability to place zippers on various objects and appendages. So, of course, shitposters took that and just kinda ran with it. I think it's one of those memes that has a weird implication on purpose. When you look at it initially, you could assume that it means he's just unzipping his pants, but I'm a much bigger fan of the other potential context where he gets so horny that he zips his own dick off. From what I can gather, the text of the meme has its origins tracing back to 4chan, with it originally coming from an anonymous user posting a comment that read, "Feed on this, unzips dick." People found this strange post pretty amusing, eventually shortening the phrase to just unzips dick and pairing it with Bucciolati from JoJo for reasons stated earlier. Another meme to add to the ever-growing collection, quality notwithstanding. Clamp in Wonderland. Alright, this is one of my favorite ones on here, no joke. Clamp is an all-female Japanese manga artist group that formed in the mid-1980s. You may not know their name particularly, but you've probably seen their work before, as they're most well known for the creation of Cardcaptor Sakura and developing the designs for the anime Code Geass. Back in 1994, the group had put together an event to help advertise their fan-created content in doujinshi, which was called Clamp in Wonderland. For anyone potentially uninitiated, doujinshi is a Japanese term used to describe self-published works. In the case of Clamp, this refers to their original manga as well as fan works based on other popular series. Of course, one notable property that the group would tackle in their fan works and would feature in their event was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You can even see it prominently featured in the fanzine cover that I'm showing you right now. Although, I'm unsure as to why Sonic the Hedgehog is there and why he's so small. Joseph doesn't seem to mind though. He looks shockingly unfazed by it. Definitely couldn't be me. If I saw Sonic in real life, I'd lose my shit. The fan work that was included inside of the doujin went under the title of JoJo's Bizarre Married Life. It was an obviously not even close to canon story that chronicled Jotaro Kujo's life after the insane events of Stardust Crusaders finale. Just a few things to note here before we go forward and talk about its story. It's a common misconception that this doujinshi made its premiere during the Clamp in Wonderland event. In reality, it had existed before this, but Clamp in Wonderland is what popularized it and what it's most associated with. Also, despite what the title may have you think, this story doesn't concern Jotaro's actual wife from Part 6, or Jolyne whatsoever. As I said before, this event was held in 1994. Stone Ocean's original manga run started later in 2000. Thus, certain future events aren't referenced or connected in any way. I feel like the best way to think about this story is to view it as a kind of weird alternate history tale that happens after the events of Part 3. Alright, with all that said and done, let's break down the plot of JoJo's Bizarre Married Life. Our story actually begins in Clamp Laboratory number 6, a short printed fanzine which was the 6th and final release of Clamp's zine series under the Clamp Laboratory banner. Clamp in Wonderland would be advertised in the back of this book for the summertime. However, within its glossy pages were the first few chapters of this epic story. After the events of Stardust Crusaders, but somehow paradoxically with all of its protagonists and Dio still alive, guess they all called a truce and decided to play some Mario Kart or something. As it turns out, our main man Kakyoin is forced to sign marriage documents and become a stay-at-home housewife to our main man, Jotaro Kujo. The reason behind this isn't outright stated, but I mean, like, come on man, let's be real. The comic then jumps forward a bit and showcases Kakyoin attempting to make a breakfast for his friends for the very first time, but is sadly then thwarted in his trade wife duties by none other than the murderous vampire Dio Brando, who uses the power of his stand to eat all of the food while time is stopped. I'ma be real, man, I'd use the world for that shit too. His evil is not rewarded, however, as it is revealed after the time stop that all of Kakyoin's food is, in fact, just horrible. Seeing what ingredients he likes to use, I'm not surprised. And this causes Dio to become extremely ill. At some point after this, the Crusaders become very curious when Jotaro and Kakyoin go to bed together, with Joseph taking the initiative to do what is best and definitely not insanely creepy and invasive by using Hermit Purple and a TV set to peek in at them. As is predictable, they all immediately regret their actions once they receive their vision, with Jotaro scolding them all the next day, and Kakyoin rightfully returning to his own house. However, despite the tumultuous hurdles of married life, Kakyoin wakes up in the morning to discover that he has, in fact, laid an egg. Yeah, he laid an egg. Just don't question it. After Kakyoin reveals the egg to his friends and explains what he think happened, they take it surprisingly well, all things considered. When the baby eventually hatches, he is revealed to have a star-shaped birthmark on his shoulder, confirming his destined fate to, also run Dio out of his kitchen at breakfast time. I don't know. They end up naming their child Jota Kujo. Said child then goes to grow at an alarming rate, not unlike that weird animatronic Twilight baby. He actually ends up growing so fast that he's even able to attend school within a week of his freakish hatching. Jealous that his child is a child and gets attention for it, Jotaro decides the best course of action is, for some reason, to fight his baby to the death. However, in doing so, he inadvertently needles Jota into awakening his own stand, which looks like a more chibi-looking version of Star Platinum. Too lazy to offer a suggestion for the stand's name, Polnareff insists that Jotaro is the one to name it. And so, annoyed by this, Jotaro walks to the kitchen, grabbing the first thing he can find, a brand of green dish soap named Charmy Green, which he then names his child's stand after. Yeah, his child's psychic essence is named after Charmy Green dish soap. Great fatherly instincts there, Jotaro. Great dad overall. If you ever have a second kid, you can always name it Downy Ultra Soft. So yeah, now we have the new character, Jota Kujo, and his stand, Charmy Green. After 10 years have passed, Jota is now old enough to go to high school, and ends up becoming the best of pals with Part 4 protagonist Josuke Higashikata. Their friendship crumbles, however, when Josuke congratulates Jotaro and Kakyoin on their marriage, because Jota resents his father for the one time he tried to square him up, which, yeah, you know, makes sense. Unfortunately, despite the gripping narrative going on here, this would ultimately be the last we saw of JoJo's Bizarre Married Life. This doesn't mean that Clamp forgot about their strange fanfiction, however, as it would also again be referenced in the Clamp in Wonderland series of music videos produced by Studio Madhouse. Yes, you heard me right, Studio Madhouse. The studio who made such bangers as Perfect Blue, Trigun, Black Lagoon, Death Note, Paprika, Wolf Children, Parasite the Maxim, One Punch Man, and even the 2011 Hunter x Hunter anime. They collaborated with Clamp to produce promotional music videos for the Clamp in Wonderland event. It featured characters from their previous works, stretching from 1989 to 1994, with a later sequel featuring even more Clamp characters going all the way up until 2006. Both of these were released on DVD on October 26, 2007, as Clamp in Wonderland 1 and 2, 1989 to 2006. The first music video even features Jota and Charmy Green from JoJo's Bizarre Married Life, as well as an older Jota right here before the credits roll. It's kinda bizarre to think about how Studio Madhouse animated a JoJo fanfiction character before the JoJo series itself got an official, full anime adaptation. This would be the last time that we ever saw Jota in any sort of media created by Clamp, so with that, I have to say, we'll miss you, Jota Kujo. Gone, but never forgotten. As if anyone could forget the weird egg baby. Traitor Fugo. Hanakata Fugo of JoJo Part 5, Golden Wind, is quite the interesting fellow indeed. Part of our main gang of Passion, his presence is often widely discussed because of his eventual and somewhat anticlimactic departure from the story. However, did you know that this parting of ways was as uneventful as it was for a reason? You see, apparently, in Araki's initial drafts for Part 5, Fugo was originally going to stay with the group, but be revealed later on as a spy working for the boss Diavolo. This would then eventually lead to a fight between him and his former friends. This obviously didn't end up happening though, leading many to speculate on why these plans never came to fruition. Some have even falsely claimed that Araki wrote him out of the story because he had believed that Fugo's stand, Purple Haze, was much too powerful to be defeated, and for whatever reason, couldn't think of a satisfying way for the gang to overcome him in battle. While this may be an interesting theory, that's kinda all it is. A baseless theory that originated in the community via hearsay. I see this specific tidbit tossed around a lot on social media and Reddit, and yeah, I do understand that it sounds kind of realistic, but if you look a bit deeper, there's no sources to back it up whatsoever. It's just not real. However, contrary to the previous claims, there is indeed an actual confirmed explanation as to Fugo's weird treatment within the story. It all stems from Araki's headspace at the time, and is best elaborated on in a direct quote from the man himself, included in one of the volume releases. There was one part in this 5th series I absolutely had to delete. An episode I couldn't write at all. In my head, the story went that between Mista, Narancia, Fugo, and Abakio, there would be a spy working for the boss. At first, I decided this traitor to be Fugo, but I couldn't do it. My state of mind was so dark that the stories I wrote were becoming more and more evil. But in my heart, I was starting to hate this behavior as time passed. My heart broke just thinking about how Bucciarati would feel. I absolutely can't understand betrayal from a trusted friend, and this is why just thinking about it physically hurt me. Maybe Giorno would have had to kill Fugo then, and I'm sure that this would have given a really bad impression to my youngest readers. Araki explained further that at the time of writing Part 5, he was hitting a personal rough patch in life due to certain personal matters. We aren't sure exactly what he was going through at the time, but we can guess it was fairly bad for his mental health, and he couldn't bear the idea of pitting his favorite characters against each other in the way he initially planned. Much like the fans, he viewed the main squad of Part 5 as a group of tight-knit friends, and possibly even a found family. Ditching this original plotline may not have been the best move narratively in the long run, but it was a move that Araki felt he personally needed to make, for himself and for the readers that he feared would get the wrong sort of message from his work. Now, of course, you can hate the guy all you want for this decision, but at the end of the day, it's his story, and it's moments like these that show me that he needed JoJo just as much as his readers did. Okay, so at this point, you can probably understand that this series is getting longer and longer. We are around 50 pages into my overall script right now, and if you didn't know, the script is ever expanding. It's at 150 pages right now, but by the time I end this, it's probably going to be much longer. So, I want to get this done within my lifetime, so from now on, occasionally, there's going to be a guest narrator. Some of them will be professional grade A voice actors, some of them will be video essayists I found online that I really like the work of, and some of them are just gonna be a couple of my friends who wanted to jump in on the fun. This first one though, I'm really excited about for obvious reasons. Kira Buckland, the official English dub voice actor behind Stone Ocean's Jolyne Cujo, was gracious enough to drop by and talk about some trivia on the next entry for me, while I get the chance to lay down. Yeah, bet you weren't expecting me to pull that out of my back pocket, huh? Or maybe you did. It's fairly well known online that Kira loves JoJo, so she was super down to be a part of this, which I massively appreciate, as you probably understand. Anyway, she'll be talking about the child version of Jolyne from the Eyes of Heaven video game. Take it away, Kira. Like I said, I'm going to go lay down now.
In the PS3 and PS4 JoJo video game, Eyes of Heaven, the story mode's ending features a new, original, but non-canon timeline with several changes that serve as fan service for the series itself. For example, fan-favorite characters who had previously died, like Noriaki Kakyoin, Mohammed Avdol, and Iggy, are still alive. Additionally, Will Zeppeli survives to the original fight with Dio, Caesar survives to fight with Joseph, Shigechi and Kosaku Kawajiri both survive to continue living in Morio, all members of Bucciarati's team survive to lead Passione with Giorno, and Jolyne is shown together with Hermes, Emporio, Anasui, Weather Report, and Jotaro, who is getting on in age. It even shows off some small alterations to the end of parts 7 and 8 if you're fans of those as well. Most crucially, however, Jotaro finally decides to be a good dad for once, and ends up bringing a child Jolyne to Morio during the events of part 4, complete with her own unique model, design, and voice actor. This is the only time we ever get to see Jolyne as a child, and although we never get to see her face in-game, it can actually be seen on the model when ripped from its data.
My favorite thing about this scene in Eyes of Heaven with Kid Jolyne and Morio is that it actually went on to inspire a lot of different fan works based on Jolyne interacting with the Morio gang. Seeing a younger, happier version of Jolyne interacting with her great uncle Josuke is just the most wholesome content I could ever ask for. We love to see it. Baoh the Visitor. While Araki is no stranger to creative ventures before and after JoJo, one of his most remembered nowadays is a manga called Baoh. Published from 1984 to 1985, Baoh was collected into 2 volumes and later adapted into a single episode OVA by Studio Period in 1989. The series revolved around 17-year-old Ikuro Hashizawa, who is turned into the superhumanly strong bioweapon named Baoh by the Duress Laboratory. Escaping with the help of a 9-year-old psychic girl named Sumire, he must fend off various assassins and monsters who are sent to kill him by Professor Kasuminome, Duress' head scientist who wants to stop the Baoh virus from spreading and infecting the entire world. Quick fun fact I learned from the original Iceberg creator, Morgan, while writing this: the word Duress in Duress Laboratory is actually just the Japanese word for dress, because they cover things up. Like how dresses, clothes, cover things up. Fucking genius. Baoh's manga ended up getting licensed for a monthly chapter-by-chapter release in English by Viz Media in 1990, but sales were extremely low, taking until 1995 to be released in a collected graphic novel format. Likewise, the OVA was licensed for an English DVD release by Anime Ego in 2000, and would end up releasing in the following year. Series protagonist Ikuro would eventually find his way into the JoJo fighting game, All-Star Battle, as a DLC character in his Baoh form, and then he would end up being re-included in the definitive version of the game, All-Star Battle R, as a part of the base roster. Baoh has also made a few cameo appearances in the JoJo anime as well. Like I talked about earlier on this iceberg, in the first episode of Battle Tendency, you can see a younger Jorge Joestar reading Baoh on Speedwagon's plane in the flashback scene. Baoh can also be spotted during one of the ending sequences for the Part 4 anime as a book on Rohan Kashibe's shelf. The funny thing is, if Baoh were just a little more popular, we could have seen an earlier release of JoJo in the West too, as Viz was apparently considering that idea. They ran a blurb advertising it in their newsletter, but due to the flop of their release of Baoh, such ambitions never materialized. You know what? Why don't we talk about that too? That's pretty important. For this next bit, I'm gonna hand over the mic to my co-writer Marcy, otherwise known as NezumiVA.
The Strange Adventures of JoJo. As it turns out, JoJo's manga could have hit Western shores as early as 1990, and we have Baoh to thank for that not being the case. You see, back when they were publishing single-issue translations of Baoh, an author interview with Araki was published in the back of its first issue. In his author blurb, JoJo is mentioned under the name The Strange Adventures of JoJo, and this same title was again mentioned in their promotional newsletter at the time called Viz In. However, as previously mentioned, Baoh did not sell very well for the company, which delayed its own release into a compiled volume for 5 whole years. This effectively meant that the plan was shelved until further notice. The prospect did come back up again in 2002, with discussions starting up about potentially publishing JoJo as a monthly comic series, but these talks didn't last long either, as the market for monthly manga floppies, as they were then called, was in the midst of an obvious collapse at the time. Viz tried to hold on to this format for a while, with even some of their most promising titles like Neon Genesis Evangelion receiving similar treatment, but eventually they shifted all their priorities to volume releases, as they're generally known for today, and JoJo was first published under their banner in English in 2005 with the first volume release of Stardust Crusaders.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Re-Edited. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Re-Edited is, well, a re-edited version of the JoJo anime. It's a series of compilations that attempts to shorten the plots of parts 1 and 2 into 3 separate pseudo-films. Being released between the anime adaptations of Battle Tendency and Stardust Crusaders, it's probably safe to say that this was done in an attempt to lower the bar of entry a bit for the show. The Stand era of JoJo is a lot more iconic overall than the Hamon era, and with part 3 on its way to the small screen, this highlight series was probably created to quickly catch people up who weren't interested in the first season but wanted to jump in for the latest one. While we have discussed before how JoJo parts can be enjoyed in isolation, despite being a kind of soft reboot, Part 3 in particular does expect viewers to have certain prior knowledge and context of past events. Many aspects in the series just don't hold the same narrative weight without a firm understanding of who Dio is or the crazy events of Part 2 that give Joseph's character far more depth than he would have otherwise. Also, I should clarify that this isn't me trying to shit on Phantom Blood or Battle Tendency for whatever reason. In fact, Part 2 is one of my favorite arcs in the entire series. I'm simply stating how this was probably the mindset behind making these compilations in the first place. The only place that you can legally watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure re-edited online, in the United States at least, is through the streaming service Crunchyroll. Upon discovering these for the first time a while ago, I was under the false impression that these things were made for Crunchyroll exclusively, like I'm sure many others were, but this is not the case. From what I've come to understand, this was an actual official release in Japan, and it even came in its own box set with plenty of extra features like exclusive radio interviews among other things. With how big of a deal this set seems to be, I'm sure you may be wondering if JoJo Re-Edited could function as a proper substitution for watching the original cut of the anime's first season. And to that I answer, probably not. At least for me personally, that's what I think. While I myself have not watched the recut in full, judging by scattered fan reactions online, I would personally just recommend people watch the original show. Especially if they're first-timers, like especially that. The re-edit cuts out nearly 7.5 hours of content from the original anime. And given that parts 1 and 2 are the shortest animated arcs of like all of them, that ends up accounting for a lot of shit. Plus, they already move the fastest story-wise compared to the rest of the series. I just don't personally see how you could cut it down even more without giving viewers constant whiplash. However, I can't control you and you can do whatever you want. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Though I will say that on the contrary, this could could be a fun way to maybe re-watch the series for veteran fans, or maybe those who have already read the entire manga. Even I can admit that certain parts of Phantom Blood can definitely drag a bit on multiple viewings, so maybe a recut version of the show could make for a more interesting revisit if that's something that you're interested in. So in short, based on my opinion, for new people, I would just recommend watching the original show. For JoJo veterans like myself, maybe check this out. It might be something cool and new. Listen, all I'm trying to say is that this clearly is not no Snyder cut, but hey, if it works, it works. I don't judge. Hey, next up, we got another guest entry, this time from Kaiser Neko of Team 4-Star. He'll be talking about the well-known fan celebrations that were JoJo Fridays, or in specific, the It's Finally Friday meme format.
JoJo Friday should be recognized as a national weekly holiday, and this meme is a testament to that. It's Finally Friday is a Stardust Crusaders meme that was first popularized on Tumblr, featuring a segment from the manga of Joseph, Polnareff, and Jotaro remarking on how the current day is Friday. Not to ruin the magic or anything, but the text present here is actually edited from the original page. The initial dialogue depicts the group reflecting on their long journey to Egypt, and even features Kakyoin and Avdol further down the page. Kinda sad our boys didn't get included here. The question is, for what purpose was the text edited? Well, that's where the JoJo Fridays come to play that I mentioned earlier. Back in my day, whenever a fresh new season of the JoJo anime was broadcast, episodes would premiere every Friday. We've all seen tons of people online getting hyped each week for episode drops, spreading the excitement for the legendary JoJo Fridays. Sadly, the meme has become a relic of its time, as JoJo is currently in the hands of Netflix, who releases a group of episodes in a batch-style format sporadically. Thankfully, even without its original context, the meme has been repurposed and remixed for other Friday-based events countless times, so I don't see its relevance fading anytime soon. Viva la JoJo Fridays! Forever in our hearts!
Super Famicom Part 3 game. So far, we've talked about video games a lot on this iceberg, and no doubt we'll definitely talk about more in the future, but JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for the Super Famicom is a special case. This was the very first of its kind. You heard me right, this was the very first playable version of any JoJo property, and it was interesting, to say the least. Releasing exclusively in Japan on March 5th of 1993, JoJo for the SNES was a full-fledged RPG adapting the plot of Part 3's Stardust Crusaders. I guess you could say it was a very bizarre RPG. I'm gonna put a bullet through my skull. From all the footage I've seen, it seems like this is a weird fusion of a few different genres of games, mainly a turn-based RPG with a point-and-click adventure game element. It's weird. It has some aspects of exploration, but it's also tied to a two-dimensional plane for movement, which makes it a bit confusing to get around and remember where your character is in a given level. The battles are fairly animated though, with each major character getting custom art and unique attacks that fly right at the screen. I know that there were plenty of games with a similar battle system to this at the time, but the most direct comparison I can draw is to Earthbound, otherwise known as Mother 2, mostly because of the cinematic feeling of the black bars present at the top and the bottom of the screen. I don't know why, but when video games are put into a letterbox, my monkey brain is just like, oh, cinematic! Something I found fairly unique is the talk option during battles. This command allows for a given character to say a line straight from the original manga, which either gives bonuses to your party or causes negative effects for the enemy. Also, and I love this, since the developers had to gamify aspects of Part 3's story, Jotaro needs to equip a special hat in order to properly stop time in battle. Yes, you have heard me correctly, Jotaro has a secret time-stopping hat. The World and Star Platinum are not similar stands, Jotaro just wears a cool hat and time stops. I mean, this whole thing is kind of an enigma already. I don't even know how this works. Where does his hat stop and his hair begin? I don't understand. Actually, you know what? Getting a bit off track. Let's just get back to the game. Now, odds are you may be curious as to why the gameplay on screen for a Japan-only game is transcribed in fluent English. And that's because in 2013, the game received a fan-made English patch, allowing Westerners to play it in full for the first time. The translation was created by retro game localizer Gideon G, and upon first writing the script, I had no idea who this guy was. But of course, this entire iceberg has led me down a research rabbit hole that I cannot escape from, so I looked into him. And I know it's not super directly related to JoJo, but I want to take a quick tangent to talk about this guy's work because it's super interesting to me. Gideon is proficient in the localization of video games, specifically classic titles, and is known for creating fan translations on the side of foreign retro games for his website, Aeon Genesis. Created in 1999 and still running to this very day, the site is a loose community of fans with a passion for games never released in English. As the creator of the page, Gideon has stuck with it for over 20 plus years as people have come and gone, and that's some serious dedication. And while his most recent update was in March of 2021, he's still on Twitter, he's still going strong, and I love it. So if you're a fan of niche game translations, I would definitely go over and check out aeongenesis.net. It seems like this place is a hidden gold mine for that. However, just in case the site is down for whatever reason, I suggest following his Twitter as well, @GideonG. And don't fucking annoy him. I know that asking you guys to not do something is detrimental to what I want you to do, but just don't fucking annoy people. I just want to reiterate, I'm not being paid to say this or anything. He does not know who I am. I'm just a fan of people who work on stuff like this. I like it. Okay, now back to JoJo. Female Anasui and character redesigns. Before we get into this, I have to break a couple of things down just so that we get the full picture of this. There are many fans online that believe that Anasui, or Anastasia, was originally intended to be a female character. How do we know this? Was it revealed in some concept art or Araki interview? No, he was literally introduced like this. Yeah. Obviously, you may be able to point out some differences between the original design and the final one, but you know, just a few. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is no stranger when it comes to drastic redesigns of its cast throughout the original manga. One of the most infamous examples of this being the character Toshikazu Hazamada from Diamond is Unbreakable. Originally, Hazamada is shown to be of a height similar to that of other characters like Josuke and Okuyasu, as well as having a fairly normal-looking school uniform. In contrast to this, his later design in the manga showcases him being much shorter than previously shown, with a shorter stature more akin to characters like Koichi Hirose. Additionally, his uniform now sports prominent belts and buckles strapped across his chest. It's never been made clear if this shift in design was intentional by Araki himself or just a natural alteration over time, but a few people have had some theories that it could be the former, that Araki intended this to be the case. It's me. I'm people. Hazamada isn't alone in this change either. Another Part 4 character goes through a transformation in design that very much parallels him in more ways than one, Tamami Kobayashi. While he may have been introduced to the story before Hazamada, Tamami goes through the same change in design by the end of his initial storyline, from a tall build to a much shorter one. This shift in design goes unexplained, but I have a theory why this might happen due to how their stories and narrative both play out. Something we haven't talked about quite yet is how both of these characters are introduced. They both originate as intimidating antagonists at the start of each of their respective arcs, although by the end of the two, they've both been defeated and seemingly changed their dispositions entirely. By the end, they both become more reformed, and are staged as allies to the main protagonists going forward. Well, I mean, as close as you can call allies. Tamami is scared shitless of Koichi, but basically, they've seemingly changed in not just design, but their attitude and how they overall act. My guess is that not only were these drastic design changes intentional in the source material, but I think Araki drastically changed them visually to better reflect the directions of their characters. If that comes off a bit confusing, and I totally get if that's the case, let me further explain myself. We often gloss over it, but manga is not solely a written medium like a standard novel. It's also a visual one. I firmly believe that Araki didn't just overhaul these characters' looks entirely, but changed their designs to reflect the narrative progression of the story, their motivation, and how other characters now see them. At the start, he wanted them to look big and intimidating. They were positioned as antagonists, but after they were defeated and underwent significant development, they became allies. They stopped being scary, and he wanted their looks to reflect that. Now, they're smaller in size, make big, goofy faces, and in general, seem a lot more likable to readers because of that. And in that way, I think Araki combines a sense of narrative progression that every story should have with a sort of visual progression. From bad to good, tall to short, these are the changes that are happening in both story and looks. That is why I think it's all on purpose. Now, it could be argued that this isn't the case and that this is just another example of Araki's art style developing over time, but with these two characters in particular, I don't quite believe that. Araki's art style has changed fairly drastically throughout his career, I'll give you that, but this development happened over years and years of writing. The change in these character designs happened within a single storyline, and in some cases, a couple of pages. The switch of these characters isn't artistic evolution, it's purposeful change. At least, that's my personal theory. And that brings us all the way back to Anasui. I know this might seem like a stretch, but I think his design change is indicative of something about his character, just like the others that I've just discussed. This isn't me assuming anything based on hearsay either. This might actually be confirmed by the creator himself for once. In 2019, Araki was invited as a guest to an event called Lucca Comics and Games in Italy. It's one of the largest annual comic book and gaming conventions in the world, and Araki held a few interviews talking about himself, JoJo, and his personal interest in the country the convention took place in. It was during one of these interviews that Araki had officially addressed various fans' concerns about Anasui, with one person asking him directly, "What was the reason you initially drew Anasui as a woman in Stone Ocean?" His answer was very enlightening. Well, at the time, I wanted to portray a character with an androgynous image that went beyond the standard definition of genders, and thought that it'd be alright for a magazine aimed at boys. Yes, that's the image I had in my mind back then. I believe that the inclusion of this original design was purposeful, just like the others were. That this fluctuation between feminine and masculine traits was supposed to visually communicate the androgyny of his character in an immediate, obvious, and visual way, instead of just through something more surface level, like a verbal description. This is even further backed up by Foo Fighters, as upon their introduction to him, they go on to question if Anasui is a man or not. Araki isn't just a writer, he's an artist, and he tries to use these obvious design differences to communicate details about a character beyond just words on a page. It seems that Araki wanted to confuse his readers just as much as Foo Fighters. And given that this is still a widely discussed topic in the fandom, I guess that he succeeded. Well, that, or I could be reaching. You decide in the comments section below. Again, this is all my personal theory. It could be wrong, and I recognize that stuff like the anime directly conflicts with this viewpoint. Eventually, like we're all aware of by now, the manga was adapted into a made-for-TV anime by David Production. These sorts of design quirks were obviously not included. The designs used throughout were the more recent ones, more consistent and never changed. Though I feel like this is more about TV production than it is about my theory's validity. Let me just quickly explain that. If you're familiar with the profession of art and animation, you may be aware of the practice of staying on model. This sort of thing is mostly done in animated film and television shows, and normally consists of the crew working on said project to keep the characters in it looking the same or similar throughout. It's all about holding a certain amount of consistency and always showing the characters on screen in the same way so that a viewer can clearly keep following along. A production will, most of the time, even create things called model sheets to help them better keep track of how all characters are supposed to look. Not only in design, but the colors that they use too. Now, there are for sure exceptions to this rule, like the purposeful changing of the size and perspective of a given character to communicate something to the viewer. However, in reference to this, the concept of what is and isn't on purpose is something important to note. I think that during the development of the anime, these design aspects I've shown in the manga were seen as non-purposeful, and that they were, as I said, simply a natural evolution of Araki's art style and design aspects, instead of an important piece of visual information that he originally intended. David Production tends to pick out very specific styles of Araki's art to reproduce on screen when starting production on each new part of the show. I like this because it gives the show its own unique flavor compared to other anime of the same type. That's why in the anime, characters like Josuke always look the same, consistent throughout. While in the manga, the way he's drawn slowly changes over time with other characters as the way Araki draws changes naturally. Despite Hazamada having two clear designs, the team working on the show only went with what they thought was the definitive version, much like Josuke. This is a totally valid choice and works best for consistency, but if the change in design was done intentionally in the original source material like I've theorized, the anime adaptation is now lacking an aspect that is only unique to the manga. This same production method was applied to Anasui as well in the more recent Stone Ocean anime. Upon his first introduction, he is now sporting his more masculine look by default, instead of his more feminine version like in the manga. You wouldn't be wrong in assuming that Araki has a mostly limited input on certain aspects of the anime, but it was actually confirmed that he did offer up the idea of including the feminine appearance initially like in the original manga, but for some reason David Pro didn't end up using it regardless. With that in mind especially, it does seem like it was a conscious choice for the crew to not adapt this into the show, due to the fear that some viewers would probably be confused by the design change, which, as much as it pains me to say, may have been the correct move, as I can very much see situations in which viewers might be confused as to the changes. In any case, Anasui is epic. Pledge allegiance to the flag, motherfucker! This entry contains spoilers for Part 6 Stone Ocean, so if you haven't seen the anime or read the manga, then skip to this timestamp here if you want to, be unspoiled. Okay, we all good? We all good. Okay, let's get into this. Giorno in Part 6. Some people theorize that Part 6 Stone Ocean was supposed to have a completely different ending from what it would eventually end up becoming. It's unclear if this was ever supposed to be the case in actuality, but what is obvious is that many fans are desperate for it since the official ending to Stone Ocean was, less than loved by the fan base. I think that that's a trend with endings of JoJo parts. Either they hit 100% or they miss 100%. I feel like there's no in between. This anticlimactic conclusion of Stone Ocean hit even harder since this would be one of the last times we ever saw the original JoJo continuity, outside of a few spin-offs. Before Part 7 came out and rebooted the entire franchise, this wasn't just the ending of Stone Ocean. It was the ending of JoJo as we knew it. Some people believe that Part 6 had a bad reception at the time due to it having the first and only female protagonist in the entire series, and never mind it being a shonen, and that the decision to fully end JoJo was based off of that poor reception. But whenever people say that, it doesn't seem to actually be based in fact. There's no real proof that this was ever the case. In my humble opinion, I just kind of think that Araki just wanted to end it and move on, at least, at the time. But regardless, quite a few people hated the ending and attempted to cling on to whatever sort of alternative interpretation that they could, in a last-ditch effort to try and imagine what could have been. Giorno being possibly included in Part 6 is one of those predicted interpretations, and there's even a bit of evidence that could support this being the case. During the publication of the original manga, various characters would get write-ups by Araki in the form of prison privilege cards scattered occasionally throughout volumes. These little text blurbs included interesting bonus information about the characters, but much like the stand wheels included in Part 3 onward to showcase their stats, they were additional info and not needed to fully understand the story, simply there for just flair. The reason I bring them up in spite of this though, is that one edition seems to notably hint towards Giorno's potential inclusion. In the passage giving info on the stand user Raikiel, Giorno is mentioned by name near the end of the write-up. In particular, it references how, much like Raikiel, Giorno is also one of Dio's illegitimate children. Giorno Giovanna is also a son of Dio, but then why was he not drawn to the priest as well? This is a mystery, but perhaps he is already somewhere in Florida. It's extremely rare for Araki to bring back or mention older characters in such a specific and direct way, especially when it comes to major plot points. In this case, how Dio's children seem to be drawn to Pucci, much like how stand users are drawn to other stand users. This bit of extra material can be interpreted in two separate ways. The most commonly held meaning behind its inclusion is that Giorno was indeed intended to appear during Stone Ocean's final act. This would have been very cool. And even if it hadn't affected the overall ending, it would have been awesome to see Giorno interacting directly with other protagonists like Jotaro and Jolyne, among other things. Plus, having a fight between Maid in Heaven and Gold Experience Requiem would have made my brain explode. The second interpretation of this text entry, and the far less exciting one, is that it was included as an explanation as to why Giorno wasn't around for the events of Stone Ocean. Over time, Araki has made it very clear that he doesn't like bringing back too many characters in future parts, unless they have direct ties to the story or could add to it in any significant and satisfactory way. While he may have wanted to expand more on Dio's legacy comparatively to the Joestars, he may not have been interested in including Giorno, either because Araki felt he didn't fit the story he wanted to tell, or that he was too overpowered to make for an interesting addition. Given the way that the text is worded, I'm more likely to believe that this interpretation was the case. The wording on it is just a bit too vague to make any sort of grand assumption. To me, this short explanation feels like just that. An explanation as to why Giorno might not be around during these events. It kind of feels like Araki was aware of fan expectations at the time and wanted to address them while still leaving the door open just a little bit. Quick correction I just want to put forward really quick, but these prison cards were actually not included in the original publication of the manga in Shonen Jump. They were actually included later in the volume releases in between chapters as like kind of just little extra filler things. Knowing this now makes me really believe that Araki was just trying to satiate fans that were questioning why Giorno wasn't there, because I feel like at the time he probably wasn't even thinking about it, but he probably got letters or people asking him what the deal was, so he felt the need to at least clarify later on that, oh yeah, he might be there. I mean, he might be, who knows? Anyway, now for something completely different. Another guest entry. If you're familiar with my channel at all, you'll know Mikey. He's a good friend of mine. He goes by Binjo Monkey, he's really cool. And for his subject, he is going to talk about Diesel. So hope you enjoy.
Many of us are inspired by the things we love, and JoJo has never been an exception for many creatives. It's the reason why calling random things a JoJo reference has become such an ubiquitous meme in the first place, after all. However, sometimes the line between loving homage and strange plagiarism can become a bit fraught and blurry indeed. Nowhere else is this clearer than Diesel, an American comic book by Joe Welchins, published in April of 1997 by Antarctic Press. While this comic basically flew under the radar for the most part at the time, interest was reinvigorated when it was rediscovered in 2016, and found to be heavily influenced by JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The plot revolves around lead character Thomas Tom Diesel, who uses his stand called Metahammer to fight his battles, one of which is with a blind blood-themed stand user, who locates his victims by sound. While a lot of details get mixed in, rearranged, or otherwise completely changed, it should be pretty obvious to anyone who's read or watched Part 3 that the whole thing is a loose adaptation of the Endul story arc. After receiving its boost in notoriety in 2016, a Reddit user named RadSuit, who was familiar with the publisher, reached out to seek more information from the company's office manager, Doug Delin. Delin told RadSuit that Diesel's author, Joe Welchins, had received a fan-subbed copy of the original Stardust Crusaders OVA at some point, and was so impressed by the story that he wanted to introduce American readers to JoJo on a wider scale. However, because Antarctic would not be able to obtain the localization rights for the actual series, he worked on producing Diesel as an Americanized version of the story. This plan failed, leading to only a single issue of the potential series being published. Since then, Welchins eventually became editor-in-chief of Antarctic Press, and now also works as a colorist for Marvel Comics.
Honestly, while Welchins' plan was kinda dubious to begin with, I can kinda see where he was coming from. If I watched a little bit of JoJo back then and I realized that it hadn't made its way to the States yet, I would try in any way possible to get that story over here for people to enjoy. I maybe wouldn't make a rip-off comic based on the story, but I would definitely want to spread the word about this really fun series. Thankfully though, as we all know with the massive anime boom over in America, this story would eventually make it to the West anyway. So thankfully, Diesel will always be this little fun footnote in the history of the series. Well, honestly, I don't know if fun is the right word, but it's definitely a footnote.
Dad, you were never there for me growing up! Son? My name's Jeff! Dad!
Primo Mafioso. The official English dub and localization of JoJo is known for its various changes of the source material when it comes to names. I talked about the practice in length during my Part 1 retrospective, so I'll try not to repeat myself too much here, though usually these changes are in respect to the various musical references sprinkled throughout the show, although the subject of this section isn't really related to that at all. In the original Japanese translation of Part 5, Giorno iconically proclaims that he wants to become a gang star. You know, it's like a gangster, but also a star. To my knowledge, it's never exactly been explained what a gang star is, but it sounds so stupid that I kinda love it. Other people agree with me on this because everyone has just sort of adopted the phrase like it makes sense and isn't just completely made up. However, when the English dub for Golden Wind was produced, the word gangstar was seemingly replaced by the term Primo Mafioso. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that this change was made to more correctly refer to what Giorno was trying to say and maybe to put a more accurate Italian spin on the phrase, but that isn't the case. Like, at all. According to several Italian-speaking fans, the term Primo Mafioso makes even less sense than the original and doesn't even work in Italian. So I'm unsure as to why this change was even necessary. I'll be real with you right now, I'm kinda sad they didn't just stick with Gangstar. Just because, you know, both terms make no sense at all, but Gangstar just sounds cooler. And based on the public outcry I've seen over this online, I think a lot of people agree with this. At the end of the day though, it don't matter. None of this matters. One commenter actually made me aware that the term gangstar was actually used as the name for an American hip-hop group. They were also called Gangstar, so this might just be another case of a musical reference being changed when it comes to the English dub. Mobile Gacha Games. So far, I've gotten the opportunity to talk about a good chunk of JoJo games for this iceberg. They've all been stuff that I think are super cool and encourage you to check out for yourself. These, though, I don't really care nearly as much for. Gacha games. Everyone loves them, except me. I don't. They're mostly free video games that often revolve around digital collectibles, similar to that of a toy vending machine. The catch is that you can either use in-game currency to collect them, or out-of-game currency, like your savings. They're video games aimed at slowly draining your wallet. Most of them are designed so that you're encouraged to pay actual money. Not all of them, but most. They can be very predatory to consumers, and if you don't believe me, most of the highest grossing mobile games are of this genre. So of course, with JoJo being as big of a brand as it is, it's had its fair share of gacha-based games. 3 notable examples to be exact, all developed by Bandai Namco Entertainment, my mans. For this section, I'm gonna take a brief look at each of these games, but bear with me, I'm not too familiar on the format since I personally don't really enjoy it. I would normally tell you to avoid these like the plague if you plan on trying to save money, but 1, they were never available in English-speaking territories, and 2, all 3 of them have had their servers shut down and are no longer available to play regardless. So in other words, you're safe. For now. JoJo's Pitter Patter Pop. This was a puzzle game developed for smartphones and was released alongside the Part 5 anime adaptation in 2018. Despite having one of the dumbest fucking names of all time, JoJo's Pitter Patter Pop has one of the most unique and aesthetically pleasing art styles I've seen from a JoJo spin-off. While most games attempt to emulate the style of their source material, Pop goes in a completely different direction, instead opting for a more cutesy art style, and I think that's pretty neat. Given that JoJo tends to skew on a much more mature and dark tone, seeing all of these characters as chibis with a much more vibrant color palette is pretty adorable. I also in general just really enjoy this interpretation, especially with the more simplified eyes and the proportions of the characters. Never before has a serial killer looked this adorable. No. The basic gameplay revolves around matching tiles and that's it. Just matching tiles. There's some more to it than that, obviously, but there's only so much you can do to alter a tile matching game at its core. Honestly, the best part about this thing's existence is that even if it isn't around anymore, people were able to rip various art and assets from it and repost them online. They mostly just represent characters and events from parts 1 through 5, but there's plenty there to look through. A lot of these would make for some really great profile pictures or social media banners if you're interested, and they're just a simple Google search away. Also, for some reason, Dyer, of all characters, got unique art and animations here. I have no idea why he was included, but hey, Dyer fans, rejoice! The Thundercross Split Attack continues to be invincible!
Thundercross Split Attack!
Stardust Shooters. Just like the previous, this was another free-to-play game developed for smart devices. However, unlike its contemporaries, it still currently maintains the title of the longest active JoJo mobile game, running for 7 years. This game is JoJo, but with Pogs. If you know what that means, then good for you, because I do not. I'll be honest, I don't really comprehend how this game plays. Even after I watched gameplay and read a description, I had a hard time understanding what I was even looking at. I'm probably just stupid and brain dead after writing so much for this video. I may not be the best person to cover this, but I'm all you got right now, so I'll try my best. From what I can tell, the game is played by equipping medals based on characters from the series and just kinda bumping them into other ones, and then you win. If that wasn't an adequate description, I'm sorry. Like I said, this script has been insane. It's over 100 pages at this point, and I very much want to go home and see my family. Not much is too interesting about this, but again, probably the best thing about this game post-mortem is the sheer amount of high-quality JoJo art it spawned. A lot of it is reused assets from other games and manga, but damn, that key art do be looking fine as hell. Look at those colors and shading, man. Jesus. Oh wait, no, sorry, not you, Jesus. I didn't mean to... You know what, forget it. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Diamond Records. This is probably the most interesting entry on this brief list. Releasing in 2017, this was a free mobile game that focused on 3D action-style gameplay and featured content from the first 5 parts of JoJo. Diamond Records, at least for a mobile game, was fairly impressive on both a visual standpoint and gameplay-wise. It originally focused on a sort of free-roam beat-em-up style of gameplay, wherein you could team up with your favorite characters for various quests and objectives on a variety of levels. I actually remember the buzz surrounding the community when it was first coming out, crossing my fingers and somehow hoping that it gets released in the West. Spoiler alert, it did not. I am in constant pain. And sadly, I would never get the chance to even try out the game because a year later, Bandai Namco made this baffling decision to completely change everything about the game. I'm not exaggerating here, they actually did this. In one of the strangest gameplay updates I've ever seen a video game undergo, in 2018, Diamond Records got a massive overhaul entitled Diamond Records Reversal. This wasn't just a content edition or a small update. This was a complete makeover of the base game. Instead of the free roam combat that many players had enjoyed, everything was now constricted to simplistic turn-based RPG fights. The entire way the game functioned was now totally different, and while progress was transferred over, many character stats and balancing with the new way the game functioned was jank as fuck and people hated it. Just to clarify for a second, I'm not saying that turn-based fights are necessarily bad. I'm just saying that when you buy Minecraft, you don't want to play Pokemon. This is not what people signed up for when they first started playing, and what's worse is that the free roam beat 'em up style game that they actually wanted no longer existed. Instead of making a different game, Bandai Namco just completely changed an existing one, and because of that, Diamond Records went on a downward spiral that eventually ended up killing it. In 2019, it was announced that the game's servers would eventually close down for good, and later that year, they did just that. I have no earthly idea why Bandai Namco thought this was a good idea, but some have labeled it as a quick cash grab, knowing that the new mechanics of the game would push players further to spend more money on it, since the original version of the game wasn't profitable enough as it was. Honestly, one of the sadder endings to one of these games. Though it is worthy of noting, it does seem like there's a fan-made revival in the works that is fittingly called Diamond Records Revival. Currently, you can find a download to the demo of it on itch.io. I played a bit of it on my own time, and while it's a bit rough around the edges and I'm unsure how it stacks up to the original, I'm glad that a project like this exists at all, and I'm always down to support fan efforts like it. It hasn't received any updates in a while, so the creator may have moved on to other things, but if you like what you see, I would check it out. Link can be found in the doobly-doo like all the other stuff I've been linking. Lost Phantom Blood movie. Strap in, folks, because this one is pretty iconic. As has already been mentioned on other parts of this sprawling web of JoJo trivia, Studio APPP once made an OVA series based on Part 3 of JoJo, Stardust Crusaders. This was the only actual anime adaptation of JoJo media, barring some promotional commercials, until the modern anime adaptation by David Production, which would go on to start later in 2012. But did you know that there were actually plans to bring the origins of JoJo to the silver screen far before that of the television screen? Yep, it's true. After fully completing their strangely selective Stardust Crusaders adaptation, Studio APPP set their eyes on the earliest part of JoJo history, Part 1 Phantom Blood. You see, because they had capitalized on the crown jewel of JoJo only a year after its manga run had ended, transitioning into Part 4, they had been seeing some massive success with their OVAs. And that was an encouraging sign that perhaps they could keep the gravy train flowing if they dug into Araki's crazy well a little deeper. And so, in 2007, the Phantom Blood movie was born. Produced as a part of a commemoration for Araki's 25th year of creating manga, it was given a limited Japanese theatrical release starting on February 17th of 2007. Co-produced by Bandai, production took around 3 whole years, and even featured an original theme song titled Voodoo Kingdom, written by the band Sold Out. You may even recognize the band's MC, Diggy Mo, as the singer of the popular third ending song to the original Soul Eater anime, Bakusou Yumeta. In an interesting case, this Soul Eater track, as well as other music produced by Sold Out, would later go on to be reused in popular fan-made JoJo MAD projects that have made the rounds online. To clarify for those unaware, MAD videos are similar to that of AMVs, but instead of using anime as an editing source, MADs instead usually use multimedia content, like manga and other things. Typically, MADs are more so made by Japanese fans and generally originate from the Japanese website Nico Nico Doga. This series of JoJo MADs I'm showcasing here were actually some of the stuff that got me into reading the manga. They're insanely well edited, and I've seen them reposted and shared around a lot, so they're pretty easy to find with a simple YouTube search. What's not so easy to find, however, is the Phantom Blood movie. Yeah, sorry, I got a bit off track there, but hey, we found our way back around. Honestly, a lot of these iceberg subjects are just kind of blurring together for me at this point, so yeah, the film. You see, despite the monumental amount of work put into the Phantom Blood movie, with production materials and advertisements still littering the annals of web history, if you go digging, the film itself was never released officially or unofficially after its initial run in Japanese theaters. It never even hit home video, and the circumstances surrounding this gap in animated JoJo history are frightfully vague, effectively making it lost media. Void Century looking ass. There is a surprisingly scarce amount of footage of this thing available online, even this many years later. There is one major notable instance where people stumbled across some footage, but even then it wasn't much. An actual work print of the film's first 16 minutes was used as course material for a sound design project at the Academy of Art University at some point in time, and was provided to the class by the film's composer. This work print only featured music and no voice acting. This was because, as I said, it had been used for educational purposes, with the students having to add their own sound design as a class project. The reason that we even know about this is that one student who is a part of the class had uploaded their completed assignment to YouTube in 2012, making this the first glimpse of the film that people have had since its theatrical release. Since then, we've gotten a couple of sporadic pieces of footage that have leaked online over the years in form of short clips and trailers, but that's really been it. Despite our inability to watch the film, however, many of its differences when compared to its source material have thankfully been thoroughly documented. And honestly, they're interesting, to say the least. I say interesting a lot in this script, but I have no other words to describe these things. So, for the sake of being thorough, let's go over them in short order. Dio's inner monologue is never shown, so his motives for bullying Jonathan are never clearly conveyed to the audience. The boxing match between Jonathan and Dio, their shared rugby game, and Jonathan's first encounter with his sweetheart, Arena Pendleton, are all omitted. 2 extra scenes are added, one where Dio steps on Jonathan's necklace from Arena, and another where Jonathan hurts himself on a needle Dio places in his bed. There's also a weird bit of added dialogue where Dio asks Arena if she's done it with Jonathan yet. Doing it obviously being a euphemism for, well,
Sex! What? Sex! Ah!
So yeah, let's move on. The concept of Hamon is not really explained, and is instead just treated as fighting energy to level up Jonathan's punches. Not much else is really explained further. Okay, now I'm gonna need you to be sitting down for this next one because it's devastating. The entire character of Robert E.O. Speedwagon is omitted. That's right, our boy Speedweed is completely absent from the plot. Literal revisionist history in motion. Now, to clarify, this isn't to say that he's removed from the movie entirely. He actually still seems to appear in the Ogre Street scene to fight Jonathan, as this scene was shown off in one of the trailers in a very, very brief clip. But apparently, outside of this scene, dude is just kinda gone. He's not really a part of the main story, and that sucks. Honestly, with that in mind, I can totally understand why this is lost media, because who the fuck cares? Bring us the beefcake or don't fucking show up. Alright, so sort of correction here. Turns out Speedwagon really did not show up in the movie at all, not even for a single shot. And the thing that I am talking about that he was shown in was actually the pilot animation for the movie. It's not actually included in the movie, it's just made to kind of like sell the concept. Sorry about that. Turns out we lost more than we thought we did. Fuck! Speedwagon fans can never win anything! Jonathan's fight with Jack the Ripper is omitted. Dio uses his vampire powers to somehow transform his hideout in Wind Knight's lot into a giant castle. Okay then. Dio does not show up to the graveyard to instruct Bruford and Tarkus. The scene where Bruford gives his sword to Jonathan and names it Luck and then Pluck is omitted. While the character of Tonpetty still appears, Poco, Dyer, and Straightso are all absent. Given Straightso's importance later on in Part 2 alongside Speedwagon, it's unclear how they would have handled a Battle Tendency adaptation if that ever came to be. Tonpetty's flashback with Zeppeli now takes place on a cliff, not a tightrope over the Tibetan temple. When Tonpetty reads Zeppeli's future, it causes a shockwave that blows away the clouds. The scene where Jonathan and Zeppeli clash with Dio under the moon takes place after the fights with the Dark Knights instead of before, and is instead now near Dio's castle. The famous "How many breads have you eaten in your entire life" line is omitted. Zeppeli is killed similarly to how Dyer is killed in the manga, and by Dio instead of Tarkus. Zeppeli's hair does not change color when he gives his energy to Jonathan. Jonathan does not light his gloves on fire to fight Dio's freezing technique, but rather powers up to win. The ship that Jonathan and Arena board at the end of the part sails through the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic Ocean, but despite this, Arena is still somehow rescued near the Canary Islands. The baby, Elizabeth, is omitted from the movie, and Arena also enters the coffin without Jonathan saying a single word to persuade her. This omission would have also greatly impacted the story of Battle Tendency if it were ever adapted by the same team. And that pretty much wraps up all the major differences between the film and the manga. I know I said my piece on it earlier, but despite Speedwagon's absence from the movie, the characters of Dario and Wang-chan respectively were actually played by a comedy duo named Speedwagon, composed of Jun Edota and Kazuhiro Ozawa. So in a way, I guess indirectly, Speedwagon is at least referenced in some small fashion. And you know, that's great and all, but this production is still on thin fucking ice. Also, I had no place to bring this up during my talk, so I figure I could just bring it up here. I think the poster for the film has a bit of an error. The pose that Jonathan strikes besides Dio here is actually modeled after one of Joseph's poses from Battle Tendency, and I'm unsure why. Specifically, it's the pose present on the cover of the manga's 8th volume. I don't really know if this was done on purpose or not, but it could easily be a mistake given that Jonathan and Joseph are the most similar looking JoJos design-wise. And I'll be honest, I also made the mistake of mixing the two up once or twice. Due to the very nature and history of this film, it's possible that it might never fully resurface. However, that hasn't stopped people from continuing the search, and even attempting to partially reconstruct it based on footage that has already appeared online. I found this project while I was searching for footage for this section. A couple of years ago, I even tried my hand at doing some English voiceover for one of the leaked scenes. Since a majority of the currently released footage doesn't contain any voice acting and we don't have any semblance of a script, I tried to make my own by referencing both the manga and the modern anime for dialogue. If you want to check it out for whatever reason, you can still pretty easily find it on my channel, but I'll also have it linked properly in the description. My voice acting has definitely aged a bit on this video, but I'm still pretty proud of what I was able to do at the time, especially when coming up with dialogue to match the animation.
Hey! Hey! What was that for? Danny!
Many rumors have circulated about this movie since its tumultuous history was properly documented, with many claiming that the reason it was never released to home video was because Araki himself hated the film. However, no evidence of such a thing being the case actually exists, and it's largely believed to simply be a rumor and nothing more. At some point, I'd like to dive into a more in-depth video essay talking about the movie and its history in specific, so if that's ever something you'd like to see from me, by all means, let me know in the comments on this video or on Twitter. Whether we will ever get to see the Phantom Blood movie resurface in the future is one of the JoJo community's greatest mysteries, and for now, it remains unsolved. I have always wanted to say that, oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down a bit, so here's Marcy to talk about the next entry.
7th Stand User. JoJo and video games are obviously no stranger to each other, but did you know that the same is true of fan games? The 7th Stand User is a game made in RPG Maker 2000 that proves just that. Developed by Clayman and released in 2014 on Mediafire via the project's official Tumblr, the 7th Stand User is heavily based on the events of Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, and allows the player to take control of a new original character. Upon starting the game, you're assigned one of 18 different stands by a mysterious figure named Steel, based on your answers to a personality quiz given to you at the start of the game. From there on, you either join or don't join the Stardust Crusaders in their journey to Egypt to kill Dio. While the game largely follows the source material at first, events will diverge based on your decisions, either for better or worse. While the plot is pretty faithful to the original manga, a lot of things get tossed around in the mix or rearranged, like the role of the Oingo Boingo brothers being greatly reduced, a playable Josuke from Part 4, and an enigmatic terrorist group called the Slaves to Fate. Like many RPGs, the game also has several different endings, with some of them being happier than others. The game contains plenty of other JoJo cameos, fun references, or shoutouts to other things like Final Fantasy or Romancing Saga, and even the opportunity to pull a triple betrayal at the end if you've gotten enough bad karma. There's a lot of experimentation to do here, which is honestly a lot of fun. A fan-made sequel to this fan-made game is also being developed with Clayman's approval, titled The 7th Stand User 2, Fate is Unbreakable, which will apparently feature the cousin of the first game's protagonist and go through the events of JoJo Part 4.
Part 5 Alternate Ending. It's no secret that, for a lot of folks, the ending of Part 5 was a bit contentious. Not only was the final battle and new stand powers introduced the definition of a deus ex machina, but its final moments were certainly much less of a clear-cut conclusion than any other part had received up until that point. And if I could pick a word for it, it would probably be abrupt. Much of the ending felt like it was up to interpretation, which is fine, but not really my cup of tea. Though, of course, where any debate rages concerning the ending of something beloved, many people will give their own takes on what they would have preferred the ending to be like. Some think it just needs that extra bit of spice and flair. But if you think I'm gonna spend time talking about and dissecting well-crafted alternate endings to this story, you must not know me at this point, because instead, we're gonna be talking about one of the most infamous ones. We're talking about this fan-made, non-canon manga page that features Dio Brando, who is inexplicably resurrected, saving his half-son Giorno during his final battle with Diavolo. It's insane. I legit can't tell if it was made in complete sincerity or if it was more of an absurdist joke, but that hasn't stopped people from latching onto it super hard. For some reason, even Diavolo seems to know who Dio is, which of course is interesting. There's a lot to unpack here lore-wise. I'll be honest, hunting down the proper source for this was really difficult. However, I do know for a fact that it was drawn around 9 years ago at the very least, and I think it was drawn by a Japanese fan overseas. The only reason I say that is I'm pretty sure when I first saw this image years ago, the text bubble at the bottom was written originally in Japanese. But for one reason or another, I can no longer find that version. Don't quote me on that, going off of my currently dying brain cells, so yeah. Something I also discovered is that the entire piece is actually a direct reference to this scene from part 6 of Stone Ocean. Initially, this went totally over my head. I never put 2 and 2 together. In retrospect, I feel very stupid. Another thing I learned is that this fan interpretation, despite how hilarious you may find it like I do, is actually surprisingly popular. This source image here is actually the most niche part of its reach. People have recreated it in fan art, anime edits, and even full 3D animations, all of which have a far greater reach than the original artwork, and getting tens of millions of views in total. I'd be pretty shocked if a lot of these didn't end up somehow fooling newer fans of the series in some way. Back when I had first started reading JoJo, even I had to do a double take when I saw this manga version for the first time. At first glance, I was very confused. The fascination that the internet has over this sort of thing isn't unfounded. It's a pretty popular opinion that people felt that Giorno's connection to Dio was pretty cool in theory, but very lacking in practice. Araki didn't really do much with the two's relation in part 5, and we have no idea how Giorno owns a photo of Dio or what Giorno even knows about his father whatsoever. He must have some sort of sentimentality to keep that picture of him in his wallet, but that sort of thing was just never explored or even briefly explained. You can very much tell that it was something that Araki just didn't really want to focus on, but that just made it all the more interesting to his readers. It's just another case of Araki more so focusing on his newer ideas for stories rather than connecting them with the past. You could perceive this as kind of lame, but it's because of choices like this that the JoJo fanbase can just run wild with speculation and theories. Maybe that was even his intent, keeping stuff vague to generate more interest in a new character. I don't know. You can never really gauge where Araki's head is at with his stuff, and I've grown to really enjoy that. Jonathan abused animals. While it is true that Dio is the one that is most well known for putting poor Jorge Joestar through torment, having literally burned him alive, did you know that our pure boy Jonathan isn't without his own criminal record in the world of animal mishandling? Why did that sound like a Dora the Explorer episode? Did you know that our pure boy Jonathan isn't without his own criminal record in the world of animal mishandling? Good. Yes, indeed. In the original Phantom Blood manga, we get to see a bit of their budding relationship when Jonathan was just 5 years old, relayed to the audience in the form of a conversation his father George is having with Dio. When Jonathan first approached the dog after George bought him as a puppy, Danny was still afraid of unfamiliar places and people, causing him to then bite Jonathan on the arm. Feeling slighted by this, Jonathan took to antagonizing the poor dog by throwing rocks at him and chasing him around with a broom. However, this antagonism abruptly ended one day when Jonathan was swimming in a river and began drowning. At which point, Danny rushed into the river and saved his life, making them the best of friends ever since. While it does end as a sweet story, I can't get over how Jonathan threw rocks at a puppy. That, sir, is not gentlemanlike at all. In fact, it is very bad. While the revisionist history of the anime paints over Jonathan's crimes, it's good to know that they at least made up in the end. You know, before Danny was set on fire, of course, and then he dies. Fan-made openings and trailers. Okay, we have a lot of ground to cover, so strap in. Just like with any popular series, JoJo has a lot of fan-animated content online. Quite honestly, an absurd amount. And not just amateur stuff either, like insanely high-quality stuff. Many of which was posted before, and after the anime existed. I think that we tend to forget how long this series has been being published. Most Western fans only came to discover it because of the start of the anime adaptation in 2012. But the original manga itself has been running since 1987. Compared to its contemporaries like Dragon Ball and Fist of the North Star, JoJo had gotten a proper anime remarkably late into its lifespan. And while I do think it ended up being a good thing because of how amazing it turned out, many were craving a proper animated version all throughout those long years of silence. It's because of that longing that fans would then take it upon themselves to just make it themselves. Obviously, no one team of fans can make an entire production, but what they could do was start small. In an attempt to conceptualize what a JoJo anime could look like and show their love for the series, the practice of creating fan-made openings and trailers became popular online. A lot of these were originally posted to Nico Nico Doga since a majority of the fanbase was still focused primarily in Japan, but of course, much like other stuff on this iceberg, English-speaking fans would fill in the gaps and repost these projects to YouTube so more people could easily access and watch them. For some, these videos were their introduction to JoJo as a whole, and would eventually be what would start them down the horrific spiral of becoming a fan of this insane manga. Even all these years later, with a thriving anime adaptation, this practice is still quite common. With 6 parts of the series animated as of the making of this video, plenty are still clamoring to see what a full production of Steel Ball Run and Jojo Lion would look like with the same treatment. Spoiler, it looks really cool. And sometimes people will just remake the official anime openings in their own style or in completely new ways, whether that be reanimating them in full or adding a bunch of new characters as a sort of celebration of the official team coming this far production-wise. I've even seen people animating JoJo characters into already existing openings for other anime. So much ground has been covered with this stuff, it's wild. The amount of passion people have for these projects is unrivaled. I'll have a proper playlist of a bunch of them linked in the description below, alongside a bunch of other stuff that you can check out. When I first got into JoJo's, I watched these fan videos all the time. They're so cool. I love fan content like this. I love it so much. I've been so obsessed in the past that I even ended up actively participating in some of them, specifically as a voice actor. It's not too often that I get to tie myself into this iceberg, but it's true. I did voice work for a couple of these animations. Most notably, I was a voice actor in the fan-made Steel Ball Run trailer created by Jax in 2016. Given its view count nowadays, I wouldn't be surprised if some of you have seen this before. It made a big splash when it first came out. I thought I was hot shit at the time because of it. Believe it or not, but in the trailer, I voiced Jorge Joestar, which at the time was really fun and really cool. However, haha, oh my god, it is, it is not that good. Well, okay, maybe some of the bits are like pretty good. Like some of the narration at the beginning, I still dig a lot. I think I did a pretty good job, but damn dude, some of this stuff is bad. In particular, the lines I recorded for the stand rush near the end with Tusk don't sound like the standard aura aura type thing. It just kind of sounds like I'm gurgling for some reason. You know, initially I got really excited that I'd be able to talk about my inclusion in this particular topic, but now feeling a lot of cringe at the moment. Hardcore fan. Welcome to Tier 5, baby. We're finally getting to the more obscure stuff. If you know any of these, you can very much consider yourself a hardcore fan. And just like any hardcore JoJo head, your friends are probably gonna start to hate you. Welcome to the club. Jorge Joestar. Jorge Joestar is a side story light novel written and illustrated by Otaro Maijo, who has a lot of popular written works with the Japanese publishing company Kodansha. In fact, one of his most popular short stories was translated into English as a part of Del Rey's Faust anthology, the title of which was Drill Hole in the Brain, which, you know, is neat and not at all concerning whatsoever. Most sane author I know. Jorge Joestar was released for the series' 25th anniversary on September 19th of 2012, but a paperback with some minor changes was released later in December of 2017. Although the cover has an illustration by Araki himself, this is largely considered non-canon by the fandom at large, especially due to how completely bonkers it gets in its second plotline, mixing and mashing things from all across the first 7 parts, seemingly with no rhyme, reason, or worry of appearing coherent whatsoever. What I'm trying to say is that it's strange. It's very strange. It's beyond bizarre. Tons of weird retcons and returning characters make appearances here, and that sort of thing is mostly what people remember this book for. The book's story is divided into 2 alternating plot lines, one of which follows a younger Jorge Joestar II, who you may know as Joseph's father from the main series, while the other story instead follows a teenage detective from an alternate universe, also named Jorge Joestar, this time with a J instead of a G. This George is trying to solve a murder mystery in Morio, leading him to hop around universes and meeting several stand users along the way. Yeah, when I told you the second plotline was weird, I meant it. I don't lie or exaggerate anything. I never have in my entire life. This book also introduces new stands named after films and TV shows instead of songs or musical groups, and also introduces 4 new stand-like phenomena which are apparently not stands, but act like them kinda. I'm now going to try to attempt to explain these without having read the entire novel, so strap the fuck in. First off, there's an ability called wounds. These are the result of repeated trauma to the mind and body. They operate similarly to stands, but instead in a sort of uncontrollable berserker state, which works seemingly on its own to stop the user's pain as soon as possible and by any means necessary. Second, there's bounds. Bounds allow their user to merge with an element or environment and freely manipulate it. Surprisingly, this is the most normal type of ability of the 4. Third, we have beyonds, which, get this, is a meta-fictional concept tantamount to the author of the story itself choosing heroes and being able to control their destiny if those heroes believe in it. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard of an author self-inserting themselves as a power set in their story, but okay. And finally, there's the aptly named mass hysteria, which, similar to the real-life concept, affects people on a collective level through their anxiety or fear. Of course, since this is JoJo, instead of simply being a shared hallucinatory state or delusion, it quite literally manifests their collective imagination or emotions as weird mystery creatures which perpetuate the anxiety over their existence simply by existing. It's kind of like a feedback loop of anxiety that continuously allows them to exist. And before you start thinking about it too hard, listen, it's not gonna make sense. As you might have noticed, this book is weird, even by JoJo standards. It often calls attention to the fact, in very plot-significant ways, that it is a work of fiction, and even references Maijo's other written works with similar themes a lot. It feels like an out-of-control fanfiction that's technically official. Jorge Joestar has even been referenced in the video game All-Star Battle in a mirror match of Cars against himself. If fighting himself in a match, Cars will quote the parallel version of himself from the book's 16th chapter, saying, "I am alive. My body didn't die, but my life is just as weak and fragile as before." Maijo hasn't forgotten about his work on Jorge Joestar either, having just recently drawn new artwork of the characters from it in November of 2020. If there's ever been one piece of spin-off material I need to read at some point, it's Jorge Joestar. The more and more I learn about this thing, the crazier it gets. Just remember, everybody, if you think that JoJo is bizarre now, it can always get crazier. Oh, it seems like we got another guest entry. It couldn't possibly be Bumbles McFumbles from YouTube.com. Holy fuck! Bumbles McFumbles from YouTube.com? I wonder what entry he'll talk about. Maybe he'll talk about the entry Smith. Yeah, he's gonna talk about a character named Smith.
In Part 5, the stand of Narantia Girga is a remote-controlled fighter plane called Aerosmith. But all good planes need equally talented pilots, right? Apparently, according to Araki himself from a Q&A in Weekly Shonen Jump, Aerosmith does in fact have a pilot sitting inside of its cockpit, albeit a really tiny one. His name, as given by Araki, is Smith, and he can actually be seen silhouetted in the plane in several close-up shots of Aerosmith itself. It can't be an easy job, the one he does, and frankly, he deserves a raise after having to deal with Formaggio. But alas, there's no workers' union for stands yet.
Giorno was originally female. The title says it all. Originally, Giorno Giovanna, the main protagonist of Part 5 Golden Wind, was intended to be a girl instead of a boy. This wild behind-the-scenes info was revealed in a recent interview with Hiroshi Sakiya, who is notable for being Araki's editor during Part 5's early development. At the time, it was unheard of for the protagonist of a shonen manga to be a woman, and it was due to this stigma that Sakiya dissuaded Araki away from his original idea. In an interview, a few characteristics of Giorno are further pointed out to be potential leftovers from the scrapped concept. The first and most obvious being that Giorno's Japanese name, Haruno Shiobana, is actually a feminine name, and the second one being that of Giorno's stand ability. With gold experience, Giorno can give life to inanimate objects. Sakiya noted that this is similar to that of giving birth to something, like a mother. Araki jokingly tossed around the idea that he could potentially write in a twist where Giorno is revealed to secretly be a woman all along, only having looked masculine in character, but again, this was presented to Sakiya as more of a joke. We all know, however, that this issue with a main character would not stay the case permanently, as in the end, Araki would finally get his wish for a female protagonist with Jolyne Kujo in Stone Ocean. You know what, listener? You've been really good during this entire video. I'm gonna give you a treat with another guest entry. That's right, another person will be talking instead of me once again. That's right, for this next entry, we have Humble Squid, otherwise known as H Squid or H Squid Reviews, talking about a curious post office scene that only appears in the manga.
Post office scene in Part 2. In Chapter 83 of the original manga, in the middle of Part 2, Joseph and Caesar visit a post office together to search for the Red Stone of Ijo, which had been mailed away by ECDC as he was possessing Suzy Q a chapter prior. They plead with the mailman to search for the package the stone is in and not to mail it out, but he refuses on the basis that it's against the law. This leads to a goofy slapstick scene where Joseph keeps threatening to beat him up, but stops just in time when any other employees look that way. When they're at their wits' end trying to convince the guy, Caesar just straight up decides to try and steal the package, claiming that the mail is a service for the people and the receiver of this package isn't human, which is a hilarious thing to say. Before he can layeth the smackdown on the guy, however, Messina arrives just in time to inform the two that Lisa has used her Haman hypnotism on Suzy Q, getting the address of the package in the process, enabling them to head directly to it. In the anime adaptation by David Production, this scene is entirely omitted, instead replaced with a scene of Lisa using her hypnotism right away while Joseph and Caesar are still in the same room, eliminating the need for them to even go to the post office in the first place.
I say this for all of the guest narrators, but please be sure to check them out. I have their links in the description and everything. H Squid doesn't really talk about JoJo stuff, but he talks a lot about comics and like Sonic lore, so check that out. I love Sonic, so that's right up my alley. ALS Challenge. For many creators, social media is a large part of their day-to-day interactions with and for fans of their work. Although Araki is a little different though. He doesn't really have much of a social media presence at all, except for one little footnote in history that might go unnoticed by most. The only time Araki has ever posted publicly on social media was a video on YouTube, uploaded to a channel tailor-made specifically for this one upload. The video itself isn't as interesting as I may have made it seem. It's just Araki himself doing the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, which was a social media challenge where someone either poured a bucket of ice water over their own head or had it done by someone else. This trend was popular during 2014 and was done for the sake of promoting awareness of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, otherwise known as ALS, motor neuron disease, or Lou Gehrig's disease. And of course, it was done to also encourage donations and awareness to its medical research. In the video, Araki walks briefly through a wooded area before having water dumped on his head and then proceeding to take a cool drink from his glass that he has with him outside. Waldo in Part 3. In chapter 251 of the manga, towards the end of part 3, Dio threatens a senator named Wilson Phillips in order to get a ride in his limousine. At first, he tries to decline, but then he gets his front teeth ripped out by Dio, after which he obviously agrees. Dio orders him to drive on the sidewalk, and when he points out that people are in the way and are going to be hit, Dio orders him to keep going, after which he basically spirals into a frenzy and mows down a giant crowd. In the crowd shot of citizens flying as the limo slams into them, the ever-popular Waldo from Where's Waldo fame can be seen in the background as an Easter egg. I can only assume that all future appearances of Waldo in any given media were handed down to his son, as this is obviously where the original Waldo's life tragically ended. We'll miss you, Waldo. Friend. Uh-oh, it's time once again for more guest entries. For this one, we got a really cool guest in Viva Reverie. Viva Rev. I've never said her username out loud and now I feel like a jackass. Anyway, she's super cool and super nice and works on the Really Fast series, which you may have seen floating around on the interwebs. It's covered JoJo quite a lot. And now she will really fast cover something for my iceberg. Thanks for the help, Viva.
Enel Dio. In the early days of pre-anime JoJo fandom, a popular reaction image and meme was a panel of the villain Enel from One Piece traced over to look like Dio in Part 3 instead. The expression is one of comically goofy shock and surprise, and is originally a large reaction panel of the previously stoic, smug, and poised Enel, realizing that, due to the fact that the series protagonist Monkey D. Luffy is made of rubber, he cannot be affected by Enel's frankly OP powers to control and wield lightning in battle.
Jojo Lion. The name of the 8th part of JoJo's manga is titled Jojo Lion, but for a long while we didn't have much of a clear picture of who the main antagonist would be, or even if we had seen them yet. This led to some humorous theory crafting that the answer had secretly been under our noses this entire time, hidden in plain sight within the title. That the true villain of Part 8 is really the Jojo Lion. But no, obviously not really. It's just a meme, although memes of this variety have been oddly prophetic before, so honestly, who knows? Maybe when the Jojo Lion makes its grand debut in Part 9, we'll all be laughing and years later realize just how foolish we all had been. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll never happen. I don't know. I don't care. I don't know why I even brought this one up. This is the weirdest entry on here. Hol Horse was going to replace Avdol. For a long while, rumors have circulated claiming that Hol Horse was initially intended to replace Avdol on the main team of Stardust Crusaders, after the latter of which was seemingly killed off in Part 3. The rumor also stated that these plans were then thwarted when Araki's then editor at the time suggested that Avdol should be brought back due to his popularity among readers. This is an interesting tall tale, but sorry to burst everyone's bubbles, it's very much not true. Well, I mean, partly not true. Araki did consider adding Hol Horse to the central cast. He said so in an interview as a part of the Jojonium release of the manga. In it, he says, "I had planned from the beginning to have Kakyoin and Polnareff switch allegiances away from Dio to join the group, but I didn't plan this for Hol Horse. However, I don't think it would have been such a bad idea to have him join. I drew him on a color title page like he was a part of the crew, and I had him show up multiple times after his first appearance. friends. However, my conclusion was that he would throw off the balance of the group if he were to join. As far as his character is concerned, both his looks and personality overlap somewhat with Polnareff, and I felt that it would be difficult to work in his Emperor stand as an ally. As Araki said, Hol Horse was one of the only characters he considered adding to the Crusaders that wasn't already planned out in advance. So this caused issues the more he thought about what his role would provide narratively. Hol Horse was originally written as just an enemy stand user, and because of this, his abilities weren't created with clear enough limitations. His stand, the Emperor, materialized as a gun that had no restrictions on its firing rate or how long its bullets could then reach. Comparatively, this would make his abilities amongst the other protagonists way more powerful, and would most likely lead to less interesting fights. I'm sure that retroactive restrictions could have been placed onto his abilities, but that would probably also conflict with how he was originally introduced in some way or another. Retcons in fiction can be totally fine and valid, but if a writer messes up and makes them super obvious, it really lessens a fan's experience with a given story. It's for that reason that Araki had eventually decided to scrap the idea entirely. And while there was never a competition between him and Avdol, Hol Horse's spot on the team was eventually taken, but instead by the unlikely addition of Iggy the dog. And what an interesting choice that was! Regardless of that, I'm not quite done talking about this subject yet, and want to switch up the focus back onto Avdol. The idea that he was intended to originally remain dead after the fight in India is a concept that floated around the fanbase for some time. It was even something I had thought was the case for a long while when I was first catching up on the series, so I totally understand why people would believe this to be the case. His re-inclusion later on did feel a bit out of nowhere in a way. Nonetheless, Avdol's return was evidently always the route that the story was going to take. In a later JoJonium interview, Araki explained and would clarify, "I put him out of commission for a while when the party was in India. I did that because I never want readers to get bored or complacent with the events taking place, so I wanted to inject a little reality in there, having someone get sacrificed every once in a while. I wasn't planning on keeping him gone for long. The thing is, I thought it was kind of lame to have someone who died just come back to life immediately, so I wanted to come up with a good reason as well as an appropriate setting to reintroduce him. In the end, I brought him back just before the party got to Egypt, but at the time, I didn't have any specific plans as to when I would bring him back. I just wrote what felt natural to me at the time." Araki even commented on how back then he didn't think Avdol was that popular amongst readers. So even if there was some sort of meddling by an editor, they would have had no reason to want to bring the character back. Thus, it's pretty clear that Avdol's eventual role was something that Araki had simply wanted himself all along. And to be fair, it was very much a surprise to literally everyone. So in a way, I guess he succeeded in what he was trying to accomplish. Avdol's backstory. This is a brief segment of the iceberg that I had actually added myself during my research for other topics because I thought it was really cool, and also because I have zero self-control with this script and I just like adding more information because oops! Avdol is the only member of the Stardust Crusaders to not ever be given a clear backstory, which obviously sucks because I know a lot of people who really like Avdol and would probably love to know more about the guy. All of the current canon information we're aware of is that he met Joseph in Egypt prior to the events that take place in part 3, as well as having a chance encounter with Dio. What we don't know is anything about his origins, his childhood, and if he was born with a stand or had it materialize later on. But you know who knows the most about Avdol? His creator. While I was reading some interviews, I noticed that Araki made some brief offhanded comments about Avdol's potential history. As he started to close off a discussion about the character, he said, "If I were to write a portion of the story centering on Avdol, I think it would have been an origin story featuring his family, in particular, his relationship with his father. It might end up being a bit too mature of a story for Weekly Shonen Jump." This confirms to me that Araki has at least some semblance of an idea for what Avdol's past actually looked like. And I think I speak for everyone when I say, canon Avdol one-shot story? Maybe? I feel like there are so many smaller aspects of JoJo that I'd love to see fleshed out more. So maybe having a collection of short one-shots focusing around various characters could be a great way to develop them. Listen, I know I ask for a lot, but please, Araki, please! It literally prints money! My money! From my wallet! Anyway, transition. My buddy Gerber is gonna talk to you guys about another guest entry. This time about the JoJo Escape Room. Yeah, they had an officially branded JoJo Escape Room at one point. Very cool stuff. Take it away, Gerber.
From 2017 to 2018, there was an escape room styled attraction based on the story of Stardust Crusaders, which toured around Japan and briefly at a couple anime conventions in America. The attraction was a second joint project between Scrap and the production committee of the JoJo anime. The story takes place during part 3 as Jotaro and company make their way to Egypt. Along the way, they stop at a mysterious hotel, hearing a voice that belongs to a newsstand user, made specifically for this story named Deja Maker. Deja tells them they have 1 hour to live, as those who cannot escape the hotel within an hour will disappear without a trace due to the power of his stand, House of Holy. Unable to locate the stand user, the Crusaders are trapped as the walls of the room begin to writhe, with the hotel becoming a convoluted maze. Without any real way to damage the maze, the group has to figure out a way to find their enemy's true form and attack before they disappear. Participants in the attraction basically solve puzzles, to this end trying to help the Crusaders escape the building manipulating stand before time runs out.
It's also worth noting that there was a similar escape room based around the events of Part 5 that happened a bit later on. Just like with the Part 3 one, the Part 5 escape room has its own unique antagonist named Scatola. But in comparison to Deja Maker, he looks like a fucking dweeb that even I would shove into a locker, so I'm not gonna comment further. Also, speaking of Deja Maker, once again, it turns out he's actually voiced by the same guy who voices Ringo Rodigan in All-Star Battle. The voice actor's name is Hiroki Yasumoto, and this would mark the second JoJo character that he has voiced. Can't wait for number 3, my boy. Up next, we have another guest entry read by Connor McKinley. He's a voice actor and Dungeons and Dragons type of guy, and the reason that I first found out about him online years ago was because of this Part 7 animation that he voiced in. I think that this was one of the first pieces of Steel Ball Run content that I had ever seen online, and it holds a special place in my JoJo heart, which is very big because there's a lot of JoJo stuff I put in my JoJo heart. Anyway, here's Connor.
Part 7 is an AU of Part 1. While the ending of Part 6, Stone Ocean, seemed to mark the end of the original JoJo's storyline, Araki obviously didn't stop the series there. He went on to continue with Part 7, Steel Ball Run, and given that this new arc was numbered in such a way, many people came under the impression that this was somehow a further continuation of the previous decades-long storyline. Many people would have you believe that this isn't the case, that Steel Ball Run and onward is a hard reboot of the series, set in an entirely new continuity. But interestingly, this might not actually be the case. When speaking on the subject in various interviews over the years, Araki has confusingly made statements for both cases, saying that it is indeed connected to the new altered universe formed at the end of Part 6, but also saying that it isn't, and that Part 7 onward is actually just a full reboot. Given the contradictions of him saying both of these, we still don't concretely know which is the case, though at the very least, fans have speculated that Part 7 and onward could be intended as a sort of alternate universe to the original series, specifically in regards to this segment, that Steel Ball Run is an alternate universe version of Phantom Blood. For one, the main protagonist, Jorge Joestar, is obviously a counterpart to the original protagonist, Jonathan Joestar. Gyro Zeppeli is of course a counterpart to William Zeppeli. Johnny's father, George, shares a name with Jonathan's father, George, and of course, rival character Diego Brando is very clearly based on our favorite vampire, Dio. That's not the end of the similarities though, of course. In Part 1, Jonathan's trusty pet is a dog named Danny, whose senseless killing by Dio is part of the initial conflict between the two that drives Jonathan throughout the series. In Part 7, Johnny too has a pet named Danny, but he's a white mouse. At the suggestion of his brother Nicholas, Johnny sets the mouse free into the woods when his father orders him to kill the poor little fella. Afterwards, during a practice run, Nicholas is riding a new wild stallion which is startled by a white mouse, throwing Nicholas off and killing him by accident. Johnny believes that the mouse, who he sees scurrying off into the woods, is none other than Danny. The time period where Phantom Blood began was in the late 1800s in Victorian England. Steel Ball Run takes place in the Wild West, which was happening at about about the same time, just in a parallel place, further solidifying the similar but skewed iterations of Phantom Blood's ideas and characters that are transplanted into Part 7. Part 7 also features a fighting ability that isn't Stan's. Instead of Hamon, Zeppelis in Steel Ball Run are the masters of the spin technique. And although Stans do still eventually appear in Part 7, spin is similar to Hamon in many ways. Other little parallels include a character named Dario, who is still the father of our current Dio XB Diego, a character named Tarkus, and several characters with the last name Pendleton.
Steel Ball Run, in my opinion, is more of a combination of multiple parts, rather than just being an alternate version of Part 1. At a surface level, I do think that it's meant to serve as a parallel to Phantom Blood in many ways, but it also seems to take influence and aspects from Parts 2 and 3 as well. Beyond just the obvious inclusion of Stans as a concept, various racers in the Steel Ball Run have their namesake rooted in previous parts, like Fritz von Stroheim being a reference to Rudolf von Stroheim, and Ermd Avdol being a reference to Muhammad Avdol. Besides stuff like this though, there's also situational and structural references to previous arcs in the series. A particularly interesting character in this regard is Magent. His eventual fate in the story is analogous to the fate of Cars at the end of Part 2. After Magent gets stuck at the bottom of the Delaware River, the story states that he eventually stopped thinking, much in the same way that Cars did when he got launched into space. Sometimes though, it seems like Araki instead combines multiple past aspects of JoJo together to create something entirely new. While Gyro is intended to be a reflection of William Zappelli given his relationship with Johnny, his actual canonical name is revealed to be Caesar, which is a name that is rather directly pulled from Caesar Zeppeli in Battle Tendency, meaning that his character as a whole can be seen as sort of a remix, pulling characteristics together from two previous icons of the franchise. Honestly, the term remix is a pretty great way to describe the canon of parts 7 through 9. I feel like they all have inspiration rooted in previous parts, but Araki then takes that inspiration and remixes it all together into something familiar but entirely new. It's a really cool way to write a fresh new story while still having it feel distinctly JoJo, and I haven't seen any other manga author do this quite the same way that Araki does, so honestly, props to this dude. Just another thing that I really admire about the guy. Say Hi to Virginia. Before the release of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Hirohiko Araki published an obscure sci-fi one-shot manga in 1981 called Say Hi to Virginia. The story follows Hiroshi Takamoto, the second-in-command and engineer of the space freighter Dillinger, which is crossing space along the Venus-Earth to deliver cargo within 316 days. A mysterious figure calls the ship, appearing on its screen to inform Hiroshi that 2 bombs have been installed somewhere inside, the first being set to explode in the escape pod in 30 seconds, and the second in the engine room in 1 hour. The figure mocks Hiroshi by naming itself as Virginia, and telling him to say hi to Virginia before hanging up their call. Feeling the sudden explosion of the destroyed escape pod, Hiroshi and the captain, Matt Jackson, realize that the threat is serious and get looking for the second bomb. Upon discovering it, they realize it has a barrier that will trigger the explosion if anyone approaches it. The two devise a plan where the human crew shelter themselves in the cockpit and the block containing the bomb is deprived of its atmosphere, so their robot, named Clyde, can safely disarm the bomb. Through a lot of tense moments and near-death mistakes, Clyde eventually manages to disarm the bomb just in time. Content with their victory, Jackson goes back to his room to take a nap, after which Hiroshi is then called by the bomber again, who seems happy that the monotony of their journey was broken up by something exciting. The figure announces that he is on the ship and will now pursue Hiroshi in a game of cat and mouse. And the story ends with a cut to reveal that Matt Jackson, the captain, was actually the bomber the whole time. You know, bud, a nearly year-long cargo trip does sound pretty tedious, but nearly blowing up your entire ship to smithereens in the middle of space seems like a pretty stupid way to keep things lively. Maybe pack a Nintendo Switch beforehand or something? I don't know. It's always fascinating seeing Araki tackle such vastly different genres and settings in his work. And while he may be most well known for JoJo, he has quite the backlog of experimental stuff like this. And this probably won't be the last time it gets brought up on this iceberg either, so look forward to that. Garfield 40th Anniversary Book. For Garfield's 40th birthday, you know, the cat, a celebratory art book was created that featured various pieces of fan art. This image, the one that you're seeing right now, is one of the drawings that made it in. Yep, Garfield Jotaro, in an official Garfield art book. I didn't think I'd have much to say about this, but found out the original artist follows me on Twitter. Yeah, I recognized the username while I was trying to find a high quality image. So hey Wisdom Eel, you'll probably see this video at some point. Question, why and how? Kira's coworker. In the introductory arc of Part 4's villain, Yoshikage Kira, we also briefly meet some of his coworkers, 3 women and 1 man, the latter of whom explains a couple of things about Kira, including how he's a pretty boring guy who never accepts invitations to go anywhere. This man also briefly appears during the fight with Sheer Heart Attack, seeing Kira's hand cut off and really only appearing for a couple of panels at most. The reason I'm bringing him up is that he's kind of famous in the Japanese JoJo fandom. Yeah, this one-off bit character with no name became a Japanese JoJo meme. And when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense as to why. Despite only appearing for several panels at most, this man cryptically expresses a strange amount of specific knowledge about Yoshikage Kira. You know, the character who has been built up to be a mystery, the character who has voluntarily prevented any information about himself from being public knowledge, always hiding in the background. How the fuck does this guy know so much about Kira? I'm pretty sure that at the point where he's first introduced, he knows more about the guy than literally anybody else in the entirety of Morio. Because of this and his unprompted need to info dump to random people, fans have gone about reimagining him as a much more prominent character in the JoJo mythos. Whether it's as someone who saves Kira's life or even taking Josuke's place as the one to beat him down, this random businessman has been put in all sorts of weird contexts. The mass obsession with this character has also been acknowledged by Reiki Taki, a former member of staff on the anime adaptation. The dude drew a comic about the guy. In this one-page gag manga, the gang from Part 5 try to get Moody Blues to transform into the boss and reveal his identity. Though in a strange twist of fate, it instead morphs into this fucking guy. No need to fret, however, because just like he knows way too much about Kira, this businessman also seems to know a lot of secret information about Diavolo. And he's fairly casual with talking about it. And just in case you guys think I'm exaggerating this as some sort of bit, I even found an unofficial character popularity poll where Kira's coworker ranked above characters like Jonathan Joestar, Avdol, and Anasui. Shit's insane. Bandai Namco, add this man to All-Star Battle now! PS2 Corruptions. In late December of 2016, YouTube user Teso Teragoya began uploading a series of game corruption videos focused on the JoJo Part 5 PS2 video game. In the series, Teragoya plays through the super story mode of the game, but with a bunch of corruptions and custom mods sprinkled throughout. This includes some little things like audio playing randomly during cutscenes or gameplay, or more complex things like entire textures, models, and images being swapped, edited, or even overlaid on top of each other. The videos also include entirely new scenes made just for the series, either to convey events from the manga not included in the original game's story, or as a side gag of sorts. The most famous example of the many strange corruptions in this series is the top of Bruno's hair being recolored to the same tone as his skin, making him look like he's completely bald. The series concluded in late May of 2020, spawning many pieces of fan art, cosplay, and even AMVs throughout the JoJo JoJo fandom. I remember distinctly seeing clips and images of these videos being spread around online like crazy when they were happening. They really left an intriguing mark on the JoJo community overall. I love coconuts. I'm gonna be real with you, we're pretty deep into the iceberg at this point, and I have no idea as to why this subject is listed so late into this. This feels like something that I think everybody should be aware of at this point if you just watched or read JoJo, but it's here, so we gotta cover it, I guess. In part 3, when Kakyoin is impersonated by Rubber Soul and his stand Yellow Temperance, the guy exhibits a lot of really strange behavior, which should immediately tip viewers off to the fact that he is not who he says he is. One of these strange slip-ups is when he eats an entire rhinoceros beetle, covering up his extremely gross craving by stating, tasty, I love them. Coconuts, that is. The kid from part 3, Anne, even sees the beetle in his mouth, but assumes that since he was just holding a coconut drink, she must have just mistaken the sight of a coconut shell for something else. Because of course, why would you not mistake the sight of like a rhinoceros beetle for coconut? I fucking hate kids, dumb fucks. I guess I should just expect this sort of thing at this point. Whatever. Either way, this man is sad, strange, little, and most importantly, he has my pity. Tenmei Kakyoin. Even though Kakyoin's official name is Noriaki, as in Noriaki Kakyoin, this wasn't actually Araki's original intention for the character. In JoJonium Volume 12, Araki explained that his name was originally supposed to be Tenmei, and Araki himself still calls Kakyoin by this name to this day. The change actually came about because of a miscommunication between Araki and his editor, as the kanji for Kakyoin's name can be read as both Noriaki and as Tenmei. Traces of this change still remain in the manga itself, too, as when Kakyoin signs into Enya's hotel register during the Justice arc, he signs it as Tenmei Kakyoin. If you think that this is a one-off situation, you'd actually be wrong. A similar event occurred with a much more recent character originating from Part 8, Kei Nijimura. Her name was mistakenly printed as Kyo during her introduction, but upon the publishing of Chapter 102, Araki came forward and properly corrected the mistake, clarifying the discrepancy in a proper author's note. So it's kinda interesting, the mistake with Kakyoin ended up making it his permanent canon name, but the mistake with Kei actually was reversed and she went back to being Kei. Just goes to show, everybody makes mistakes. Even the creator of one of the most beloved manga series of all time. Araki is Christian.
I'm a Christian now.
The many references to Christianity and biblical canon within JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has given rise to this joking claim of Araki's religious beliefs. From the more obvious, like the appearance of Jesus Christ in Part 7 as a pivotal character, to the more underhanded references like Diavolo's mysterious virgin birth. Christianity has a surprising amount of imagery and symbolism littered throughout the JoJo franchise. This underlying theme was actually elaborated on by Araki himself in an interview with Kaneko Kazuma. Araki alludes to the fact that his personal beliefs are basically along the lines of deism, believing that something exists, if not necessarily a god specifically. He also clarifies that, believe it or not, he went to a Protestant Christian school when he was younger, and ended up reading the Bible every day back then, leading to the multiple references and undertones throughout JoJo. So basically, Araki isn't actually Christian, he just has a lot of Christian influences based on events from his childhood. He just looked at the Bible and was like, yo, this is sick, but what if I incorporated it into a multi-generational manga story about a bunch of guys named JoJo? I think that that would be neat. And then he did it. Name changes. This entry could be referring to two separate talking points. So instead of assuming which one it is, I'm instead going to talk about both separately. Because, as I discussed before, I have zero self-control with this video. Please send help. Localization name changes. I already talked about some of this when discussing Deadly Queen near the beginning of the iceberg, but I want to talk about it again with a little more depth. Also, it's my video and I do what I want, bitch. but that does not change the fact that I need help. Please send help. When JoJo finally acquired an official English localization, many of its more direct musical references were edited or flat out changed. While these alterations were most prominently featured in the English dub of the anime, they also noticeably affected the original English sub of the anime, the manga, and the video games. There hasn't been an official statement on why these changes were necessary, but it's pretty easy to put the pieces together. I doubt that Viz Media or any license holder would want to risk any sort of legal action in regards to copyright infringement. While some people might enjoy their work being referenced in the series, many probably would not. I'm unsure if there's any actual looming threat over JoJo's head copyright-wise, but I don't blame anyone for wanting to take the safer route, with substitution names instead of direct original references. Unfortunately, the negative effect that this has over the series is much more widely visible than the positive one. And while many of the new names are fine as they are, some of them they're just not really good. As an example, just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, one of my least favorites has to be the new name given to Bruno's stand from Part 5. In the original Japanese manga, the stand was named Sticky Fingers. This is an extremely blunt reference to the album of the same name created by the Rolling Stones. Something I find really cool is that the actual original album was manufactured with a physical zipper on the front that you could zip open and close. It doesn't do anything specifically, but it's a really fun tactile addition, and you can directly see how Araki was inspired by it when creating the stand. Just like the album of the same name, the stand is also associated with zippers, and uses them not only on its design for flair, but as a part of its main power set, being able to zip and unzip various objects and solid material. A stand's namesake doesn't always have this much influence over the stand itself, but in this case, you can see how tied together everything really is. I love this sort of thing. So imagine my surprise when the English dub changed the stand's name to Zipper Man. Why would you do this? It sounds like a slur. Zipper Man is a name that not only sounds less cool than Sticky Fingers, but is just a literal interpretation of what the stand is. Absolutely no subtlety whatsoever. I'm just not a fan of this at all. Again, to be fair, I don't blame anyone for these changes. I totally recognize that getting JoJo like this is much better than getting no JoJo at all. But I am going to make fun of it mercilessly. Because come on, let's be real here. Some of these are really dumb. However, and I'm willing to fully admit it, there is a silver lining to all this. As while some of the name changes are just kinda others are, quite honestly, fucking hilarious. Like, in the video game Eyes of Heaven, Limp Bizkit from Part 6 was renamed to Flaccid Pancake. I reiterate, Flaccid Pancake. You could just tell that they were like, fuck it, name it the opposite of what it is. That's the sort of name stuff that I actually really like. Oh, and lest we not forget the greatest name change of all time, where they changed the name of the Part 7 stand, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, into Filthy Acts at a reasonable price. That right there is a great example of taking lemons and turning them into lemonade. If you have to change it that drastically, just make it funny. Why not? At least that's what I think. In my opinion, it just makes them more memorable. Manga name changes. If you think that the name change thing is exclusive to the Western release of the series, here's a shocker. It actually isn't, but for different reasons. In the original Japanese publication of the manga, there have been a couple of situations where the names of stands were changed for one reason or another. The two most significant examples being the ones present in Part 6 and Part 8. In the first weekly Shonen Jump release of Stone Ocean, the stand Planet Waves was originally called Earth, Wind, and Fire. Despite this, however, this same name was actually already taken by another ability present in Part 4, the same one used by self-proclaimed alien Mikitaka Hazekura. With this being the case, the decision was made to rename it to Planet Waves, and later go on to change it in all reprints of the chapters going forward. Later on down the road, a similar switch-up was made with Kei Nijimura's stand from Part 8. That's right, we're talking about Kei Nijimura and name changes again. That's crazy. When it was first revealed, Kei's stand ability was actually named Going Underground, named after a song by an English band called The Jam. This would remain the case until the release of the Volume 4 Tankobon, where it was instead renamed to Born This Way, inspired by Lady Gaga. This change was made for a currently unknown reason, and while the stand would remain with its new name, Kei's design would stay the same. The reason that this is peculiar is because Kei's hat has the letters GU on the front, which still references the original name of the stand, Going Underground. Next up, another entry read by Binjo Monkey.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure: Last Survivor. Japan-exclusive arcade games and even Japan-exclusive JoJo games are nothing particularly new. That being said, it's still incredibly saddening to know that we outside of Japan will not get a chance anytime soon to play JoJo's Bizarre Adventure: Last Survivor. This game is no joke, a battle royale game featuring JoJo characters. The game is pretty successful within its home country, so it seems that it's still being supported. This could mean the idea of a port to consoles isn't totally out of the question, but nothing of the sort has been officially discussed. We'll just have to wait and see if we too can chug jug with Dio sometime in the near or far future.
Phantom Blood PS2 game. Much like Part 5, the seminal JoJo entry, Phantom Blood, also has a PS2 action-adventure game adaptation. Developed by Anchor Inc. and published by Bandai, it was released in Japan only on October 26th of 2006, coinciding with the series' 20th anniversary. In the game, you fight hand-to-hand battles in free-roaming arenas for the most part, with the game's story being divided into chapters and different playable characters throughout. Overdrive moves can be performed using the heat gauge, which builds up when damage is inflicted on enemies, but lowers when the player takes damage. Stamina can also be built up by performing various JoJo poses. The story is pretty faithfully represented with a few caveats, like Danny's death, Dio hiding a knife from George, the Inspector's flashback and his death, and the entire character of Father Styx being omitted. Unfortunately though, despite the game's attention to detail and unique mechanic concepts, it's pretty widely regarded as a bad game. Stiff, janky, repetitive, boring, and glitchy is not something any game worth its salt wants to be described as, and Phantom Blood on the PS2 has heard its fair share of those complaints. And yet, the quality notwithstanding, there are a couple of aspects of the game that are fairly compelling. The first and most memorable being that the game features voice acting from the cast of the Lost Phantom Blood anime movie, meaning that this game is one of the only surviving pieces of their performances that hasn't been lost to time. Given how much intrigue has been collected about the movie over the years, that's actually really cool. It's like you can look up a playthrough of it, close your eyes, and pretend the movie is right in front of you. You just need to use your imagination. The second point of intrigue about the game is that it features a couple of alternate story routes. Depending on how you do in certain fights, slightly different events can occur. For example, early on in Phantom Blood's story, Jonathan and Dio have a boxing match surrounded by schoolyard kids. In the manga, Jonathan loses this fight due to Dio cheating, and goes on to be shunned by his peers. But if the player can actually manage to win this fight in-game, this time Dio will lose, but instead accuse Jonathan to be the one who cheats. While none of these differences in plot change the grand scheme of things, they're still pretty rad to bring up and talk about. Since Phantom Blood is the shortest of all of the parts, it's always fun to see it get any sort of new content. Alex Rider. When you think of Hirohiko Araki's illustration work, what immediately comes to mind aside from JoJo? Maybe Baoh? Maybe his many Rohan one-shots? How about a series of British spy novels? No? Well, weirdly enough, that last one is true. Alex Rider is a series of spy novels written by British author Anthony Horowitz, and stars a teenage spy named, what else, Alex Rider. The series is 13 novels long, and is basically aimed at a young adult crowd. The books dive into all sorts of crazy topics like family intrigue, conspiracy, chemical warfare, and also strange science fiction at times. The reason this matters to Araki is because when these books were released in Japan, he did various illustrations for all of them, and they're actually pretty snazzy looking. Sure, he makes Alex look a lot more like a strange JoJo character than he would otherwise, but is that really a bad thing? I think not. Speaking of strange though, the series also underwent a bit of a name change in Japan, or I guess you could call it more of a name extension of sorts. Instead of just Alex Rider, it was instead called Her Majesty the Queen's Boy Spy Alex Rider, which is certainly a mouthful. I guess if they didn't specify that he was Her Majesty the Queen's boy spy, you wouldn't know he was British. Big shout out to Japan for the trigger warning. I hate British people. Love note. For this entry in specific, we're gonna have to rewind a bit and talk about Araki's interview with Shoko Nakagawa I brought up earlier on this iceberg. As a refresher, Shoko is a popular personality in Japan as well as a massive JoJo fan, and she has made it insanely well known how much she simps for Jotaro Kujo. Honestly dude, same. During a segment of the original webcast, Araki quickly created a joke character as the hypothetical son of Nakagawa and Jotaro Kujo, who, as I said, she majorly simps for. The character, whose name is Joe Kujo, also of course has a stand, which is named Love Note. Love Note is bound to a notebook with the head of Shoko Nakagawa's cat, Mamitas, protruding from the top left of its pages. Its ability is called Till Death Do Us Part, ensuring that whatever pair of people's names are written alongside each other's in the Love Note, they're bound to be married, regardless of their true feelings. As a result, the victims of the stand will often kill each other to be free of its effect, likening it to another supernatural notebook from manga fame, from which the Love Note is clearly based on. That's right, Araki named the stand after the popular series Death Note, the supernatural thriller by Tsugomi Oba and Takeshi Obata, about a high schooler with an edgy goth notebook that kills people whose names are written on the inside. This is just an idea that I had during recording, but I'd love for Araki to create a bunch of stands that's names are references to other manga that are popular in Shonen Jump. Like, I'd love to hear what a stand called Naruto could do, or like a stand called Dragon Ball, where like maybe you could like get a wish or something after collecting a certain amount of items or something like that. I would love to see that. Again, that's just something I came up with while I was recording. This is not on the script at all, but I don't know, I think it could be kind of cool. Probably not in the main series, obviously, but just as like, oh, like a fun little extra thing at the end, like, hey, here's some hypothetical stands based off of shonen manga, because why not? Alright, next up, we have a new guest narrator that I'm really excited to have the opportunity to have on. His name is Wooly Madden, aka Wooly. You may know him from some of his recent projects like Wooly Versus and the Castle Super Beast podcast, but I've actually been aware of him for a long time prior to those things, and his internet presence was fundamental in a lot of my early experience in the JoJo community. Wooly has a burning passion for this series just as much as anybody else on this iceberg, so I'm just really honestly very excited that I got the chance to kind of go full circle and have him on to talk about some insane JoJo facts with me. But yeah, without further fanboying, go right ahead, dude.
Enormous rat. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is no stranger to concerns over content when it comes to overseas releases, whether it be Dio reading the Quran, mosques being seen in property damage scenes, or even just simple things like copyright concerns when it comes to certain stand names. There's quite a history of trouble when it comes to the matter of JoJo localization. When it comes to censorship, though, one particularly strange and hilarious instance is in the original English release of the Part 3 manga by Viz Media in 2005. As we all know, Araki loves to punish every dog that graces the pages of his magnum opus. As soon as they wag that tail and traipse forward with their little paws, he's already planning exactly how and when they're going to be gruesomely destroyed. But in America, few other animals invoke that familiar comfort of a furry best friend quite like a dog does. So perhaps that's why, when Stardust Crusaders was first set to make its English debut, all of Araki's patented dog takedowns were changed. to giant rats. This is not a joke. Every single dog that bites the dust in the pages of Part 3's first English translation were all transformed into rats. This led to some particularly hilarious dialogue changes, like, "Who put that enormous rat's corpse in front of my house?" Suffice it to say, this didn't end up affecting the story much, but it's still a hilarious, odd piece of JoJo history nonetheless.
I suppose that since we're more used to killing rats in American households, that must have been the logic that they went with for the replacement.
But it definitely doesn't explain why they're so gigantic.
Yeah, no, they are very, very large. I really don't know what they were thinking with that. But anyway, yeah, let's stop talking about rats and move on. What do you think? You're funny? Putting Germa rat meme on the screen? It's unfunny. You're literally unfunny. Actually die. Uber fan. Welcome to the Uber fan tier. If you've made it this far, congratulations! Your friends and family no longer hate you. However, they are concerned for your well-being. Your quest to know everything there is to know about JoJo has spiraled you into a deep dark hole of which there is no longer a way out of. So come on, journey with me further into the abyss of obscure anime trivia. JoJo Part 4 drama CDs. Ever heard of drama CDs? Yes? No? Well, plenty of anime and manga series have them. They're essentially CD releases that act as audio dramas or radio plays of the series they're adapting. Sometimes these can just be fun side stories, or in some cases they can adapt an entire story wholesale, like in the case of Higurashi When They Cry drama CDs, or True Story, a few select fights and arcs from Stardust Crusaders. Diamond is Unbreakable got to share in the audio drama goodness too in 2016 and 2017. The 6th and 13th volumes of the limited edition Blu-ray sets of the anime contained extra content that took the form of drama CDs. The set featured 2 exclusive original stories set within the canon of Part 4, and featuring its already established cast of characters. In a way, I guess you can consider these sort of like bonus filler episodes of DIU, except the fact that they're both just audio only with no visuals. Of course, this was only in the Japanese release of the anime, so these haven't been released in English in any sort of official capacity. Although despite this, however, fan translations of their content can be found online, so you can still experience their stories as an English-only speaker. Or I guess in this case, English reader, because you're gonna be reading a lot of text with some audio in the background. I guess. The first story focuses on Josuke, Okuyasu, and Koichi looking into a local ghost story, and actually takes place a few days after the events of the arc Rohan Kashibe's adventure. The story tells of a skilled piano-playing girl who gets caught in a tragic car accident. Though she survives the crash, her hands are damaged beyond repair, never to play the piano ever again. Soon after the fact, on a rainy night, the girl, content warning, unalives herself from the music room window on her school's 4th floor. The person telling the ghost story to the gang happens to be Okuyasu, and Josuke tells him to can it with the Scooby-Doo business. But Koichi actually believes it, listening further as Okuyasu describes how a student named Owada encountered the girl's spirit while getting supplies from the school at night. Deciding that it may be prudent to investigate ghostly business with their recent discovery of Raimi and the serial killer and Morio, they decide to investigate the high school just in case. Shenanigans obviously ensue. I actually really like this setup and how it ties into the story of Part 4. It's really cool that because this radio drama takes place in like the middle of Part 4, they tried to connect it a little bit with the currently going on events, and to me at least, it feels a lot more organic and cool because of it. Like, yeah, of course they're gonna go investigate this ghostly vision when they literally just met a ghost the other day. Anyway, moving on, the second story is really cute. It focuses on Josuke and Koichi trying to give Okuyasu relationship advice over a waitress he's apparently fallen in love with. Apparently, she was nice to him one time when it was about to rain, and ever since he's had a massive crush. Ordering some drinks, the boys sit at one of the tables at the cafe she works at to discuss approaches. They even attempt to role-play a conversation to give Okuyasu an idea of what to say, but their scene setup is just so elaborate and violent seeming that other clients begin to leave the cafe, so they decide the joke has gone too far and they stop. Just like last time, of course, further shenanigans do ensue. I don't want to spoil either of these if you want to give them a read or listen, because it's pretty rare to get extra stories of the characters of Part 4. Not to self-promote myself or anything like that, but I actually attempted to animate the opening monologue of the first drama CD in this set a few years ago when it first released. Normally, I'd probably just drop a link in the description below and call it a day. However, while I was writing this script, I discovered that somebody not only had the same idea as me, but ended up doing it way better. Rona67 on YouTube animated the first 4.5 minutes of the original drama CD, and even worked amazingly within their limitations by using cute chibi versions of the main characters instead of full anime accurate animation. I love this fan-made video and very much suggest checking it out. Just like everything else, link will be in the description. Morio Tourist. On the first page of chapter 377 of the manga, or chapter 112 of Diamond is Unbreakable, we see a particularly funny-looking tourist guy hanging out in Morio. He has a huge tennis racket, several bags strapped to his back, hip sunglasses, a hat swarmed with dozens of button pins, and a big old smile that says, "You'll never find the bodies." This guy was obviously ripe for meme status as soon as the fans got a hold of him and reposted his image online. The jokes about his appearance write themselves, frankly. This means that, much like Kira's co-worker, his importance has been elevated to comedic heights in Japanese fan work and memes alike. It's always cool that little background characters like this can develop their own niche online followings and weird lore, but also this guy has definitely done some crimes, and quite honestly, I'm a little frightened of him. Gappy saved Josuke. Long ago, it was initially speculated by a large group of fans that the man who saved and inspired Josuke as a baby was in fact supposed to be an older Josuke, who was somehow inexplicably hurled back in time during his encounter with Bites the Dust. This was never confirmed to be the case in actuality, despite it being a popular theory, and although many believe it was Araki's original plan that he had dropped later on, he's actually outright denied that this was ever the case. However, this is the JoJo fandom, so of course the theory would not only continue to spread, but somehow get even more and more psychotic, which is the subject of this topic. Given that this theory has still circulated all these years since Part 4's original publication, a newer version of this theory posits that somehow Josuke from Part 8 Jojo Lion was the one who actually saved Part 4 Josuke in the first place. That somehow, the man who saved baby Josuke from the snowstorm wasn't future Josuke, but instead his own doppelganger, appearing from an alternate reality instead of traveling through time. Since Steel Ball Run and Jojo Lion introduced the concept of alternate realities to the original JoJo canon, I guess this is something that could be technically possible. I mean, there's sort of a precedent for this, particularly with the knowledge that Funny Valentine's alternate reality abilities are something capable of manifesting in a stand user. However, this crackpot theory is far less plausible now that Part 8 has officially concluded. Unless Josuke somehow comes back in Part 9, I guess. I wouldn't know this video is being made before that even comes out. Of course, even if this did end up somehow being the case, this would mean that at some point, Part 8 Josuke would decide to rock a cool looking pompadour for some reason. So we can really only speculate as to why he would do something like that, that, if at all. Maybe it's some sort of elaborate disguise. It wouldn't be the first time that a JoJo utilized one for an important mission. If you want my 2 cents, this theory and its original version have always sort of been massive reaches in my opinion. Araki has never planned that super far ahead before, and isn't really the type of author to make massive earth-shattering retcons. Look, don't get me wrong here, I totally understand why this misconception exists. I believed this theory when I first heard it when I was reading the manga. Everything about it just seemed too perfect and open-ended to not somehow have been planned. However, we have to keep in mind that not only has Araki outright said that this wasn't going to be the case and was never planned to be, but the story itself is being told from Koichi's perspective. Of course, the guy would probably look like an older Josuke in his mind. That makes sense. I know a lot of people seem to point out the specific injuries that this random dude has and how they're similar to the ones that Josuke received from Kira later in part 4, but they aren't. They're not similar at all, really. I'm fairly certain that Josuke's savior has injuries in the story to properly showcase his good Samaritan nature despite being a delinquent. This then later informs Josuke's character throughout part 4. American readers and viewers tend to forget this, but Josuke is a delinquent. It's a part of his character. But not only that, he's a kind-hearted delinquent. That sort of contrast is a really big part of who he is. It doesn't necessarily match up with his outward appearance, and that's what makes him so interesting. You know, among other things. This past event where a random bystander, a delinquent, helped Josuke out of the snow and prevented him from dying, despite having the absolute shit beaten out of them, this is the reason that Josuke grows up to be such an upstanding citizen, to be such a good guy, and sets up why he cares so much about saving people, as well as his hair that he modeled after the guy. It's just a bonus that Josuke's pompadour is also involved in this backstory. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but sometimes Araki's bizarre storytelling is actually just normal storytelling. Alright, it's time for another guest entry, this time read by Viva once again. Take it away.
Koichi was cut from Part 5 PS2 game. In footage from early builds of the Part 5 video game on PS2, Koichi from Part 4 also seems to make an appearance, similarly to how he appeared in early chapters of the story before the main plotline kicked off. Koichi and Echo's Act 3 even have fully completed models that were never used in the final build. The reason why it was dropped from the game completely before its release is unknown, but maybe it had something to do with the fact that, aside from a brief role at the beginning of the part, Koichi doesn't really stick around for very long or make much of a difference to the larger plot. That being said, he does still feature in an audio drama that was included with the game's soundtrack. In this brief appearance, and only in this brief appearance, he is voiced by Ryo Natsuki, who also voiced Trish in the game, as well as Lulu in Final Fantasy X, Miyako Inoue in Digimon Adventure 02, and Wanda in the Japanese dub of The Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, seriously! At one point, Koichi and Wanda shared a voice actress. The more you know.
Muda.swf. In the early days of the English JoJo fandom, there were a lot of obscure entry points into the franchise because of the Wild West nature of the early internet. One of those entry points was a flash animation simply titled Muda.swf, which is of course named after Dio Brando's famous battle cry. The flash animation features stick figure representations of Giorno, Bruno, Narancia, Jotaro, and Dio, all fighting with their stands in various action scenes. It uses audio assets sourced from the PS2 Part 5 game and the arcade classic Heritage for the Future, and was created by Japanese user QuareQuare1234, originally posted on their now defunct personal website. The earliest known source for it that I could find appears to be an archived 2ch.net thread, compiling different kinds of flash animations, dated in July of 2003, which links back to that site. It's basically just a stick figure JoJo tribute animation, but it's cool to imagine that a lot of English fans who had never heard of JoJo before got into it simply because of this video. It just goes to show that internet oddities have always fascinated us and made us want to learn more about whatever they're from. Yeah, the internet is neat. Okay, I know it's so soon after, but here's some more guest entries. This first one being read by Pigpen. He has a really good channel and actually does similar icebergs just like the one you're watching right now. So if that sounds interesting to you, then you can find his stuff in the description below alongside everybody else's.
The Bottle,
Everybody gets their start somewhere, and of the several one-shot stories created by Araki in the time before JoJo, one of the earliest by far was a manuscript titled The Bottle. Unfortunately, unlike several other of Araki's early works, this one has never been released fully to the public, aside from a few pictures and comments. The story was submitted by Araki for the 14th Tezuka Award under the pen name Toshi Arakino when he was only 17 years old, and was only mentioned publicly once in the first 1978 issue of Weekly Shonen Jump. The story was discussed briefly by Hiroshi Motomiya, who was a judge for the awards at the time, and he seemed to like it quite a bit. No one is capable of being an independent manga artist unless they have a story with originality, Motomiya said. Out of these, I'm interested in seeing an original story from the artist of The Bottle. Considering his age, it's safe to say this artist is a very smart and promising newcomer. And oh boy, how right would he prove to be, huh? It'd be pretty cool if this story was ever fully revealed to the public someday. But for now, we'll just have to wonder about what it could be like.
Also, once again, we have H-Squid coming back for an entry. So make sure to open your ears and your brain to to this guest entry. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Roses and Heritage for the Future. Suzy Q's butler in Part 3 isn't exactly a common fan favorite character you'd expect to see on many people's lists. However, this guy, whose actual name is Roses, was initially planned to be in the Part 3 video game Heritage for the Future. In a secret file booklet looking at the behind-the-scenes process for many different Capcom games at the time, concept art for sprites of Roses could be found, though it's unknown how far into development he was before he was scrapped from the plans. In addition to Roses, concept art for the Pillarmen and even Stroheim are also featured in the booklet. Maybe these additions were cut for the sake of streamlining the game or making it more obviously Part 3 centric, but either way, it's still fun to speculate about what these character additions could have been like. It's definitely weird to think about Rose's fighting though, if he was intended to be playable. That means that conceivably someone could beat Dio playing as Roses. Actually, that sounds kind of hilarious. Capcom, don't worry about a new Mega Man, just please tell us when we'll be able to play as Roses. It's okay if you don't have an answer right this second, I'll wait. I got time.
Skywalker Sound. So, you guys know Star Wars, right? Little known series, you might not have heard of it until now. Pretty niche. It was made by this guy named Jorge Lucas. It's pretty cool, pretty weird, and obviously the best character in it by far is Dexter Jettster. Thank you for listening to my super unfunny bit. I will be taking no criticisms and no notes. Fuck you. But all that aside, the parent company of the franchise, Lucasfilm, has their own entire sound effects, editing, design, mixing, and music recording division, which was founded in 1975, and is named Skywalker Sound. Named after, well, you know, who else? Han Solo. Anywho, they did all of the sound work for the Star Wars series, and even the infamous holiday special. So obviously, their resume was looking pretty good, all things considered. Thus, naturally, a lot of people wanted to hire them and outsource their sound mixing work for various projects. So what do you think they got hired to mix that might be relevant to this iceberg? That's right, Howard the Duck, but also the 1993 JoJo OVA. Yeah, no joke. All of the sound mixing work in Studio APPP's adaptation of Stardust Crusaders was handled by the Star Wars guys. And if I can be frank, it kinda shows, because the sound design is pretty excellent. They actually also went on to do sound mixing for that Phantom Blood film adaptation. You know, the one that's still lost to time. I want you to really think about that for a second. A division of Lucasfilm not only worked on JoJo projects, but also a piece of lost media. That's crazy to me. Just gonna add that to the ever-growing list of interesting ties the JoJo franchise has to famous brands and pop cultural icons, I guess. Mikitaka is Cars. JoJo fan theories are nothing particularly new to us at this point, obviously, but a particularly out there one is that Mikitaka, the lovable, ambiguously an alien guy from Part 4, might actually be an amnesiac version of the main antagonist of Part 2, Battle Tendency, Cars, the ultimate life form. And unlike other theories that get pretty out there, this one is pretty deranged, and I'm fully on board because of that. It's just so insane that I want it to be real so bad. So let's take a moment and break it all down. At the end of Part 2, Cars is defeated by Jorge Joestar after he's catapulted into space, and the built-up air within his body freezes him in his attempt to launch back to Earth. There and then, he becomes trapped in space for all of eternity. Half mineral, half organic, unable to truly ever die until he finally stops thinking. And look, I know that Cars is like a bad dude, but this is a horrifying way to go out. In this fan theory, it's proposed that the frozen Cars eventually landed on some kind of alien planet, wherein somehow he was then thawed from his slumber. Having been near catatonic for so long, he would have lost his memory and all sense of himself, which would make him come to believe that he was actually one of those very aliens on the planet, and then presumably somehow come to Earth again after that and take up the name of Mikitaka. Now, obviously there's no canonical confirmation of anything like this happening, and it's uncertain whether or not it's even a likely possibility when it comes to Araki's authorial intentions. Still, it is worth noting that Mikitaka's abilities to transform his body could be seen as somewhat similar to Cars' abilities when he was using the Red Stone of Asia's power, so it's not totally out of the realm of possibility to at least argue the case for. There's probably a lot of stronger JoJo theories out there in general, but god damn it, I love this one. I'm fucking claiming it. Except in my version, there's no aliens. It's just that Cars goes insane while in space, and then he later crash lands back onto Earth in Japan somehow, and then just kind of convinces himself that he is an alien because he has these weird powers. Basically, I'm keeping the insanity, but I'm getting rid of the actual aliens so that I feel like it makes more sense. But in general though, I really like this theory slash headcanon, especially since it would mean that Joseph and Cars ended up in the same part of the story again, totally unbeknownst of each other. It's a really out there and weird idea, which I guess, to be fair, fits the spirit of JoJo pretty well. Unused Jotaro lines in Eyes of Heaven. As with any video game, Eyes of Heaven has its fair share of unused content, graphics, and animations. Though by far, some of the most interesting pieces of cut content all relate to Part 6's version of Jotaro Kujo. According to discoveries made by JoJo Wiki co-owner Vish Kujo, the game contains an entire folder of unused dialogue and interactions which make it seem likely that Part 6's version of Jotaro was supposed to be added to the game as a playable character or as some sort of costume. What I think is so fascinating about this beyond the discovery itself is that there's over 30 minutes of unused dialogue that exists in the game's files relating to this incarnation of the character, spoken of course by Jotaro himself and other characters that would have fought or teamed up with him in the game. If you'd like to listen to them, you can find a great showcase on Vish Kujo's channel, who went about taking the effort to archive them alongside easy to understand visuals. Surprisingly, while a lot of data remains of this addition to the roster, a model of him doesn't actually appear in any of the game's files, though evidence of this model's existence can be found in the credits images for the game, alongside other Part 6 characters. Space Ripper Stingy Eyes in Part 3. Dio Brando is known for a lot of things. His hilarious catchphrases, his propensity for dropping steamrollers from the sky, and of course, his strange vampiric powers. However, it seemed like after Phantom Blood, a lot of said vampiric powers disappeared from the forefront. Instead, it was more in favor of showing off his stand abilities that he had acquired through the use of the world. This left a few fans a little high and dry when it came to their desire to see him reprise some of those crazy supernatural abilities from days past. Many people were really hoping that he would rip out those crazy laser eyes again, just for the fun of it. And thankfully for them, their prayers were actually answered in an unlikely place. In a 1992 audio drama based on Stardust Crusaders, the fight between Jotaro and Dio, like many other parts of the drama, contains a multitude of differences from the original manga. One of those differences would be Dio's use of his Space Ripper Stingy Eyes, which is the ability to shoot pressurized bodily fluids from his eyeballs, similar to that of lasers. It was one of the very same moves utilized against Jonathan way back in Phantom Blood. It's definitely one of Dio's weirder powers, so it's pretty cool that it made a return in this fashion, even if it didn't end up being utilized in any other version of this fight. Come on, Araki, let the man use his laser eyes! Eternal Come. Yeah, you heard me. Eternal Come. Older translations of JoJo parts are rather infamous for the wealth of strange mistranslations that were brought to the table in the process. One such mistranslated element of the series comes in the form of a spoken line by the antagonist of Part 5, Diavolo. The original line takes place during Diavolo's confrontation with Bruno Bucciarati, in which he says, "I shall not allow anyone to threaten my everlasting climax." As you can imagine, when you introduce a Google Translate tier machine translation into this equation, the line becomes a bit less than optimal. This led to some translations penning the everlasting climax portion of the line as Eternal Come. And unfortunately, or for many, hilariously, depending on how you want to look at it, this problem lingered into the future with the release of the official anime card game in Japan, where many sites would machine translate card titles into English for their sales listings, leading to a card of the same name listed for sale once again as Eternal Come. Shout out to the 12-year-old who shouldn't be watching my content and is laughing their ass off to this specific entry. This is a shout out to you.
I heard you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, what's really bizarre is the fact you get no bitches.
The Lives of Eccentrics. The Lives of Eccentrics is yet another creative project done by Hirohiko Araki. This time, a collection of short stories penned between the years of 1989 and 2003 and finally released into a hardcover compilation volume by Shueisha in 2004, with an eventual paperback release following later in 2012. So while the artwork isn't actually done by Araki, it's actually the writing that he takes center stage with. The manga explores, what else, the lives of many famous eccentric people, each chapter featuring a different story, all concluding in one self-contained installment, with the only exception being the story of Ty Cobb, which lasts 2 chapters. The characters focused on in the manga are actually based on the following real-life figures. Ty Cobb, an American Major League Baseball player, Yoshio Ko, a Chinese-Japanese producer and showman whose dream was to show Japan the weirdest things imaginable, which included, televised relations between a human woman and an alleged human-chimpanzee hybrid? What the fuck? Mary Mallon, an Irish-American woman who was identified as the first asymptomatic carrier of the typhoid fever pathogen, who then proceeded to spread the disease in early 20th century New York. Sarah Winchester, owner of the Winchester Mystery House, who believed the many ghosts of soldiers killed by her father's in-laws' rifles, produced by his wealthy manufacturing company, were seeking to kill her, leading to the creation of her continuously built mansion in San Jose, California. The Collier brothers, 2 Americans known for a nasty hoarding habit and whose many run-ins with thieves targeting their Harlem home lead to them setting up many traps to catch them, and Nikola Tesla, a Serbian-American scientist and engineer best known for his rivalry with Thomas Edison. While the story of each character attempts to keep things relatively respectful to the figures that they're based on, Araki obviously takes some liberties here and there to inject the stories with his typical and unmistakable sense of narrative style. If you can ever get your hands on it, it's an absolutely fascinating read, if nothing else. Eyes of Heaven Tournament. Like all good fighting games, CyberConnect 2's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven had its own livestream tournament held from November 6th to December 16th of 2015. The event was held to promote the game, much like the previously held JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle League. The tournament was hosted by Bandai Namco producer Noriaki Nino, CyberConnect 2 producer Hiroshi Matsuyama, and comedian Kendo Kobayashi. The final round of the tournament was on the stage Air Suplina Island, and was fought between the pairs of Cars and Pet Shop, played by Katen O and Kaukawa, and Jolyne Kujo and Gyro Zappelli, played by R and Sentasu. The winning team was Cars and Pet Shop, an unlikely pair to be sure, but hey, I can't imagine it's any weirder than JoJo fans are used to. Strange relation. The return of obscure older abilities is not the only weird thing the older JoJo drama CDs have going for them. How about we try entirely new characters, for example? Featured only in the second chapter of the first volume of Stardust Crusaders drama CDs, a character simply referred to as Old Man Stand User is the wielder of a stand called Strange Relation. And yes, don't worry, it has the JoJo typical namesake in the form of Strange Relationship, a song originally created by Prince. Given that his first and only appearance is in this audio drama, you'll have to bear with me because no pictures of this guy or his stand actually exist. The stand itself is bound to a pipe organ, and it can be activated when the user plays said instrument. The sound becomes its means of attack, but it'll become unusable if the user endures psychological damage. It has the powers of manipulation, to touch the hearts of those who hear its haunting melodies and control them, even being able to manipulate multiple people at the same time. However, its weakness is that the effect is broken if the music is too far away for the victim to hear. Strange Relation can also destroy objects through a powerful low sound frequency that can inflict physical damage through its venue. Its user, a random old man, is 89 years old, rather senile, and seems to get a kick out of using his stand to force people to compete with each other. His only motive seems to be just having fun, and he appears to be the only stand user to attack the Crusaders who isn't working for Dio in some capacity. This old dude is only defeated when taken surprise by Jorge Joestar. He rapidly develops dementia and is forced to retire from the battle. That is shockingly dark. Fuck. Oh my god. Alright, time for another guest entry. This time by another friend of the channel, The Cyperior. He does YouTube things on YouTube. Hope you enjoy this guest entry, everyone.
Bruto. So many side characters, so little time. That seemed to be something of a motto for David Production when they were getting started on their anime adaptation of JoJo, because, tragically, we lost Bruto in the mix. But who is Bruto, you may ask? Bruto is one of the many people who were outside of the cafe in a Part 2 Battle Tendency, during the fight between Jorge Joestar and Straizo. After Joseph blew up Straizo and the cafe along with him, Bruto attempted to impress a nearby girl by detaining Joseph temporarily. Unfortunately for Bruto, this attempted show of strength quickly fizzled out, as Joseph socked him in the nose and ran off, leaving Bruto clutching his face on the ground while said girl commented on how much cooler Joseph was than him. His name may be a reference to Bluto from Popeye. As previously implied, Bruto is cut entirely from the anime version of Battle Tendency, and will dearly be missed.
Hey, you know what would be so funny? If I dropped another guest entry on you. This next guest entry is read off by my friend J-Tastic VA. He's a voice actor, video editor, VTuber, a lot of things. And he's gonna be talking about something very special to my heart. Take it away, Jay.
Wilson Phillips is Mario. In the English language dub of the 1993 Stardust Crusaders OVA, the character of Senator Wilson Phillips, expert politician and notorious vehicular homicide artist, is played by none other than the king of Nintendo, one Super Mario. That's right, Charles Martinet, best known for his role as Mario in, basically everything from Mario Teaches Typing onward, voiced our favorite United States Senator. Well, our favorite United States Senator that was responsible for mowing down hordes of innocent people in a limousine. This isn't the only character he voices in the OVA either. He also voices everyone's favorite character, Pilot B, otherwise known as one of the 2 members of the Speedwagon Foundation to talk on screen. Weirdly enough, these 2 characters would go on to be the only roles he's ever had in an anime production. That is until the recording of this video in 2022, where he voices Magenta in the English dub for the film Dragon Ball Super Superhero. But still, that's 29 years in between. It kinda makes you wonder whether or not he just had so much success with the video games that he found no further point in voicing more animation, or if he just really liked JoJo in particular for some reason. Well, either way, it's a shame that he didn't reprise his role in the newer adaptation, because I can only imagine how hilarious Senator Mario would have been a second time around.
It's me, Mario!
Ryosuke Kabashima. In a manga author's career, depending on how long it is, they'll probably have a fair few amount of editors that help them craft and refine their work. Araki's first editor, who was personally responsible for much of his growth during the first 10 years of his career, was a man named Ryosuke Kabashima. His role as editor would last from 1979 all the way to the finale of Stardust Crusaders, in chapter 265 of JoJo, which was published on April 27th of 1992. Kabashima was born in Moroin, Hokkaido in 1954, but would then later move to Tokyo at the age of 2. In 1979, he joined Shueisha and was assigned to the editorial department of Weekly Shonen Jump, alongside the editor of Fist of the North Star, Nobuhiko Hore. At the time, there were only about a dozen or so people in the editorial department, with fan-favorite series Kinnikuman just beginning around that time. Kabashima was somewhat unfamiliar with manga personally, particularly with Jump titles, so the appeal of popular series of the time kind of escaped him. Having only been an editor for several months, he met Araki later that same year. As it turned out, Araki was having a bit of a rough patch at the start of his career. With Araki's manga submissions constantly being rejected by various publishers, he was spurred to visit Shueisha directly to look for answers to his dilemma. Kabashima had coincidentally been working at the receptionist desk that day, and was actually able to personally critique Araki's work and technical faults in person. Sensing potential in the young man, he told him to fix his pages and apply for the upcoming Tezuka Award. And Araki's eventual submission, Poker Under Arms, would not only end up winning the runner-up prize, but would also end up being his first ever published manga. From that point onwards, Kabashima became Araki's primary editor, encouraging him to break the mold of popular manga at the time and pursue his passions like horror and suspense, of which Kabashima was also a big fan of. He vouched for Araki's content among the Jump's editor's skepticism and even encouraged him to travel abroad. They talked about movies and novels often, with some scary horror recommendations being shared between them frequently. Kabashima was even present for the initial JoJo brainstorming session, helping Araki come up with the name Jorge Joestar while they were eating at a Denny's. Yeah, Araki was at a Denny's when he was like, you know what, I'm gonna make a series called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it's gonna be called that because the main character's name's gonna be JoJo. Imagine being Araki's waiter at this Denny's. Would you like fries with your shake, sir? Oh, no thanks. I'm coming up with one of the most influential manga of the 21st century. Like, what? Later on during the development of JoJo during parts 2 and 3, they would ironically meet up at a place called Jonathan's Family Restaurant. Now I know what you're thinking, and a lot of other people have thought it too, but no, Jonathan's name does not actually come from Jonathan's Family Restaurant. That is just actually a misconception that has been spread around online. Araki himself actually confirmed that this wasn't the case. Jonathan's Family Restaurant does in fact exist, and Araki and Kabashima did actually dine there, but they actually did that later during the development of parts 2 and 3. Jonathan's Family Restaurant was actually closer to Araki's workplace at the time, so it just made sense. But yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was first thought of in a Denny's. It's because of information like this that I made this iceberg in the first place. I love learning about this stuff so much. Kabashima would end up sticking with JoJo during its unpopular first part, defending it from cancellation by Shueisha by vouching for Araki's talents and potential, particularly coming off of the heels of his decent ratings towards the end of his previous series, Cool Shock BT. Later on, in 1987, Kabashima actually convinced Araki to go with him, albeit reluctantly, on a very special trip to Egypt. And they would go on to tour places like Italy and France as well. These trips would go on to inspire Araki to put in certain ideas in Part 2, and of course, Dio's appearance in Egypt in Part 3, alongside other concepts that are now staples of the JoJo franchise. Kabashima admitted that his need to make corrections for Araki rarely cropped up during the creation of Part 3, and that after stands were first introduced, the series became so insanely popular that all criticisms basically disappeared. Their relationship became much more casual and less professional during this time, simply because he had so little to take note of. Essentially, Kabashima and Araki were just kind of bros. Joe bros, if you will. Sadly though, Kabashima was eventually transferred from Araki to the Super Jump magazine at the end of Part 3, which would then leave Araki a bit uneasy without him. But Kabashima was confident that JoJo was a stable, strong, and popular series, and was sure that Araki could carry on making his story the best it could be. Despite leaving, he'd still oversee Araki's works for Super Jump, including various one-shots. Araki would go on to even include a final message to Kabashima marking his departure in the last chapter of Part 3, which read, "I could never thank you enough, but I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Your every word gives me courage. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure would have never existed without you." God damn it. It's so sweet. I love this. This is my favorite fucking segment of the iceberg. Girls by Night. This entry is just porn, like no shot, it's just pornography. I swear I did not plan for this juxtaposition, like the last entry was so wholesome, learning about it actually made me kind of emotional, and then just boom, porn. Oh my god! Obviously, not gonna cover this at all. Like look, I'm trying to be as thorough as possible, but we don't need to be that thorough. Nobody watching this like cares that I'm not being this thorough, right? Unless you're a weirdo, in which case, die. So, I think I'm just gonna move on. Strongman Front. Back before the manga was ever officially released in China, there were a ton of pretty hilarious bootlegs. One of them was rather profoundly named Strongman Front. I feel that the crossover we deserve is definitely whoever made this and whoever is responsible for Duwang. Clamp's Stoner Kakyoin. As we all know by now, Clamp is notorious for their fan-made JoJo stuff. But did you know that this actually extends to their non-doujin work? Apparently, one of the artists there, Tsubaki Nakoi, is a huge Jotaro Kakyoin shipper, to the point where all of their officially published boy love manga feature characters that look almost identical to Jotaro and Kakyoin. One of these Kakyoin lookalikes features a very noticeable tattoo of marijuana. Fuck. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep reading this. This is insane. Really gives an entirely new meaning to Emerald Splash. Marcy, what the fuck? This is so fucking corny, holy shit. Marcy wrote this, by the way. I should clarify. Marcy wrote this section. You can tell. Fan love letter to Straightso. During the serialization of Part 1, Araki, of course, got a lot of fan letters, like any manga artist does. And naturally, fan letters can be a little strange sometimes. One of the strangest came in a series of letters though, and they were all from a single girl who really liked Straitso for some reason. She was extremely devoted to this admittedly very minor character, and when Araki killed him off at the beginning of part 2, she actually sent more letters about how horrible of a monster he was for writing it, complete with attached illustrations of presumably herself crying into Straitso's chest. You know what? It's good to know that even in the pre-internet days, fandoms were still full of people who were absolutely out of their minds. There's something very comforting about knowing that. Joestar struck. Aren't the men of the Joestar family just the dreamiest? Oh yeah, and the woman too, I like her. I forgot that Jolyne exists, fuck. Loud sigh. If only there was some sort of dating sim made specifically for JoJo fans. Holy shit! A logo! Joestar Struck is the fan-made dating sim based on the JoJo series. In it, you can go on dates with various JoJos. Not much else to say in that department, or any department really. It's a JoJo dating sim, I can't really say much else than that. If it sounds up your alley, you can find it on itch.io. I actually played the pre-release demo of this pretty early on in my career on YouTube. I hate saying YouTube career, that's so fucking cringy. Can I say something else? I actually played the pre-release demo for this pretty early on in my YouTube journey on stream. If you're curious about my experience, I had an enjoyable time with it. It was a weird game. Oh god. Hot Pants Cleavage. The cover of Volume 8 of Part 7 Steel Ball Run features an illustration of the character Hot Pants with her cleavage on full display. Is cleavage the best way to refer to this? I was so close to just saying like boobies, boobas. The volume released using this illustration as its cover actually covers up her chest rather conveniently with its placement of the series logo. She is a nun after all, let's show some decency here, fellas. I do not care how hot her pants are, stop leering! This is a steel ball run, not a blue ball run. Let's pack it up, guys, go home! I don't know. Need... Oh my god! Why? Why do I get the weirdest ones to read today? Need strong pillar GF. Apparently, there was once a concept for a pillar woman for part 2 of JoJo, rather than just having pillar men. Naturally, of course, this led to the mimetic evolution of JoJo fans simping for yet another choice wife, of whom we didn't actually have a real name, so strong pillar GF would have to do. And to be completely fair, yeah, she could crush me, and I'd be okay with that, right, John? I bet if somebody out there listening has the name John, they were so scared right now. They were like, whoa, oh my god, what? But you know, it's not real. It's a joke. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so we have another guest entry coming up, read off by Bumbles McFumbles about a thing called Choro Kichi. However, I need to put this disclaimer here because I know that there's going to be people in the comments that point this out. God knows there's already been a bunch with all the mispronunciations throughout this video series. Bumbles is about to say Gwes's name incorrectly. I repeat, Bumbles is about to refer to Gwes as Gwes. Now, when that happens, I need you to not panic. It will be okay. I promise you, we will get through this together. Now, prep yourself, get ready, here it comes. Choro Kichi.
In part 6, the character Gwes always gives cute little nicknames to the people she shrinks down with her stand Goo Goo dolls. These nicknames don't really translate very well to English, however, so many of them are simply left out of the English scans of the manga, as well as the dub. That being said, it's fairly simple to explain. The male guard that she shrinks down into a parakeet is nicknamed Pai-chan, which is a bit of a girly nickname. Inversely, Jolyne, who is made to shrink down inside of a rat, is nicknamed Chorokichi, which itself is a sort of boyish rat nickname. And honestly, being shrunk into a dead animal carcass is one thing, but I will not have you patronizing me with inaccurate nicknames. Stop it, it's really uncalled for.
No abandon. Shonen Jump magazine is, of course, a magazine. Wow, such thoughtful commentary. And as with all good magazines, you have to create some attractive, eye-catching text to draw people into whatever it is you're trying to get them to read, to buy, or both. It seems that back during JoJo's weekly run, the editors knew this, and had a lot of fun coming up with ridiculous and often over-the-top taglines for each new chapter. These taglines, of course, were only printed in magazine releases, never making it into individual tankobons, similarly to other serialized Jump manga. Given JoJo's length and history, some of these taglines are pretty hard to find nowadays, compared to recent releases of the magazine that are both current and simultaneously made available on the internet. Some examples of particularly wacky titles include The Return of Charisma. Those enchanting eyes are driving me crazy. She's Jolyne, daughter to a noble soul. Gravity, the means to love. And of course, the header for this entry, No Abandon. If you expect me to dive into what No Abandon means, I don't know. So we're going to move on. I'm allowed to throw my hands up sometimes and just admit that I don't know something or it doesn't make any sense. I don't have to go on a 40-minute diatribe about what No Abandon means, okay? Moving on. Beta colored scans. Much like any popular shonen series, newer digitally colored scans of JoJo's manga have been being made for ages. For one reason or another, I've seen multiple people claim that these are fan-made, but no. These are totally official. At least, however, the original Japanese versions. We've never gotten them officially licensed in English. And it's very much a shame. These professionally colored manga look incredible. They're the same ones I've used for the video because they look so great and are very easily readable. In general, the colored scans are pretty well known online. But did you know that it wasn't the first example of an official attempt by Shueisha to colorize JoJo manga material? Back when Steel Ball Run was Steel Ball Running, they made tons of animated flash videos to promote it, with some of them featuring early colored scans before they were released by JoJo D. These colored scans include some notable differences to their official final counterparts, such as Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap being red, and Ticket to Ride being golden. Of course, given the lax nature of JoJo's color schemes as stated by Araki himself, this could just be a logical extension of that philosophy. So who am I to tell you that D4C can't be red? If Sonic's arms can be blue, then truly anything is possible. Great, we're here. Oh... Jotaro / Kakyoin Horse Dojin. Hope you're ready for this. I hate this. Before you say anything, yes, this is exactly what you probably think it's gonna be. But before we talk about that, before we even step foot into this proper, I want to weave you a short little tale. I want to tell you a story about how I majorly fucked up. And I think the best way to start is at the very beginning of the creation of this video. Okay, you see, me and my co-writer Marcy have more or less split this project in half, with each of us taking on different entries of the iceberg to research and write about. And given that it started as solely my project, I took on the duty of dealing her a few lists of subjects that she needed to work on. However, on one of those lists, I accidentally left this subject on it. The Jotaro / Kakyoin Horse Dojin. And I'm gonna be real with you. If you haven't put 2 and 2 together yet, this topic is very not safe for work. It was because of this fact that I had planned to tackle this subject by myself. You know, I'll put myself through it so nobody else has to, but I'm an idiot. And I accidentally sent it to Marcy. I accidentally threw Marcy into the deepest end of the darkest pool you could ever imagine. A dojin in which Kakyoin and Jotaro are soulmates who get reincarnated into a new life where Kakyoin is still a human and Jotaro is now a horse for some reason. And of course, because they still have past fondness for each other, they participate in various activities, none of which I can speak of. or that I want to speak of. So, instead of writing up a 5-page explanation about what it is and giving you a full analysis that makes me the most demonetized person on YouTube, I'm gonna simply just read you the message that Marcy left for me after I accidentally traumatized her. You made me see this. You made me see Kakyoin and Horse Taro consummate their hideous equestrian relationship. This is worse than possibly anything I could have ever hoped to see today. I've seen so many things while writing for this, and none of them top this. I mean, they certainly don't top like Horse Jotaro does. Oh Jesus, why did I write that? Please, please, oh God, please make this stop. Please go to the next entry, go. And then Marcy died.
I hope you'll indulge my asking a very bizarre question.
There it is!
Heaven ascended. You heard right. By now, you have attained heaven. You've gotten so deep into the pit of obscure anime trivia that you have effectively become your final form. You aren't just a JoJo fan, you're the JoJo fan. So without further ado, let's continue to go even further beyond. Araki's bug bite fetish. Ooh boy, can't wait to talk about this one. I love my job. In a set of questions posed to Araki and Uomo in October of 2018, they rather candidly ask what his fetish is, or if he even has one at all. And unsurprisingly, like the absolute mad lad that we all know he is, Araki actually answers fairly explicitly. The balls on this man, I love him so much. And just as he had done with all of his interests before, he had actually already incorporated this aspect of himself into JoJo. In Part 7, Steel Ball Run, a scene exists where Johnny and Gyro exchange secrets with one another. Johnny's confession, and the far more strange of the two, is that he reveals that he has an insect bite fetish, specifically for when he sees women who have been bitten by mosquitoes on their arms or legs. What? You want me to make a comment on this? How the fuck am I supposed to comment? In the interview, Araki revealed that this information doesn't just apply to Johnny, but to himself as well. Yeah. He goes on to further explain in this direct quote. Your skin swells red when a mosquito bites you, right? I like to push in my nails on the spot to make an X mark. It's quite erotic too. Haha. What the fuck? Manga in Theory and Practice and its strange cover art. In 2015, Araki released a book entitled Manga in Theory and Practice, a collection of techniques and general tips used for creating manga or writing stories. I've read through quite a bit of it at this point, and his methodology is really fascinating and captivating to learn about. Even so, I won't be diving into them here, because instead of talking about the enthralling concepts within the book, I instead want to talk about the front cover. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this information, but the cover for Manga in Theory and Practice heavily references a Brazilian flag. Yeah. This was first pointed out to me on Twitter by user @KiroSunflower. And since then, I haven't been able to find anybody else talking about it, so I guess I'll fill that role. The design of the flag, featuring a large star on a handle surrounded by a sort of ornamental looking wreath, is almost exactly traced for the cover design of Araki's novel. The only clear difference between the two is color, and the circle in the center of the star bearing the book's title rather than the globe of Brazil's flag. A bit of a strange choice of inspiration there, Araki. I have no concept what the thought process behind this decision could have been, but knowing him, it was probably because he thought it looked cool and literally nothing else. Hey, did you guys know that I'm fucking stupid? For this segment, I'm gonna be so for real. According to various comments, I do not know what the fuck I'm talking about. So instead, I'm going to have my friend Kaula come on and explain this part a little bit better in my place. Also, I'll have a quick annotation at the end about her explanation as well.
Yes, the cover art of the book Manga in Theory and Practice, The Craft of Creating Manga by Hirohiko Araki, features what is called in Brazil as Brasão da República, which is the coat of arms of Brazil. This crest has illustrative representations of a shield with 20 silver stars, with an inner design with 5 additional stars forming the constellation of Cruzeiro do Sul, which forms the Latin Christian cross. Beneath the shield we can see a sword, the golden handle of which is decorated with yet another silver star in the center. From its sides we can see 2 different plants forming the outer crest, forming what could be a reference to the Roman laurel wreath, a symbol of the champions of the Colosseum and important figures within Italian history. Instead of laurel, we have one side which represents the coffee bean branches and on the other the tobacco flower. Even though we can all agree on its clear similarities, and we can assume Araki used it as reference for the cover, we can also use our big brains to analyze the subtle changes he used in his version and why. For example, on both sides of the crest in the cover, we can see only the coffee bean branch used, with some subtle alterations. As an artist myself and many others who need to be caffeinated to work under certain conditions, such as releasing manga chapters under a deadline, I believe that effort and energy are needed to follow the golden path of creating manga. The star and shield of the inner side of the crest remains almost unchanged, only simplified to present the title of the book and draw the eyes directly to the center. Then our eyes will most likely move down to read the rest amongst its composition. The sword also remains unchanged, simplified except for the silver star in the middle of the sword's handle. Araki incorporates numerous stars into his creations, so he deliberately kept them as a symbol or signature of the examples he will most likely use in his book. Could this be a stretch? Maybe, but Araki uses design and symbols to tell a story within his characters and backgrounds a lot, and a book where he wants to guide you to victory and aid you in your artistic journey, this won't be completely unbelievable. As I mentioned before, the wreath of laurel represents icons of importance such as people, historic moments, important pieces of knowledge, and so on. Even if it was initially used to show off that you survived into the Colosseum's trials and you're the winner, this sort of symbolic and culture-changing iconography is something that Araki would follow in his work, because the change they brought is still used to this day in the composition of artwork and symbols, like, for example, the golden ratio.
Okay, so quick addendum, as if this segment doesn't have enough additions already. So as it turns out, the cover of this English release of Manga in Theory and Practice was not actually designed by Hirohiko Araki in the first place. The American designers are actually Sam Elsway and Sean Carrico. Thank you so much for the commenter that pointed this out. I feel really dumb. And even though there are parts of the analysis that Kaula said that kind of set on the fact that Araki designed this cover, I still feel like the analysis is valid because the 2 people that did work on it, obviously, you know, are aware of Araki and are working on the book. So of course they're going to put a little bit of intentionality behind the design of the cover. Anyway, moving on. Next up, we have another guest entry narrated by my friend Gerber about the 2005 April Fool's Steel Ball Run anime announcement. Take it away, dude.
During the serialization of Part 7, Steel Ball Run, an internet artist named Hitome made a fake OVA announcement for Steel Ball Run, utilizing model sheets from the 1993 Stardust Crusaders OVA to do so. This was devised as part of an elaborate April Fool's prank with actually impressively rendered art of Gyro Zappelli in the OVA art style. This is the first known instance on the internet of a fake JoJo anime announcement, with of course many to come in the following years. A trendsetter of sorts. So before you make another joke about Jolyne.jpg, be sure to pay your respects to the JPEG that started it all.
Lisa's puffy nipples. What the fuck? On the chapter cover of chapter 97, in the middle of part 2 Battle Tendency, the character Lisa has strangely prominent nipples underneath her sweater. While the turtleneck she's wearing in the illustration is almost certainly a reference to the band Devo, the significance of this little detail escapes me. I don't know, maybe Araki was like down bad that week, I don't know. Or maybe they could be just really big bug bites. We all know how much he likes those. Couture Issue Girl. In the Part 5 manga, during the fight between Bucciolati and Secco punches a fashion poster from Couture Issue, having mistaken the woman in the poster for Bruno himself because of their similar hairstyles. This poster also appears in the PS2 game, as well as Eyes of Heaven as a small background texture. It even ended up making it into the anime adaptation in a very brief blink and you'll miss it scene. So next time you watch the show with friends, be sure to point at the screen and say, oh my gosh, it's the Couture Issue Girl from the JoJo iceberg that I watched from Salty Gaiden. Who am I kidding? You probably don't have friends if you've gotten this far. Joestar Hat. The Joestar hat was a formerly obtainable, but now unavailable, user-generated hat, published in the avatar shop of hit social game Roblox. Yes, finally, my subscribers can rejoice. I'm finally acknowledging Roblox. Yippee! The item was created by a user named Reverse Polarity on September 9th of 2019. The hat, obviously inspired by Jotaro Kujo's hat from Stardust Crusaders, also contained an even more blatant reference to JoJo itself in the item description. I did it. You all wanted it, so I did it. Good grief. Which is obviously a reference to Jotaro's signature catchphrase, Yere Yere Deze, as it's often translated into English. The name Joestar is also obviously a play on Roblox and Joestar. Unfortunately though, it seems as though there's a real-life company with this name, thus likely leading to the item's deletion from their site. Trying to open the RBXMX file for the hat in Roblox Studio now leads to it loading as an invisible model named Dragon Shades, likely used as a placeholder asset that Roblox overrode the original hat with to prevent it from being used. Before its deletion from the game, as of September 26th of 2020, the item was favorited on Roblox 2,877 times. Bangus Heritage for the Future art. Okay, narration challenge. If I can get through this entire entry without laughing once, I win. Okay, ready, go. Bangus... Fuck. Okay, starting over. Bangus is a Japanese freelance illustrator, a character designer, and game creator, who is well known for his work at Capcom in the company's early days. He was a main designer there, having worked for the Street Fighter series, the Darkstalker series, Plasma Sword, Power Stone, Onimusha, and others. He apparently grew up discovering his passion for art by copying illustrations done by Leiji Matsumoto and Akira Toriyama, before going on to join Capcom in 1992, utilizing his, as he calls it, counterproductive style of conceiving his artwork, sketching and coloring it all in one shot. He's gone by many different pen names over the years, including Maido Shito, CRMK, Holy Home Run, and most recently, Gouda Cheese. Fuck! And considering his consistent work on Capcom projects, you'd be correct if you suspected that he had a hand in the artwork for the JoJo arcade game Heritage for the Future, as he was the person that drew the original character art for a pamphlet included with the arcade board itself, featuring characters such as Mariah, Vanilla Ice, Pet Shop, and Hol Horse. Anasui is Trish's lost brother. With parts 5 and 6 of JoJo taking place approximately 10 years apart from each other, it was determined that a 15-year-old Trish Una and a 25-year-old Narciso Anasui would actually be about the same age as one another. Given this fact, a headcanon rose among JoJo fans that, similarly to Trish, Anasui was a bastard child of Diavolo's who somehow escaped his notice. Given Anasui's likeness to Diavolo himself, and to some extent his early feminine appearance looking somewhat similar to Trish, this theory is posed to explain the visual similarities between the two, and their supposedly shared father. Of course, this is all just speculation, and Araki has never commented on the idea himself, probably never even meaning for that to be the case. Still though, given the compatibility of canon facts with these musings, it can be somewhat fun to imagine that this could be the case. To be honest though, I think that for the most part, people assume that all three of these characters are related because they have pink hair. Which I mean, like, yeah, I can understand, but I feel like not enough people fully comprehend that JoJo doesn't have canon color schemes for its characters. For the anime and colored manga, they need to pick some defined palettes for consistency, but in the case of the source material, Araki has been quite clear that he never likes to pick specific colors. And every time that he has to colorize his own work, there are various differences between two drawings of the same character. This is actually why the anime has made the choice to shift the hues of the characters and settings during certain scenes. Not only does the change in color help to highlight key moments, but it also references this variation of Araki's work in a much more tangible way. So an aspect like color linking these three characters together isn't really as strong of a connection as people might think. King Crimson is Part 8 Josuke's true stand. This is an old theory that posits that since the Higashikata's family stands in Part 8 all have the word king in their name, that the final form of Josuke's stand, Soft and Wet, would turn out to be named King Crimson, the name of Diavolo's stand from Part 5. Seeing as Jojo Lion has now ended though, this seems to not be the case. Unless, you know, Josuke comes back in Part 9 for some reason and his stand evolves into King Crimson, but I don't really think that that's gonna happen. I think that this theory is dead in the water. But for the time, this theory, ooh, it was spicy, and honestly, I could have seen it happening at some point. Buichi Terasawa. Buichi Terasawa is a famous manga artist who's well known for his original manga series, Cobra. It's a story about an adventurous man of the same name who surgically alters his face and erases his memories to eventually hide from his foes and settle down. Of course, he proceeds to regain his memories, reunite with his former partner, and jump back into the fray of adventure. In a story that takes inspiration from European spaghetti westerns, samurai stories, and film conventions ranging from that of James Bond to Disney animation. The series was collected into 18 volumes running in Shonen Jump from November 1978 to 1984. There were many sequel mangas, one-shots, films, 2 anime television series, 2 OVAs, audio albums, video games, and plenty of other tie-in merchandise. The reason that this is relevant is that apparently Terasawa's name is actually the inspiration behind the mysterious initials in the title of Araki's other series, Cool Shock BT, with the BT standing for, who else, Buichi Terasawa. Also, Buichi's character Cobra served as an inspiration for the character of Hol Horse, who you can definitely see some aesthetic similarities in, if you squint a little bit. Steel Ball Run Vomit Chapter Voiceovers. Hey, not to ruin the immersion of this iceberg video, but I'm actually recording this a bit later because I messed up during the scripting process and got this entry completely wrong. So apologies if my mic quality is a bit different. Can't do anything about that, got a new mic. Anyway, so the Steel Ball Run Vomit Chapter voiceovers. These are just a brief collection of officially voiced over chapters of Steel Ball Run to help promote the official release. The reason that they're called Vomix is probably what you're thinking. They are voiced comics. They're actually really cool and were made before Steel Ball Run characters got into the JoJo video games with official voice actors, so these are some of the first voiced interpretations of these characters. With all that being said, don't get excited for an entirely voiced manga from beginning to end. Like I said, this was really only made for promotion, so it only covers a couple bits of the beginning parts. And when I say bits, I mean bits. It actually skips over a couple of early chapters and hops around a bit, it's kind of weird. Nonetheless though, I'm actually really happy that this exists in the first place. I really enjoy when manga publishers make voiced over comics like this. They actually did this with a recent Shonen Jump title, Kagurabachi. The first couple of chapters got official voiceovers with English subtitles, so you can actually go check them out right now online. Sorry if I'm randomly promoting Kagurabachi, but you should really be reading Kagurabachi. Shout out to the Bachi Bros. Kajipan's JoJo Posing School. Since all the way back in the ancient times of 2002, a group led by a JoJo fan named Kajipan has been traveling the world with events throughout Japan and the USA to teach people about the finer things in life. Now, you might ask what those finer things in life are. Maybe some culinary skills? Acting chops? Improv practice? If you guessed any of the following, you are absolutely incorrect. Especially not the improv thing. You should go to hell for even suggesting that. The true answer, of course, is how to imitate the iconic poses found within JoJo. Yes, in an attempt to help people enrich their lives, these lovely folks won't cease until every open ear they come across is made aware of the sweet, sweet nectar of dopamine that is throwing your arms into weirdly impossible positions and just fucking owning it. Even if that might only be true a little less than half of the time. Because seriously, what was Polnareff doing that one time where he was like, his leg was contorted back? I don't know how you do this. People have done it, I just don't know how. It's possible, but do I have to defy the laws of physics to get it to work? Megaton Man. Listen, I know, you've heard all of the Duwang jokes, sure. But did you know that there's actually another infamously bad bootleg translation of JoJo out there? Yeah, it's called Megaton Man, and it's something of a meme among Korean fans of JoJo. This version of the series evidently came to be because at the time Korea and Japan did not have diplomatic ties. And so, because of this, many pirated Japanese manga made their way into Korea through less than proper publication channels. Megaton Man itself actually became a meme mostly for its, in retrospect, apparently super weird translation choices of its source material, and because of its meme status, there are actually even fan Korean subtitles for the JoJo anime based on the script of Megaton Man. Since I don't actually speak Korean, it's obviously a bit hard for me to tell just how funny it actually is, but if it has anything even close to the line of, it gives me a feeling so complicated, then yeah, I'd probably say it's pretty funny. Araki's childhood trauma. If you've read a lot of JoJo like I have, Araki's work has many recurring themes that make us question things about his life. If for whatever reason he just hates all dogs, what his deal with bugs is. But one that's actually pretty easy to draw a line of connection to is Araki's seeming obsession with boys nearly drowning. We actually know about this thanks to Kajipan from the previous entry. He was actually pretty keen on making fans aware that Araki himself, as a child, actually nearly drowned to death, and that the experience must have left something of an impression on poor young Araki, as all of his works since this incident have featured chipper boys nearly inhaling enough water to die of it. Of the many examples of this in his library, a few notable ones would be Ikoro from Baoh, Pierre from Rohan at the Louvre, Josefumi, and of course, Jonathan Joestar himself. Alright, up next we have the final guest entry narrated by the Cyperior. It's about the Jolyne Fly High with Gucci official translation. Take it away, dude.
When the promotional comic Jolyne Fly High with Gucci was released, the official Facebook page for Gucci itself posted a link to an English translation of it. The link was only available for about a week before its deletion. Despite the somewhat low quality, the translation is complete, which begs the question of whether a physical release similar to that of Rohan at the Louvre was ever planned, but unless Gucci ever speaks up about this, we'll presumably never know.
Yukiko in Gantz. A panel of Yukiko from Part 4, specifically from the story arc Yukiko Yamagishi Dreams of Cinderella, was featured on the album cover of Breeze Girl by the group Baseball Bear. That in and of itself is interesting on its own, but a billboard which was promoting the album in Japan was coincidentally featured in the background recreation of said location used in the final chapter of the hit seinen manga Gantz by Hiroya Oku. Okay, so does this technically mean that JoJo itself is canonically a manga that exists in the world of Gantz? Well, it would hardly be the most screwed up thing to exist in Gantz, that's for sure, but that's a whole other plate of cookies for a different glass of milk. Fujoshi interview. You know, strange interviews seem to be par for the course when it comes to Araki. It seems like every time he comes out of his art cave, he just talks to the most strange people. But the one that we're talking about for this entry, this one's special. This interview, referred to commonly as the Fujoshi interview, is one conducted between Araki and Junko Kaneda in the November 26, 2007 issue of Eureka magazine. The reason that this is intriguing is that Kaneda herself is referred to often as a veteran Fujoshi, which, if you're unfamiliar with the term, refers to women who are basically otaku for primarily boy love content. Now, this doesn't just mean that they're fans of MLM romance, of course. That on its own isn't really anything particularly noteworthy. What crosses into the realm of a Fujoshi is a person who generally seems almost chronically unable to engage with anything, any story, any character relationship, without in some way cycling back to being obsessed with any pairing of men that so much as breathe toward one another. So, fucking yikes? The term Fujoshi, when translated from Japanese, somewhat concerningly means rotten girl. Which, yeah, okay, clearly they're concerned with women liking gay pairings for the wrong reason, but what they should be concerned about is just how weird this lady acts. The Fujoshi interview is notoriously bad, as basically all of her questions for Araki seem to tip the scale in the direction of her strange, crude fanfiction and fetishization the entire time. Araki remains polite, but clearly seems to try steering away from the stranger interjections. For example, towards the beginning of the interview, she notes the camaraderie between Josuke and Jotaro, who, you know, are just kinda related biologically. Kaneda then goes on to say, and this is a direct quote, "It's an exceedingly good relationship. Even one that almost crosses a certain line." Ha 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 ha. And again, being the Chad he is, Araki promptly and uncomfortably responds, maybe it's better that I didn't write that then. And regardless of any sort of comfort or social cues, she just keeps pressing it, and then goes on to imply that after that hunt, the two would go to a love hotel, before of course swerving into the idea that many of course would object to the relationship, but not because it's creepy and weird and incest. She clarifies that it's because Jotaro is meant for Kakyoin only. You know, of course. Araki struggles to respond in a way that makes him sound even remotely interested, but he gets back into it for a bit when he's allowed to talk about the characterization in Steel Ball Run. Sadly though, Kaneda derails yet again, saying that she thinks Diego should spice up Johnny and Gyro's dynamic with a love triangle, before then going into Dio and Poochie sex fantasies, because of fucking course. Araki is noticeably off-put by the sudden huge shift in topic like any normal person, but does use it as a chance to reconfirm Dio's bisexuality as a matter of clarity. And while I might think that this is really cool, this encouragement lets Kaneda prod him about his supposed attraction to Jonathan, which Araki humors, but ultimately refrains from commenting on. Araki ends off the interview basically saying that Dio never sincerely loved anyone, and that's because he just couldn't, and that he perhaps would have been able to change in the future had he not died. But he did very much die, so there's that. Thankfully though, the interview pitters out before Kaneda can get a discussion about part 5 off the ground, and thank Christ, because I didn't want to read about it. quick correction and a small addendum to this section, but the term fujoshi has more or less been reclaimed in recent years. I was told by a lot of commenters that many self-proclaimed fujoshis are now openly queer or just in general interested in same-sex romance manga like yaoi and sometimes even yuri. Back in the day, the term fujoshi had a lot of negativity behind it, mostly because of the fetishization of certain people, but nowadays it seems like it's a lot more of a welcoming, open community of queer people who just like reading queer stories that they identify with, or in general, just supporting and celebrating queer relationships. So with all that being said, I guess you could call me a fujoshi. I don't know if I'd fit the rotten girl title, but I do like me some gay romance. I do like them sometimes. I like reading. Lost Yahoo Phantom Blood movie trailer. None of those words are in the Bible. Well, actually, maybe Lost is. I should have thought that joke through. That made no sense. If you think it already sucks that the Phantom Blood movie is lost media, well, let me do you another, because apparently an exclusive trailer for the movie is lost as well. Yeah, a lost trailer for a lost movie. How about that shit? It was posted to Yahoo Japan on February 23rd, 2007, several days after the movie's release in theaters. As you can imagine, based on context clues, the page containing the trailer is no longer accessible, but it can still be viewed using the Wayback Machine, as several aspects of it were thankfully archived. The trailer itself, though, not so much. It's believed that this special video contained more footage and screen caps of the film that we have yet to see, but probably not a crazy amount, to be honest. Many trailers tend to reuse the same scenes across multiple advertisements, so I assume it'd be the same case here regardless of any exclusivity. Remote romance. Remote! Romance! That's the song that it's associated with. Anyway, here's a stand that you may have never heard of before, Remote Romance. Now, of course, the reason you probably haven't heard of it before is because it actually doesn't really belong to any specific JoJo part. No. This stand was created for and is now canon to the real world. That's right, to celebrate the 25th anniversary of JoJo, a special event was held called JoJo Exhibition 2012. It was a pop-up art gallery where Hirohiko Araki presented various art pieces he's created over the years, from his beginnings in the manga industry to his most famous works. The various rooms that were a part of the exhibition represented the numerous eras of his career, and were presented in chronological order, so guests in attendance could walk through a physical representation of his life's work. They even had some impressive life-size sculptures and even a giant manga volume of Phantom Blood. I want it so bad. You can tell that this whole event was a JoJo fan's wet dream, and anyone who had the pleasure of attending probably had a great time. Although, what about the people who were less fortunate? What about people who wanted to go see it in person, but weren't given the proper chance? Well, that's where Remote Romance comes in. Given the population of folks who weren't able to secure tickets, the event partnered with Google to live stream the exhibition over the internet. Although instead of a normal live stream, Araki decided to have some fun and put his own bizarre twist on it. For the purposes of this event, he created the stand Remote Romance. This special stand not only physically existed in real life, but its ability was to possess humans who have access to a special server and then give them the ability to project their presence to a remote location. That location being the art gallery itself. All of this is just to say that Remote Romance was their own creative way of live streaming the event while still trying to engage the people who had to stay home. The people who got the opportunity to use it were actually able to control its position in the gallery via Google Hangouts, and it's really cool. It's a fascinating idea and concept, but of course Araki didn't just want to stop there. He would go on to not only create unique artwork for it, but also give it proper battle stats and even an in-depth lore to justify its own existence. According to Araki, the original user of the stand was a legendary hacker that went by the name Dixie Flatline. While Dixie ended up being sentenced to death in 2006, remote romance still continued to exist despite the loss of its user. The stand would then become automated, connected to the network that Dixie had used, with anyone who had access to it being able to take over the stand for themselves. What I especially love about this stand, beyond the fact that it was a physical entity that actually existed at one point, is the fact that I'm pretty sure it was a guy in a suit with a camera glued to his head. At first I thought it was like an automatic robot type of deal that would just wheel around the rooms of the exhibition, but not only was remote romance online only during specific particular times of the day, but I've actually found pictures of it using its hands to pick things up and articulate its body and joints in very specific ways. Well, I mean, either it's a guy in a suit or it's an actual real-life stand. Also, I found this picture from the exhibition that has a real-life version of the puppet that the warden uses in part 6. You know, Charlotte. And damn, I wish that was actual merch. I'd buy the hell out of that. I want one so bad. Anyway, boop-a-doop. Unreleased Gorgeous Irene doll. Okay, so we haven't really covered it thus far, but I figured I should just bring it up now. Gorgeous Irene was a 2-chapter manga written and illustrated by Araki in 1985, 2 years before the start of JJBA. It follows the adventures of a young girl named Irene Rapona, who has a second life as an assassin known for her makeup skills. And just in case you're concerned about it, it does in fact include wacky poses. Yes, okay, yeah, that is insanely wacky. That is bizarre. Bizarre adventure! It's pretty cool because Irene's name would later go on to be referenced and reused in JoJo. But for the sake of potential spoilers, I don't want to talk about that as a part of this entry. But what I do want to talk about is a potentially cancelled Gorgeous Irene model that was supposedly going to release in 2016. The toy company Sentinel, which has had a history of making a wide offering of JoJo-centric products, showed off that they were developing a Gorgeous Irene doll at Wonderfest 2015. It even would have included multiple sets of clothing and different accessories as well. This product that was previewed, however, would never go on to release, with seemingly no news as to why. And if you're wondering why I'm talking about Gorgeous Irene on the JoJo iceberg, shut the hell up, bitch. I do what I want. You can't see it, but I'm flipping you off right now. Araki planned to end the series at part 3. Yes, despite JoJo being super well known for its wide variety of stories and arcs, the series was actually planned to end by the completion of Stardust Crusaders. From the very beginning of part 1, Araki had always intended for the series to be split into 3 distinct parts, ending with one final battle against Dio. In an interview with Kappa magazine, he explains how he liked the idea of having a series that moved through different time periods, without involving any sort of time travel. So he settled on the idea of swapping out cast members and protagonists for each of the 3 parts. He would also choose this approach because, in his own words, he didn't want to get trapped in having to draw the same characters over and over again for years upon years. The idea of progressing through different historical periods with new characters in each story was something that greatly appealed to him. But even so, editors at the time weren't super keen on the idea, thinking that the revolving cast might lead to fan outcry if the series ever turned out to be popular. Regardless of this, however, Araki insisted that he take this approach, and eventually, by the time Part 3 was published, the series had already cemented itself as one of Shonen Jump's best. Of course, as we know later, Araki would then proceed to alter his original plan, and continue the series long past its original goalpost. And may I just say, thank Christ he did, because if he hadn't changed his mind, we would never have gotten the peak fiction that is Diamond is Unbreakable. Weekly Shonen Jump Part 6 announcement website. There used to be a website for Part 6 when it was originally being published in Shonen Jump. While the domain was formerly used to promote the art book JoJo A Go-Go, Stone Ocean took over the page when it officially started. I'll be candid here, there isn't much to talk about this topic other than that, but it is noteworthy to mention that it is one of the earliest known official JoJo-related websites. Grand Gorilla. At this point in our journey, we've gotten so deep into this iceberg that we are reaching a point of insanity. A point that is self-referential in nature. A point where this next entry is one that documents a fact about this video in and of itself. Yeah, that's correct. We are at a point where this video is now going to talk about this video. Because if you can believe it, the thumbnail art itself has a direct connection to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And no, it's not because the thumbnails have art of JoJo characters. That's a super freaking obvious connection to make, and if I see you doing that in the comments and being cheeky about it, I'm going to kill you. What if I told you that the person that I commissioned to work on this art for these thumbnails all the way back when I first started working on this iceberg would actually eventually end up working on the JoJo anime itself? Yeah, the artist for these thumbnails is the one and only Grand Gorilla. And as fate would have it, you've most likely seen his art floating around online. Especially if you're anything like me and you find yourself engrossed in fan-created JoJo content at all times. My Twitter and TikTok feeds are just JoJo and One Piece. The algorithm knows where I live and what I do. Now, much like myself, Grand wasn't really much of a fan of anime until he found out about JoJo back in 2017. Ever since then, he's had a serious dedication to the series, even learning how to emulate and reproduce the style of it in his spare time. His work is incredibly impressive, but if you already have functioning eyeballs, you could probably already tell. It's practically indistinguishable from the official product. It's one of the reasons I ended up reaching out to him to work on thumbnails for my JoJo content in the first place. It looks professional grade even when he makes shit posts. Yes, dear viewer, your eyes do not deceive you. That is indeed the one and only Saul Goodman defending Jolyne Cujo in court. He actually made this fan art during the initial release of the Part 6 anime on Netflix back in 2022. And in that same year, he would later get reached out to by a production assistant from the anime production studio RA Craft. You might not recognize their name, but this group had previously worked on episode 23 of the Stone Ocean adaptation. And despite having no past experience working in the anime industry, the production assistant offered Grand a position working on what would eventually become episode 34, the first part of the Sea Moon fight. Obviously, he gladly accepted the offer laid out in front of him, and somehow, as if that wasn't enough on its own, he would later be promoted to the chief animation director for that very episode. Pretty freaking amazing for someone who was completely new to the industry that he found himself in. And to top it all off, all of this seemed to have occurred while I was working on this series. The iceberg that you are watching right now. For context and proof, I commissioned the first piece of thumbnail art from Grand all the way back in the year 2020 while we were talking on Discord. Back then, I was more or less still in the research phase of this project, and I reached out to him for some artwork as I had done previously with my Phantom Blood video. By the time his episode was released on Netflix, not only was I super stoked to see him finally get the recognition he deserved as an artist, but I also felt extremely lucky that I had gotten the opportunity to work with him in the first place. It's really cool that in a roundabout sort of way, I got an actual JoJo anime crew member to work on this art for me. And I'm not afraid to say that I was totally geeking out over the prospect. Like, come on, this is freaking awesome. Oh, yeah, and also, I guess I should bring this up too. After Grand's work on JoJo Part 6 was over, he actually went on to work on some other lesser-known anime series that I would highly suggest checking out. I just gotta make sure I'm reading these right. Chainsaw Man, and that other anime I mentioned before, One Piece. Both of them are really good, and I don't think a lot of people watch them, but you should check them out definitely after you finish this video. Anyway, the moral of this story is that you should 100% follow Grand over on Twitter at Grand Gorilla. I'll have his stuff linked down in the description as well, so you have no excuse not to shoot him a follow. I really recommend checking out his fan art of his interpretation of what a Steel Ball Run anime could look like. It's crazy good stuff. I'm obsessed with it. The style is like on point, my god. This is the fucking funniest update that I could tack on here. Grand ended up becoming the animation director for Steel Ball Run. Fucking what? Dog. I'm like talking up his Steel Ball Run fan art, and dude just becomes the animation director on part 7. You can't make this shit up, dog. Holy shit. He did a really good job, by the way. Everybody's extremely proud of him. Go Grand! We are your biggest fans! But hey, if you want to know more about Grand, I can tell you this. He's a massive asshole. While I was working on this video series, you know, the one that took me freaking forever amongst all my other projects, Grand would consistently DM me with like new JoJo trivia that I've never heard before that I found really interesting. And he wasn't doing so because he thought it would be cool to show me because I'm interested in JoJo trivia. No. He was doing it because he knew I had no self-control and that I would add it to the Iceberg series, which would then give me more work to do, which would then cause the video to come out later. So hey, Grand, if you're listening, fuck you. /SRS. Thumbnail Easter eggs. Okay, if you thought I was done over-explaining things and getting extremely meta in this video, you, my friend, are incorrect. If you paid any attention to the thumbnails that were used for the videos in this series, you might notice that 3 of them hold some hidden Easter eggs, so just to be thorough, let's go over them in short order. For the second video, I used Jorge Joestar for the thumbnail. Now, I didn't only choose this because it's a reference to the fact that he is the main character of part 2 of the series, but I also chose it because his pose here is a direct parallel to a similar pose he would later strike in Stardust Crusaders, along with his well-known catchphrase, "Oh my god!" Next up, the thumbnail for the third part of this series uses my personal favorite JoJo, Josuke Higashikata. If you happen to find his face here familiar, it's because it's directly ripped from the manga. It's that one bizarre face he makes after ruining his fancy designer shoes in the Let's Go Hunting story arc. It's one of my favorite images in like the entirety of the story. It's so good. And finally, last but certainly not least, for the fourth and final thumbnail of this iceberg, I used art of Guido Mista. Now, the reason he looks so distraught is because I made the conscious decision to feature art of him on the 4th iceberg video. If you remember, Mista suffers from severe tetraphobia, otherwise known as the irrational fear of the number 4. And I did this because I'm just a little freak. I'm just a little nasty guy. I love to see people suffer. If you got all those callbacks and references, then good for you. You have a good eye. If you're pissed at me for over-explaining them and continuing to pad out this iceberg, then please leave a comment. Maybe even several, if you'd like. Oh, what was that? What? You think I'm... Oh, no. What? No, I'm not doing this because I want the interaction to boost my channel in the algorithm or anything. No, I'm just asking because I care, and I will totally read all of your comments, every single one.
Now you're gonna say, oh, well, it matters, it doesn't matter anyway, because, oh shit! What doesn't matter anyway, because, oh shit!
Jojoler. Welcome to the true final tier of the iceberg. I think. You may have achieved heaven, but now it is time for you to ascend to true Jojoler status. That's right, we can go even further beyond. If you don't know, Jojoler is a Japanese slang term for the biggest of fans. It's a word that combines the terms of JoJo and lover into one powerful phrase. That's right, you did it, kid. You stuck it out to the very end. Let's start our victory lap. Please, oh my god, can we start the victory lap? Oh my god, I've worked on this video series for 2 years! Haruno Higashikata. Haruno Higashikata is one of the greatest JoJo characters to ever exist. Not necessarily because of his important ties to Josuke in Part 8, or the vital role he plays in Jojo Lion's final chapters, but instead because of the fact that he is a completely fake non-canon character created just to fuck with people. Yeah, if you thought that this guy was real, then you have fallen for the prank. Congratulations. If you aren't caught up with the manga, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that this dude is real, because that's his sole purpose. Haruno Higashikata was created to troll people who haven't yet read up with the manga. Even his name was created with authenticity in mind. Since multiple important characters from parts 7 and 8 are named after specific people from past parts, Haruno is actually named after Giorno Giovanna's original Japanese name, Haruno Shiobana. And since most people aren't caught up with the non-anime content and only have a surface level understanding of it through the video game releases and people posting on Twitter, this sort of naming scheme just makes sense to them and makes it feel like this dude might actually exist within the story somewhere. Basically, the whole thing is just kind of group gaslighting, and that is why it's become my favorite in-joke in the Western community. I just fucking love lying to people, making up shit on the fly about a character that doesn't exist just for shits and giggles. That just sounds like fun to me. That's just entertaining. After reading up and researching on Twitter about all of the group gaslighting, I actually discovered that the concept behind Haruno was actually started by fellow YouTuber and shitposter Aeon Star. He was even chill enough to talk to me about some questions I had and explain some stuff about the joke's origin, so I could therefore ruin it for a bunch of people online. This is what he had to say.
It wasn't explicitly planned out, but I did do it with some level of precognition, how it would play out if people did start playing along. It was inspired by a mix of things. First was prior community-based gaslighting attempts for The Simpsons and Super Mario with Gumbly and Scrupulous Fingor, respectively. Second was that I just really liked the idea of Josuke's twin brother, since that was a real thing in Jojo Lion.
He goes on to link the character of Haruno to a theory he created about Part 8 when the manga was still running. I don't have time to get into the theory here, but if you want to know his thoughts on Part 8 at the time it was still going, as well as this theory, then you can watch his video on YouTube.
When I made the Jojo Lion coronation theory, that was a big part of the theming that I locked in on, this idea of Josuke as a twinless twin. So I thought, what if that character was still alive? That was a pretty believable idea that people could latch onto. I also made sure the differences between Haruno and Josuke were minute, distinct, and easy to make, so people could do their own versions quickly. I put it up unprompted, and people got into it pretty quickly. Grand Gorilla made a lot of edits that proliferated really fast, and if I remember correctly, Kate from my Discord made the wiki page that people ended up finding often.
Honestly, that's the whole other thing about this that I really love. The sheer amount of fake evidence of his existence that people have made over the past year or so. From fan art to fake manga panels to literally making him playable in Eyes of Heaven through mods. Because why not, I guess? If he's real, he should be a secret character in the game. Real quick, I want to thank Aeon Star for dropping in to give me his thoughts and recording audio for this video. Thanks a ton, dude. Seriously, you made researching this section a lot easier and more comprehensive than I ever thought it would end up being. So, yeah, thanks a bunch. Koji Koseki and Rohan Kishibe are old friends. I think that by now, we all understand at this point that Araki takes inspiration from a lot of different places when writing for his manga. The world around him and his interests are his muse, and this even extends to other manga artists. And in regards to this entry, Koji Koseki. Koseki is a manga artist who is notable for his baseball-centric manga, which I will try my best to pronounce, Kenritsu Umisora Kokoyaku Buin Yamashita Taru-kun. I probably fucked that up. If the comments on my videos are any sort of indicator, I will never pronounce anything correctly, ever. so I doubt that I got that one right. But anyway, back to the entry. What some people don't know is that Kosuke is also a friend of Araki's, and the first manga artist that he would go on to meet in person. The two of them were neighbors and actually had a great relationship, and it's because of this that Kosuke would go on to be referenced a good chunk of times throughout JoJo's publication. In fact, getting back to the subject of this entry, in chapter 321 of the manga, Rohan even mentions him by name when talking about whom he admires the most. And later on, during the initial magazine publication of Thus Spoke Kashibe Rohan, it's revealed that Rohan and Kosuke were old friends, just like him and Araki were in real life. I think that it's hilarious that Araki has gone on record to say that nothing about Rohan is based on himself whatsoever, but then we get stuff like this that clearly parallels himself in real life with Rohan. Like, dude is trying his best to hide the fact that he is just Rohan himself, that he's just him. I just hope that Araki doesn't, like, lick spiders and act like a complete weirdo. But given all the stuff that I've researched on this iceberg at this point, I don't think that I can firmly believe that. Dude is very, very strange. Phantom Blood alternate ending. Alright, so I know what the subject says, but I'm gonna need you to reel back your expectations just a little bit here, because I've kind of clickbaited you, just a tiny bit. Okay, so remember that Phantom Blood PS2 game I talked about way earlier on the iceberg? We've already discussed the alternate scenarios that can happen in the game's plot when played under certain conditions. You know, like when the player somehow wins the boxing match against Dio and then the aftermath of the scene changes slightly. Well, this same sort of system actually affects the ending of the game overall. This feature is extremely demanding, but yeah, if the player can achieve an S rank on chapter 22 of story mode, they'll be able to unlock a new version of the final battle between Jonathan and Dio on the cruise ship. But instead of fighting Dio's lackey, Wang Chan, Dio will instead revive 3 zombie knights, just like Tarkus and Bruford, to fight you on the boat. Now, again, the final result of the story won't change. Jonathan is still very much going to die, rip my mans, but I think it's really cool that we seemingly have some obscure Phantom Blood characters in this alternate ending that not a lot of people are actually aware of. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Who the hell is out there trying to get S ranks in this game anyway? Go touch some grass, or even better yet, go and read some One Piece. I'm almost caught up to Wano, and it's really, really good. My favorite Straw Hats are Usopp, Brook, and Chopper. And actually, you know what? No, like, definitely Luffy, too. I love Luffy. And you know what? Zoro, too. God damn it, there's too many good characters in this goddamn series. Anyway, so yeah, read One Piece. Sorry, don't mean to make this a One Piece iceberg. That would be insane if I got this far and just started talking about One Piece for the rest of the iceberg. Araki's former pupil taught the author of My Hero Academia. While writing the manga for Part 7 Steel Ball Run, Araki had an assistant that worked with him by the name of Yasuki Tanaka. Tanaka was a manga artist in his own right, having worked on numerous series before and after his work on JoJo. However, the most interesting aspect of his career, or at least to me for this iceberg, is that similar to his work with Araki, he would go on to have his own assistant later on in his career, an artist by the name of Kohei Horikoshi. And if you think that his name sounds familiar, it's probably because it does. Horikoshi would go on to create another popular Shonen Jump series in My Hero Academia. This means that through only a couple of degrees of separation, JoJo has an inherent connection with My Hero Academia, and I think that's really cool. There's nothing much really else to say about this topic, so instead, to wrap up this entry, I'll recount a slightly related personal story about my experience with the My Hero fanbase. So, one time on Twitter, I said that My Hero would probably be way more interesting of a story if Deku never received superpowers in the first place, and I received multiple death threats. I love anime fans. I think they're so cool and normal. Bad Company camo design. You know, now that I think about it, it's kind of wild that I haven't brought up the live-action movie adaptation of Part 4 all that much on this iceberg. I mean, I don't have much to say about it. It's just a live-action film adaptation of Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable, and it's only really the first bit of the story. Judging by the contents of the film, it seems like they planned there to be several sequels to jumpstart a series that covered the entire plot in full, but the film didn't end up performing super well in the box office, so the series will forever remain unfinished. I want to be honest here, I haven't gotten the time to sit down and watch it in full yet, which is very weird considering that it's a movie that covers my favorite part of the manga, but I just don't have that much drive to check it out at the moment, especially since I know it probably won't get any follow-ups to complete its story. I kinda hate getting invested in stuff that I know ended up getting cut short for whatever reason. Cough cough, Inside Job, cough cough, Infinity Train. However, just because I don't have much to personally say about the movie doesn't mean that there still isn't any trivia to be talked about. And surprisingly, it lies within the design of the stand Bad Company. Yeah, Bad Company, the stand of Keicho Nijimura, Okiyasu's brother. The live-action version of the stand Bad Company in the film uses a camo design pattern that was actually drawn up by Araki himself for the film. It's pretty hard to see the design in the footage, but when you look at the isolated textures, you can very much tell that Araki had a hand in it. You can probably see it too, but it very much has his unique style imprinted on it. We don't know for sure how much influence he had on the film itself, but it's nice to see that he touched it in at least a small little way during development. I hope that he ended up enjoying how everything came out, even though it didn't really succeed financially. It must have been fun to see his characters portrayed by live-action actors for one of the first times. Like, cosplay is one thing, but having your characters show up on the big screen with like a full production and script and acting is probably something else. Alright, I don't want to ramble too much here because I gotta keep going and move on to the next entry in a sec, but I'd be remiss if I never brought up the live-action Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan TV show. Yeah, so in a similar way to the movie, I don't have that much to say on it, but I just wanted to mention it at least once, you know, since I didn't have time to find anything for it or put it on the list. Sorry, I guess, sue me. But thankfully though, unlike the Part 4 movie, this TV show has actually found some pretty good success and has already gotten 3 seasons worth of content and a theatrical film. I'm really hoping that its success ends up communicating that live-action JoJo still has the potential to be good. I'm just really interested to see what people could do with adapting JoJo content for live action. Jodai. Jodai is the pseudonym of Japanese painter and photographer Kunohiro Watanabe. He was a former assistant of Hirohiko Araki and worked with him during the publication of Steel Ball Run and later Jojo Lion. During that time, Watanabe would hide his nickname through various background elements in the series, leading to the nickname Jodai becoming a frequent Easter egg that was sprinkled throughout the manga for a short time. This sort of stuff is just plain fun, hiding these tiny details throughout your work for eagle-eyed readers to find. I really enjoy this sort of thing. However, sadly though, it seems that Watanabe didn't really enjoy working on JoJo as much as this entry might have you think. Since, according to an old Facebook post, he found the job insanely demanding, with the sheer amount of time he had to spend erasing and redrawing his work over and over. He would even go on to refer to his old office space in which he worked in as Green Dolphin Street Prison. You know, in reference to Stone Ocean. Yeah. Though, despite his issues with his job, he doesn't seem like he has any animosity towards Araki or JoJo directly, as he ends his post with an inspirational quote from Bruno Bucciarati himself. You know, the GOAT. Honestly, I wish Watanabe the best of luck in his own endeavors. He's a really talented guy, and I'm glad that he made the choice to leave the series before he got massively burned out. Good for him. Part 1 and Part 7 colored scans were made during the Phantom Blood movie. This entry is exactly what it says on the tin. From what we can gather, it seems like some of the official colored scans for Parts 1 and 7 made by Shueisha were actually created during the promotion of the Phantom Blood animated film. The reason as to why this is a widely accepted reality is because of a few curious factors. As readers with a sharp eye can tell, Part 1 and earlier volumes of Part 7 have a distinctly different style of coloring and shading from the rest of the series. This earlier method of coloring feels a little bit rougher and grittier than the softer and more consistent color choices of the other scans, and honestly, they do tend to stick out in a pretty big way when compared. The vibes here just feel completely different from the rest of the colored scan releases, and it's never been officially stated as to why this is the case. On top of this, these scans were only officially released to the public in full in the year 2012 as a part of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure digital collection. Now, the reason that I bring this up is that the year here is very important, the year 2012. And that's simply because some of the panels from this later release actually first appeared in an ad in Ultra Jump, an ad that wasn't advertising their later digital release in 2012. An ad that was actually originally published a few years earlier, back in 2007. So yeah, it seems like these rougher colored scans were actually seemingly made 5 years before that they would be officially released. And if this is indeed the case, it makes total sense why these scans in particular would look so different compared to others in the series. Given the year that this ad was published, the timeline here suggests that these colored scans were originally made for the release of the Phantom Blood movie, or even the Phantom Blood PS2 game. Maybe these specific scans would have been printed in a physical volume or two that you could buy as a part of a merchandise tie-in or something. That, to me at least, makes the most sense, but really it could have been for anything. Though it seems that given the context, the original intentions for them were later cancelled. Although we don't know whatever that plan was, the release of these scans would be delayed until 2012, when Shueisha would go on to color the entirety of the manga in the way that we know it today. We may never know the original intentions of these scans, but at least we know why they look a little bit different compared to everything else. Thoth is real. Back in 2002, Shueisha published the Oingo Boingo Brothers Adventure in Japan, a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure spin-off one-shot manga that was essentially just a physical replication of the stand Thoth from Stardust Crusaders. Yeah, the book itself is simply just a compilation and full-scale artistic rendition of Thoth's predictions from Part 3. It's not really printed with the intention of being a full, coherent story on its own, and is more of a collector's item for diehard fans, i.e. me. The thing that makes it compelling beyond that, however, is that there's actually a canonical in-universe reason as to why the book was published like this in the first place. That's right, Shueisha, the publishing company, is canon to JoJo, and this all makes sense in the grander, extended JoJo canon. Okay, let's get into this lore. According to miscellaneous information contained within the manga itself, after the story of Stardust Crusaders, Boingo was actually approached by an employee from Shueisha as they were on vacation in Egypt. Upon their first meeting, the employee took some pictures of his stand, and then went on to publish it officially in Japan. There's actually a lot of other funny stuff about the physical book too, like how after the last prediction from Part 3, the book just has a bunch of empty pages for the rest of its run, indicating that Boingo hasn't used it since his last encounter with the Crusaders. However, I think the best part about it overall is how the last few pages include a short interview with Rohan Kishibe and his thoughts on Thoth after having properly read it. It's a really amusing interview because, like, initially he thinks it's a crazy, well-made manga, especially for a kid Boingo's age, and praises the art direction and use of what he believes is symbolism and a well-crafted social commentary throughout the story. But then Rohan figures out that it was all just Boingo's stand, and he didn't actually write anything at all, so he goes on this insanely salty rant about how it's an insult to mangaka everywhere to call this thing manga, and how actually he just like hates it. It's hilarious. Rohan ranting about his opinions on manga and art is always really funny to me. Kinda makes you think what he'd say about AI art these days. He'd probably hate that too. Sam Raimi Playboy interview. This is a collection of words that I would have never thought would be related to JoJo in any way, but yeah, it actually surprisingly does. In the July 2004 edition of the Japanese version of Playboy magazine, yeah, I know, weirdly specific, Sam Raimi and Hirohiko Araki have a conversation with each other about his most recently released movie, Spider-Man 2. So like, at first, I had no idea why Araki in particular was chosen to interview Sam about the movie, but it all started to make sense when I thought about Araki's fondness for the horror genre. Yeah, so turns out he's a massive fan of Raimi's catalog, especially with the Evil Dead movies. And you can easily see it by the way he talks with Sam throughout the interview. I can assume that Araki's favorite scene in Spider-Man 2 is probably the one where Doc Ock's tentacles murk all of those surgeons for like no reason. He actually brings it up in particular when he talks about aspects of the film that he's a fan of. The entire interview is fantastic stuff. The way that they talk about and share their ideas on storytelling is really engaging and fun and just a great read overall. Here's a short segment from the interview that I really enjoy. I think one of the most appealing things about Spider-Man is the misunderstandings from the people around him since his true identity hasn't been exposed. I'm worried that if you direct the next 3 films, you'll have a hard time. I'm currently planning the next one in my hotel room and I'm having a hard time. If you have any good ideas, please contact me in my room this evening.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
So yeah, according to the transcription, they laugh like a lot in this interview. It's literally goat to goat communication. I love it so much. Now, just as a reminder, this is an interview about Spider-Man 2, so JoJo isn't even mentioned offhandedly, like at all. But that doesn't mean that Raimi doesn't connect with Araki on other things. He actually does end up remarking on Araki's artwork and even how wonderful he thinks it looks. Here are some brief excerpts about that from the transcript. Having finished Spider-Man 2, I can honestly say that it was just as good as the first one. Hey, thank you. I was also shown your work, Araki, and it was quite wonderful. I was really impressed. Oh, please, haha. I've always been a big fan of your taste and direction. For example, small scenes such as when the nails screeched from being dragged left an impression. You're very perceptive, haha. When I saw your work, I had a feeling you'd be the type to notice those kinds of moments. I'm proud to say now that the skills I've cultivated as a horror writer can still be put to good use here and there. I wanted the audience to be frightened with how scary the villain was, so that was a method I used to show suspense and make your heart race. Later in the conversation, Raimi even goes on to suggest that Araki would make for an amazing CGI artist if that was something he ever wanted to be. And while Araki clarifies that he isn't all that interested in that side of creation and instead prefers what he does now, you can tell that he's very flattered by the compliment. God, it's such a cute interview, I'm gonna die! Crossover of the Millennia, one of my favorite discoveries from working on this video. Heavy Gauge. Heavy Gauge is a Japanese studio that's focused in the creation of anime and manga related figures, specifically garage kit figures. They're basically a type of model kit that you can get of a specific character, but instead of just building it like a normal model, it's cast in a solid color of polyurethane resin, meaning, in layman's terms, you can paint it yourself in however which way you'd like. It's like Legos, but for adults! I actually just found out about these while I was researching, and I really like the idea of them. DIY activity stuff where you can build and color your own professionally molded figure is really amusing for me and kind of tickles my brain in just the right place. Honestly, I gotta pick myself up one of these just to try it out for myself. It'd probably come out horrible, but as long as I have fun while doing it, you know? I'm saying that to deflect the fact that it would probably look like this. Anyway, like I said, Heavy Gauge focuses on the creation of these sorts of figures. God fucking damn it. Anyway, like I said, Heavy Gauge focuses on the creation of these sorts of figures and is actually notable for being the first company ever to produce figures on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yep, these guys got the opportunity to work on and sell the very first JoJo figures to ever exist, and even though some of them look a little bit off least model-wise in some places, they're still important for being some of the very first pieces of JoJo merch to ever exist. Dating all the way back to the 90s, the line of figures that they would end up manufacturing came in 2 waves, and included characters based on Part 3 and later on Part 2. There was planned to be a 3rd wave of figures a bit later on, this time based on Part 5 characters. However, this ended up being cancelled for whatever reason. I couldn't tell you why, but maybe these weren't selling well. Prototypes were created for a select handful of characters for Wave 3, but these wouldn't end up in production or circulation and would never see the light of day. So I'm actually pretty sure that these prototypes would fetch a pretty high price among collectors. One last thing I want to mention before moving on that I found kinda neat is how before their proper release, the Part 3 figures were actually used as promotional artwork for the official video game guidebook for the Famicom Stardust Crusaders game, the same one that I talked about way earlier on this iceberg. There is just something so 90s about this. Particularly, it gives me the vibes of the official renders for Mother 2 or Earthbound in the States. Having physical models to represent video game characters is such a cool aesthetic. I wish more games would do it nowadays, but I get why they stopped. Stupid 3D modeling and CG ruining everything. All I want to do is see video game characters like they just popped out of a Rankin and Bass production or some shit. You know, like Rudolph and the one with the Santa Claus and he go 1 foot in front of that one. I want to be able to clearly picture Jotaro Kujo beating the absolute tar out of Yukon Cornelius. I mean, could you imagine that? Could you imagine that with your brain?
I want to be a dentist.
Oh yeah? Well, I want to save my mother Holly Kujo from being killed by the stand that awakened within her due to the return of Dio Brando, an ancient evil vampire. JoJo in the Silver Case. Alright, so there's this video game. It's called The Silver Case. It came out in 1999. Full disclosure, I know nothing about it and will probably continue to know nothing about it. Just doesn't really seem up my alley. However, the reason I want to discuss it is actually because of a weirdly direct JoJo-related Easter egg that was recently discovered in the game. In the room of a character named Koichi, you can find a stack of what at first seems to be a bunch of generic-looking books placed messily next to his desk. But looking at the textures for these books up close, we can actually get a better view, and you can clearly see that their front covers are an edited and abstract version of Weekly Shonen Jump, with a cover that features artwork of Josuke and Jotaro from the beginning of Part 4. This detail on its own is very cool, but I don't know if having these books in the room of a character named Koichi is somehow an even more direct nod to the series or not, but regardless, it's still a fascinating little secret hidden in plain sight. Vento Aureo Pinball. I really love the novelty of older websites. You know, back when Flash and Flash games were still a relatively new concept and people were still actively using forums to talk to others online, it was just a really charming era for the World Wide Web. And this entry, well, it's a part of that era. One of the early JoJo websites that promoted JoJo Part 6 actually had a unique Easter egg that was implemented into its HTML code. By clicking on a graphic of the stand Manhattan Transfer that was present on the webpage a certain number of times, you'd be redirected, or transferred in this case, to a special hidden webpage that contained a pinball flash game that was themed around Part 5. Now let's not get crazy here, it's a very archaic pinball minigame, and by today's standards it's nothing crazy interesting, but it was a cool little secret that a few people were able to access at the time. The way that this was hidden kind of reminds me of the Homestar Runner web series. Does anybody watching remember that at all? It was one of the earliest popular examples of an animated internet web show, and I was obsessed with it when I was a kid. No joke, it was big before YouTube was even a major thing. The reason that this pinball game reminds me of it is because at the end of each Homestar animation, there'd be this secret clickable option embedded into the animation itself that would take you to different alternative web pages. It was really just sort of a, you just had to be there kind of thing. The way that all worked actually inspired me to hide secret links in my videos too. I have quite a few big and small projects that I posted to YouTube with secret redirects to other stuff if you want to try and find them for yourself. Anyway, sorry for the unrelated ramble, but if you've been watching this this video the whole time. I really doubt you mind me trailing off every once in a while about stuff. You know me, I just think stuff is neat. I talk about neat things. Jorge Joestar miniature figurine mistake. JoJo merchandise. There's a lot of it. You all probably understand at this point, but when a franchise is this successful, license holders do their best to try and take advantage of that success. And take advantage they do. There's a lot of stuff to buy related to this series. I haven't gotten the chance to bring this stuff up too much on the iceberg, mostly because I don't think there's that much to talk about other than pulling a soy jack and pointing at the stuff I want to buy. However, there is one thing that I can talk about, and it's really stupid, but I'm already scraping the bottom of the barrel here, so why not bring it up? Like, I'm sure that some people are gonna get really pissy with me about how granular some of these explanations can be, but I'm being self-referential about it, like Deadpool, so you legally cannot get mad. That's like an unwritten YouTube thing. You're not allowed to get mad at me if I make a joke about it. Okay, so to get back on track, there used to be a company that made official JoJo figures that went by the name Banpresto. I say used to because it technically doesn't exist anymore. It actually got absorbed into Bandai Spirits, a subsidiary of Bandai Namco. If I'm understanding it correctly, they still use the name for branding purposes. It's just a smaller bit of a bigger whole now. Banpresto has made a decent chunk of figure lines for the series, with most of them being really freaking clean and nice looking, at least on preview images online. And while I was searching through their catalog, I thought I actually recognized the style of figures that they made, and wouldn't you know it, I actually own one of them and never knew. Yeah, so quick detour, but this entire time I had a Bruno Bucciarati statue from their Mafia Art collection. Mafia Art was actually a brand of figures made to celebrate the airing of the JoJo Golden Wind anime season, featuring a complete set of characters from Giorno's main crew. Now again, I only own Bruno, so I can really only talk about him, but I really admire the details on the figure and the pose they decided to give him. Although sadly, the figure's pose itself isn't super functional per se. Bruno doesn't really have a good center of gravity and he falls over really easily. The mount that came with him doesn't really help either, and honestly shifts the entire statue into a slight forward-leaning position that kind of looks like that one dance move from Smooth Criminal, the one where Michael Jackson leans forward and goes hee-hee. I don't know, it kind of feels like a design flaw or a mistake. And hey, speaking of mistakes, that brings me back to the actual subject of this entry. Oh boy, you thought I was talking about Bruno? It's actually something completely different, and I sidetracked for no reason. So back on topic, Banpresto made a certain series of items called World Collectible Figures. They were these smaller, more cutesy figurines that featured characters cherry-picked from throughout JoJo's publication history. I'd like to say that they were designed in a more chibi style, but in reality, they look more like novelty bobbleheads. Anyway, this entry is referring to a strange inconsistency present on the Johnny figurine in the line specifically. In preview images of the statue, you can plainly see many white stars peppered across his hat and pants. However, one star from the pattern present on his left knee is surprisingly not present on the actual produced figure. You can see this vacancy much clearer when I put both images on screen here for comparison. The star on his knee isn't there for some reason. Whoa! I don't have the foggiest idea as to what caused this error, if it even is an error, and I really doubt that anybody cares about it besides me. But if for some reason one of you out there owns this figure, I just know you'll never be able to unsee this detail ever again. Quick aside, I actually found out that I have one of the figures in the miniature line in my collection already, just like with the statue of Bruno. The one I have is this chibi road roller piece with Dio laying on top. Again, it's super cool how I just accidentally got to learn about merch I actually own. I didn't go into this topic with that in mind, it just sort of happened that way. Now, whenever I host parties, I can be super annoying and tell people trivia about all of my stupid toys. And in response, they can shoot me in the chest with a Browning Auto 5 shotgun. Actually, if you're a longtime viewer of my channel, you might recognize this figure in specific. Surprisingly, it was gifted to me by my friend and pasty in one of my old live action vlogs from around 6 years ago now. Meaning that I literally have footage of me unboxing one of these WCF figures, so here's some of that.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Salty Toys here, gonna unbox this Dio statue. It's gonna be great. I can only use one hand because I don't have a tripod. Please don't tease me. Please don't tease me. My first time.
The road rollers actually come separately, and you also get Dio, and you can prop Dio upon the road roller, kind of like a small lizard.
He drives it.
Wait a
Fucking
minute.
imbecile.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It works perfectly. As you can tell, I was a complete cornball in 2018, and if I could go back in time, I'd pull a Sarah Connor on myself. Those old videos might have sucked ass, but I'm actually really glad I have footage of me receiving this figure specifically. Feels like I was fated to somehow bring this up in a video again. Goddamn. Jotaro x Kakyoin Snail Dojin. Can I be for real with you for a second? You and I both know. We both know what I'm about to say. So, just enjoy, I guess. I don't even know how to explain this to somebody without sounding like the most fucked up weirdo to ever exist. So I'm just gonna give you the short of it and hope that that satiates your curiosity, because you really do not need to look into this further at all. Okay, remember that Kakyoin X Horse Jotaro Dojin that I talked about earlier on the iceberg? The one that makes me want to pour bleach into my corneas directly? That one? So, basically, there's this other Jojo Dojin, very similar to that horse one, except this time around, Kakyoin and Jotaro are snails for some reason. Like, they've reincarnated as snails, and then they like do the dirty as snails. I feel like if I said any of this to a small Victorian child, they would spontaneously combust right before my eyes. It's a story about snail fucking. What the hell do you want me to say? Anyway, here's a gif of a monkey to distract you from the fact that I just said snail fucking. God damn it, I said it again. Taizo Mote King Saga. Taizo Mote King Saga was a seemingly niche gag manga that featured in Weekly Shonen Jump alongside other titles. The reason that I'm even aware of it, and it's relevant to this list at all, is because the manga actually contains a really large amount of JoJo references and jokes. And when I say JoJo references here, I'm not talking about it in like a meme way. I'm saying that the author of King Saga is an insanely hardcore fan and can't stop himself from referencing the series every like 2 seconds. No joke, I'm deathly serious. Look at all of this. The manga references other Shonen Jump titles too, quite frequently, but none as frequent as how much it parodies JoJo. It's because of this that Araki has gone on record personally recommending the series on multiple occasions. Very high praise. I don't think it's ever gotten an official English localization, so that kinda sucks. It would be cool if somebody picked up and translated some more obscure stuff like this. Like, I know it wouldn't be super popular, but I don't know. Can somebody out there do it for me specifically? I want it, but I don't want to learn Japanese. I'm very lazy. Hanafuda Game mobile app. Starting in the late 2000s, Bandai began publishing a series of official Hanafuda sets themed around JoJo. Hanafuda are a type of playing cards that are mainly popular in Japan, and while looking vaguely similar to Western-style playing cards, they tend to be much smaller in size and depict various pieces of artwork instead of numbers and symbols. Even if you haven't heard of them before, you may already know a popular manufacturer of these sorts of cards, the present-day video game company, Nintendo. Back in 1889, before they went on to become the video game juggernaut they're known as today, Nintendo was actually first created to sell Hanafuda cards. Now, of course, none of this is related to JoJo whatsoever, but I always get the urge to tell people about that whenever I get the chance. Oh, actually, while we're at it, did you know? The game that we know as Super Mario Bros. 2 is actually a modified version of a game called Doki Doki Panic. So, to circle back for a second, like I said, Bandai fan-made Hanafuda card sets based around the JoJo series starting in the late 2000s. They probably ended up doing pretty well financially too, because later they would publish a JoJo Hanafuda mobile app based around said card sets. From all that I can tell, the mobile app was released exclusively in Japan and most likely dropped early in the lifespan of the iPod Touch. The reason that I assume this is based on the little pale white sheen over the application art. When the iPod Touch was still considered a new thing on the market, Apple had every app on the system have this distinct white reflective sheen over it. This was initially done to make the technology and software look sleek and futuristic in design, but now it just looks outdated and out of touch, ironically enough. Get it? Out of touch. I'm so funny. That's the problem with trying to make something look fresh and new. Eventually it'll just become the standard and seem uninspired by comparison. But man, remember when this stuff was still new? Dude, those were the days. This Hanafuda mobile app looks like something I'd have on my first generation iPod Touch, right next to Crash Nitro Kart and Tiny Wings. Damn, did anybody else play Tiny Wings? That was my shit. I could play that for hours. Well, I used to play for hours. Nowadays, my brain cells and attention span have been melted by TikTok and Subway Surfers gameplay over South Park clips. Soul Beat Replica Soundtrack. Back when Steel Ball Run was still in the midst of being published, various promotional videos were created and hosted on the official website for the series. As you can imagine, these were intended to entice new readers and advertise the latest arcs and chapters of the time. Normally, these wouldn't be much to write home about, but there's actually some captivating and niche content hiding within these trailers. First off, and something I've already discussed lightly before, these videos actually featured some early concepts for the official JoJo colored scans by Jojo D, most notably of which being the color palette used for Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, which would later undergo a few changes for the official release. As I said though, I've already touched on that stuff earlier, so I don't want to retread similar ground. The thing I want to bring up for this entry is actually the music used in these ads. Surprisingly, the team that created these videos actually went through the trouble of commissioning new custom music made specifically for this series of advertisements. The tracks were created by an artist named Poyama and were played throughout each trailer that was created, helping to frame the overall tone of the series and the arc that was being shown off. The music itself has a really unique vibe to it when compared to other JoJo-associated soundtracks. And while it mostly feels authentic to the established tone of Steel Ball Run, some of the tracks are noticeably tonally dissonant with the visuals being shown off. There's a couple of instances where you wouldn't think that certain parts of the soundtrack would fit with the part of the story they're trying to advertise, and it can lead to some of the songs feeling weirdly out of place. This point isn't unfounded either, because according to Poyama, they actually initially created the collection of music for an original story that they imagined in their head. A story that was directly inspired by their involvement in the creation of the promotional videos for Part 7. So any sort of mismatched tone between the music and visuals can most likely be pointed to as a result of this tangential inspiration. It's also because of this fact that Poyama would actually go on to release all of the songs he made for the project as an independent artist, a few months after the conclusion of the Steel Ball Run manga. They were all compiled into a single album named Soul Beat Replica, which of course was given its own official, legally distinct art that is obviously loosely inspired by, well, what else? Steel Ball Run. The name itself, Soul Beat Replica, even shares its acronym with Steel Ball Run, with both of them being able to be abbreviated as SBR. All of this is just to say that Soul Beat Replica is actually the closest that we're going to get to an official soundtrack to Steel Ball Run, or at least until it eventually gets adapted into an anime. Personally, I'm fairly mixed on the album from what I've listened to. You can tell that Poyama took a much more experimental route when crafting tracks for the project, and I'm not really sure if it fits super well with JoJo at a certain point. Again, I know that these technically weren't made for JoJo specifically, I think. But given their close ties together, it's going to affect my views of the music at least a little bit. That being said though, I love the vibes and Western influence that some of the songs have, especially with how Poyama puts their own unique spin on it. The addition of occasional sound effects and strange vocal samples really paint a picture in my brain in a really unique way. Again though, not really my thing personally, but there's definitely stuff I like about it, so, you know, maybe check it out. It might not be the best musical representation for Part 7, but it's a unique little gem, if anything else. Kira Gore Porn Magazine. Yeah, okay, so the title for this entry is kind of loaded. Okay, very loaded. The long and short of it is that Araki was featured in an interview published in a periodical by the name of Bubka Magazine in August of 1997. Normally, this would be all there is to say. However, the magazine itself is sort of insane, as in like, holy shit, I have no idea why Araki had an interview in this kind of insane. It's full of some very unsavory stuff, like advertisements for various sex hotlines, full frontal nudity, straight up pornography, and pictures of what I think are dead bodies? As well as even more things that I can't further list off here because, yeah. It's currently unclear if Araki actually fully understood the contents of the magazine itself. I say this because the interview conducted is some pretty standard fare stuff. I mean, I'd like to think that he didn't know. By the tone of the interview, it kind of seems like he doesn't. The whole thing was conducted by Hachiro Taku, a freelance writer and critic who happened to be great friends with Araki at the time, as well as a colossal fan of his work. I'm kind of torn on the whole thing because on one hand, there's a lot of fascinating information about Araki and behind the scenes information throughout the interview, but a lot of it is also kind of weird and off-putting in a way. They talk about like killing people in their dreams and kind of just casually talk about recent serial killers and terrorist attacks at the time. I don't know, it gives off this strange feeling. It's kind of like if Taku and Araki were just two friends on a private Discord call at 3 a.m. and you're just sitting there like a fly on the wall invading their privacy and listening in. I'm not saying that it's a bad interview by any means, it just kind of gets strange in a couple of places. Taku talks a lot about his fascination with Kira Yoshikage from Part 4. Araki actually explains in the interview that he actually had to hold back with Kira when writing a lot because his editor at the time would shoot down a lot of ideas that he had for scenes. Given that JoJo used to be a shonen manga that was published in Shonen Jump, a magazine that was aimed at younger boys, there were actually a select number of creepy and gross aspects of his character that he wasn't allowed to portray on panel. At the end of the day, Araki admits that this ended up being a good thing since it left a lot up to the imagination and made him more terrifying because of it, and I have to agree. The way that Kira was written was honestly perfect, I wouldn't change a thing. There's a lot of times where writing within limitations actually makes a character a lot more interesting than it would be otherwise, and I think that this is one of those moments. Actually, not to pivot real quick, but a fun tidbit from the interview that I especially enjoyed was finding out that Diamond is Unbreakable was directly inspired by the works of Stephen King. And now that I know that, I can actually totally see it, especially when it comes to the inclusion of more horror mystery elements like murderers, ghosts, and aliens. Pivoting again real quick, they actually briefly discuss in the interview the possibility of JoJo being adapted into an anime. Reminder, this interview was conducted in 1997 during the initial creation of Part 5. So being able to read it in retrospect is really captivating, and it holds a certain amount of dramatic irony in a sense given what we have now. It's really cool, I love it. Araki pretended to be Rohan. Okay, so this entry is actually a short continuation of the last one that I just talked about. I just found this entire story so funny that I just needed to give the topic its own highlight specifically, and given the title, I'm sure you can understand why. In the interview that Araki had with his buddy Taku, Taku reveals that Araki was actually nominated as a judge for a competition called the Rookie of the Year Award. It was kind of difficult to find anything on the contest itself, but from what I can tell, the Rookie of the Year Award is a competition that focuses on up-and-coming manga artists and showcasing new talent to the Japanese manga scene at large. As I said, Araki was once a judge for one of these very competitions. But according to Taku, instead of just participating as himself, you know, like a normal person would, Araki roleplayed as Rohan Kishibe in order to critique the material he read without feeling bad. Yes, he actually did this, and I say this with no hint of sarcasm. If you participated the year he was nominated, your manga would have been judged by the legendary mangaka himself, Rohan Kishibe. And because of the fact that Araki created Rohan in the first place, you know that whatever comes out of his mouth is something that Rohan would actually say to you if he existed. Anything that this man says during roleplay is canon. Legit, this is one of the funniest things I've ever heard of an author do. I just think that this whole thing is hilarious and I need more people to know about it, so there you go. SBR wasn't a JoJo part until it moved to Ultra Jump. Alright, so the title of this entry is both correct and incorrect at the same time. But the story of why this is very interesting, so let me explain. When Part 6 Stone Ocean originally ended its manga run, it was felt as a sort of finale to the entire fanbase, officially or not. The ending itself was a good indicator of this. With the events of Made in Heaven behind us, it was unclear how the story could be picked back up from there. The ending felt like, well, an ending. It was a literal narrative dead end, and probably couldn't be added to in any sort of satisfying way. This was enough to give people the idea that Araki might have been done with JoJo. Though arguably, his actions outside of the story spoke to this at a much higher volume. Up to this point in history, Araki had rarely ever taken breaks between parts of JoJo. He had stuck to the weekly publishing schedule so well that even during the transitions between parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, he never actually gave himself any time off. He was so consistent about his work that even stuff like the ending of Stardust Crusaders and the start of Diamond is Unbreakable were only separated by a single week's time. Yeah, this and this were only a week apart from each other. It was because of such a consistent schedule that his later actions after Stone Ocean became a point of suspicion. For one of the first times ever, Araki took a visible step back from the series. After the completion of Stone Ocean in April of 2003, he would go on to maintain a complete radio silence for over 8 months' time. This period of absence was enough to convince people that maybe JoJo was actually over, that maybe Araki was taking a much-needed break after deciding that he was content with how the story ended. The whole thing just felt very out of character, and fans just reasoned that this may actually have been the end after all. However, as we know now, behind closed doors, this was clearly not the actual case. Araki decided that he did want to continue JoJo in some way, but just not in a way that people were privy to at this point. In order to not conflict with the ending of Part 6, he took the series in an entirely new direction that many would classify as a hard reboot. This direction, of course, was Steel Ball Run. Obviously, today we know that Steel Ball Run and onward is just a further extension of the JoJo series as a whole. That much is clear. But even so, at the time, that fact wasn't as explicit as you might think. At the beginning, Steel Ball Run was initially published in Shonen Jump, coming out weekly, much like previous parts of the series. But, and here's the kicker, in an attempt to appeal to new readers and attract more attention, the part was actually originally billed as an entirely new series, separate and distinct from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The editorial department at Jump at the time made the decision to completely divorce it from the JoJo branding publicly, and instead chose to focus on advertising it as a completely new IP from the ground up. People just weren't made aware that it was secretly a reboot of JoJo all along, and assumed that any similarities were just meant to be surface-level references to the author's past work. This would actually remain the case until a decision was made to move Steel Ball Run's publication to Shonen Jump's older sibling, Ultra Jump. With this move, all of the proper branding was officially re-added to the series, publicly making it the next chapter of JoJo. You see, unlike Shonen Jump, Ultra Jump was a magazine that had a month-to-month release schedule instead of week-to-week. Because of this, Araki had a much looser work schedule and could create much longer chapters than what had been the norm up to that point. Also, thanks to Ultra Jump's older demographic of readers, Araki was free to explore much more mature and explicit themes in his work without the need to censor himself as much. Basically, the move to Ultra Jump was much more manageable and freeing to him. And while Steel Ball Run had always secretly been a part of JoJo, now the secret was out. There's a lot to talk about with Part 7 and Araki's mentality about hitting the reset button on the entire series. But most of that is just speculation, and I think I speak for everyone when I say that I've speculated enough on this Iceberg series. Something I do want to talk about though, and I think is a great way to cap all of this off, is the end of JoJo as a concept. Just like when Part 6 first ended, I think there's plenty of people speculating when JoJo might officially be over, and even if it might finish up by the end of Part 9 JoJo Lands. If you were to ask me a while back, I probably would have assumed the same. That the series is probably closer to a proper ending than it's ever been before. Araki has been at this for over 36 years at this point. He's created a lot of amazing characters, settings, battles, and in culmination of all of that, some of the best hand-drawn artwork that I've ever seen. The man is in his 60s and has gone above and beyond in earning his place in the Hall of Fame. He could realistically retire any day now, and it would make a lot of sense. Don't get me wrong, I don't want JoJo to end, but if it does, I think I'll be content with that. But, thankfully, it doesn't seem like that will actually be the case anytime soon. During the development of JoJo Lands, in an interview with a Japanese newspaper, Araki had this to say about his further involvement in drawing manga. If JoJo ends up being the only notable series I work on, I'm okay with that. You know how there are pottery makers who still work even after turning 90? That is something I admire. I'd like to keep writing JoJo forever. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Araki is just as much a fan of this series as anybody else. This series, this manga, has told some of my favorite stories of all time. Stories that helped me get through high school and college. Stories that continue to inspire my own work every day. And stories that I will continue to try and push onto every person that I meet. Because I think that they could change other people's lives as much as they have mine. For Christ's sake, I don't even think my YouTube channel today would have gotten to where it's at without JoJo in my life. I started out making fan content centered around this series before I branched out into what I do today. It's like I said, I owe Araki a big one for inspiring me so much. It's why I don't mind taking 3 years on and off to research, write, and edit an Iceberg video on it. The Funny Man Posing Show has actually really changed my life. And honestly, I know the guy will never see this in a million years or hear this message from wherever he's at currently. But seriously, thank you for everything, Araki. Truly, thank you. Diamond is Unbreakable is the best part of JoJo.